बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोदारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजना भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनंदना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पाप संहारक पतित पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा। இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம். கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும். மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும். இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம். மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும். இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம். பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம். கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும். குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம். குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம். அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம். அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம். திருக்காட்சி கண்ட விழிகள் விரிந்திடும். வேண்டும் வரம் கேட்கும் மனம் மாயமாய் மறைந்திடும். பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம். கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும். அபயக்கரம் தாங்கி நித்யனும் அமர்ந்ததோ சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம். அபயக்கரம் தாங்கி நித்யனும் அமர்ந்ததோ சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம். கருணை கடல் குழந்தை முகம் கொண்டு எழிலாய் புன்னகையோடு புவிக்கே தரும் தரிசனம். கருணை கடல் குழந்தை முகம் கொண்டு எழிலாய் புன்னகையோடு புவிக்கே தரும் தரிசனம். கவி பாட உரை தன்னை உயிர் தேடிடும். தேடியதை கூறினாலும் இதழ் எழில் நீரிடும். பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம். கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும். மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும். இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம். பலன் யாவும் கூடும். வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்தியம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். பாடிவிட அன்றத தில்லையின் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் நித்தியரும் இன்றரங்கேற்றிவிட எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன். வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும் காட்சி அது காண பயம் நீங்குது. குரு நித்யன் அருளாலே ஜெயமோங்குது. மனமின் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகுது. பூமி முதலான புவனங்கள் யாவும் நித்யன் அருட்கண்ணில் உருவானவை. தனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம். கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம். உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம். கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்.
அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத்திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். ஆனந்த புரிதனில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத்திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ. பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம். நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். வரவேண்டி பக்தனும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம். குடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம். குடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ. பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம். நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதோ நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்லை என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்துவிடும். நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு, நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை ஏத்திவிடும். சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க, அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. கர்மங்களை வென்றுவிட தெய்வத்தை எண்ணி நீங்க ஆடி பாடுங்க. ஆடுவதும் பாடுவதும் முக்தியடைய நல்ல மார்க்கம் தானுங்க. கர்மங்களை வென்றுவிட தெய்வத்தை எண்ணி நீங்க ஆடி பாடுங்க. ஆடுவதும் பாடுவதும் முக்தியடைய நல்ல மார்க்கம் தானுங்க. நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு, நித்ய சொன்னாரு
Nithyanandam,
சக்தி
to all our dear viewers who are connected from all over the world to various social media platforms, watching this live relay from Tiruvannamalai, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the living manifestation of Paramashiva. With his grace and blessings, the Aushadha Annadhan is being served in Tiruvannamalai from two Kailasa locations for the auspicious full moon night celebration. The Annadhan devotees have already started their Girivala around Arunachala, walking around the mountain path of 14 kilometers on this auspicious day, which is customary in Tiruvannamalai every month, and Kailasa Tiruvannamalai serves the Aushadha Annadhan for over 36 hours every Purnima, every full moon night for the Annamalayar devotees. You are now watching the Aushadha Annadhan being served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, here in Tiruvannamalai. Tiruvannamalai is Bhagavan's birthplace. And from his own parental home, the Aushadha Annadhan is being served. Kailasa acquired Bhagavan's parental home, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, into its divine fold officially after 28 long years, and it has been celebration since then. It has been continuous service to the people of Tiruvannamalai, for whom Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, is their own beloved Guru, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the current living incarnation of Paramashiva, in the unbroken lineage of incarnations that happen here in Tiruvannamalai, as per Paramashiva's own promise that he will continue to be here as a living incarnation forever. You can see the Annamalayar devotees have already started coming into Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi on Tiruvudal Street, and they are having their Aushadha meal. Aushadha food is food infused with conscious energy. It is infused with the living enlightenment software itself, with the intention, with the Satya Sankalpa from the very Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, to enlighten humanity through the food component, through this Aushadha Annadhan. Therefore, this food is infused with the conscious energy for living enlightenment, and it is prepared carefully with ingredients conducive for our conscious growth. avoiding all ingredients while cooking which are considered as negative energy when consumed as mainstream food, like onion, garlic, green chilies. Pure sattvic organic food is called this Aushadha food, infused with conscious energy, and it is cooked by people who are initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, and who are living the very profound cosmic principles, and therefore their consciousness is continuously groomed for higher and higher realms of existence. And it is also offered first as prasada to the divine, and it is sanctified through the process of Naivedyam, through the offering of prasada to the divine, blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is Paramashiva himself, and only then it is served to the people at large. Therefore, when the people consume this food, it becomes food highly conducive for their pure conscious growth. Food is a very important component in our lifestyle.
எத்தவம் புரிந்தவரும் நித்யன் பாதமலர் பற்றிடுவார் என்பகை யோகியராயினும் ஈசன் நித்யானந்த அருணாச்சல தேவனை சரணம் அடைந்திடுவார் உடன் சகல அருள் பெறுவார் அருணாச்சல சிவவோ நித்ய அக்னி வடிவாம் ஈசனும் மருணையில் நித்யனாய் அவதரித்தார் பூவுலகினை காக்க வந்தார்.
Just remembering Arunachala is mukti, liberation. Smaranat mukti Arunachalam, says the scriptures. Just mere remembrance of Arunachala will liberate us. That is the power of our Paramashiva here in Tiruvannamalai, and that is the boon and blessing he has given to the whole of humanity. That merely remembering him in this mountain form, it is Paramashiva in mountain form in Tiruvannamalai. It is his promise that he will forever be here in the form of the mountain, Arunachala, and in the form of Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the temple. The temple towers is what you're seeing here, and the third form as an eternally living incarnation. The current living incarnation being Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Forever in these three forms, Paramashiva resides here in Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you are having a beautiful Arunachala darshan on this auspicious full moon night, the Purnima night, when the customary Girivala, the walk around the mountain, 14-kilometer path around the mountain, is walked by the Annamalaya devotees as a sacred spiritual practice, where as you are walking around him, remembering him in your heart and soul, your mind seizes on its own and you fall into a beautiful space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, oneness with the whole, oneness with Paramashiva. Such is the significance of the spiritual practice of doing Girivala, where your body moves and your mind automatically ceases on its own. You are literally liberated from the thought shaft while you are in the Girivala. And during this sacred practice, the Annamalaya devotees are blessed to continuously be served by none other than the living incarnation of Paramashiva himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through this Aushadha Annadhan being served from two locations. One, Bhagwan's own parental home on Tiruvudal Street. And second, On the mountain path itself, where Bhagwan has established a temple monastery complex at Adi Annamalai, a sprawling temple monastery complex. From both these locations, the Aushadha Annadhan will be continuously served over the next 36 hours till the last Annamalaya devotee has completed his circumambulation around Arunachala. Not only that, the Annamalaya devotees can have refuge and shelter in both the campuses of Kailasa. Especially the campus on the mountain path is sprawling to accommodate all of them. So they come in, they rest a bit, have the Aushadha Annadhan, and then they move on in their Girivala. Continuously they are served with cool, purified drinking water, Aushadha, food, shelter, and a host of spiritual services like spiritual healing, spiritual counseling, receiving powerful cognitions for their life from the scriptures of Hinduism, from the sannyasis and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Annamalaya devotees are completely taken care during the entire Girivala Paurnami period by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Devotees surrender to the feet of Annamalaya with the ultimate trust that he will take care of them. And as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, Annamalaya, Bhagwan, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, takes it as his ultimate responsibility to take care of each and every one of them. And he does this with his boundless love and compassion. Untiringly, we are going to be witnessing over the next 30 to 36 hours non-stop Aushadha Annadhan, purified drinking water, and shelter being given to the Annamalaya devotees as they come around their beloved Arunachala in circumambulation. It is the pride and privilege of the sannyasis and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to be serving this Aushadha Annadhan from Bhagwan's own parental home, where he was born and lived the first 15 to 17 years of his life, from 1978 to 1995.
பிரதட்சிணம் செய்திட பிணி போக்கிடும் மறுபிறவி அறுத்திடுமே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவமே அருணாச்சல சிவவோ நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவவோ குரு நித்யானந்த இறையாய் திரு அண்ணாமலை அருணாச்சலமே மானிட குருவாய் அவதரித்தாய் நித்யநந்தா அருள் புரிவாய். பிறைமதியம் புவி காத்திட சுயமாய் பர்வத வடிவானா நித்ய அருணாச்சலமானா நிறை உயர் சேத்திரம் மேரு
Every Purnima night, every full moon night, this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva happens at both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai, at Adi Annamalai, and from Tiruvudal Street, Bhagwan's parental home. Even before the full moon night sets in, and even after it has passed on, the Aushadha Annadhan happens, so that none of the Annamalaya devotees are left wanting for food during the sacred spiritual practice of Girivala around Arunachala. Just 2 weeks ago, we witnessed again this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva on the occasion of the auspicious Paramashivaratri, where again the Annamalaya devotees were performing the Girivala around Arunachala for the Shivaratri night, and continuously through the night the Aushadha Annadhan was served for all of them from both these Kailasa locations. We had grand Shivaratri celebrations along with these various services to the Annamalaya devotees. And coming up just tonight is the celebration of Kailasa's Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam on the occasion of Panguni Uttiram, where we're going to witness the celestial marriage ceremony of all the divine couples. It is 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time and 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the 24th of March, which is today. And Kailasa invites each and every one of you who's watching this live relay from Tiruvannamalai to log in and participate and witness and receive the grace and blessings of all the divine couples on this Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, which is going to happen tonight on the sacred occasion of Panguni Uttiram. The link to join is events.ecitizen.info/holy, HOLI. events.ecitizen.info/HOLI, holy. On this occasion of Panguni Uttiram, on this auspicious day, we are delighted to present to you from Kailasa with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the grand divine marriage ceremony of all the divine couples of the cosmos. This rare and extraordinary event brings infinite auspiciousness to anyone who is blessed to attend it. And just merely by watching this divine marriage ceremony, you can experience deep completion within yourself in all your relationships in your life, and the deep divine love just through watching this extraordinary ritual, which is going to happen tonight with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam. Sakala Devata means all the cosmic beings, all the divine couples. Kalyana Utsavam means the marriage ceremony. So it is the marriage ceremony of all the divine couples of the cosmos, starting from Paramashiva and his beloved consort themselves. And Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from 2 locations has opened its gates again, continuously for the Aushadha Annadhan Seva, inviting each and every Annamalaya devotee to come and receive this sanctified, nutritious food. It is food offered to the divine and then served to the devotees. It is sanctified before offering to the devotees. Every Purnima night, Kailasa invites you to head up to Tiruvannamalai to experience the sanctity of the Purnima night and taste the delicious medicinal food sanctified in the Kailasa temples and offered to the Annamalaya devotees by Kailasa's volunteers and sannyasis. And this Aushadha Annadhan Seva happens from 2 locations, from the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Tiruvudal Street, and the second location is Adi Annamalai, which is just midway on the 7th kilometer on the 14-kilometer path around Arunachala, 7 kilometers from the Arunachaleshwara temple. So when you start the Girivala from the Arunachaleshwara temple, and proceed on the 14-kilometer path around Arunachala and come back to the temple, you will find Kailasa at Annadhan right on the 7th kilometer, midway. So, most conveniently located for you to have your meal, rest a bit, and continue on the Girivala.
குரு நித்யானந்த இடையாய் திரு அண்ணாமலை அருணாச்சலமே மானிட குருவாய் அவதரித்தாய் நித்யானந்தா அருள் புரிவாய் அருணாச்சல சிவ ஓம் நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவ ஓம் குரு நித்யானந்த இடையாய்
And today is also the very auspicious occasion of Holi, 25th of March, which is tomorrow. Today we are going to be part of the Panguni Uttiram celebrations, and tomorrow we will be part of the Holi celebrations. And we invite each and every one of you to join in these eternal celebrations of Kailasa. Hinduism is the science of celebration of life, celebration of the entire cosmos, and therefore every day is a celebration. Kailasa celebrates every day as Nitya Utsava, Nitya meaning every day, Utsava meaning celebration or festival. Today, there are two celebrations happening in Kailasa. One is the sacred Purnima, full moon night celebrations. And second is the Panguni Uttiram celebrations, the grand marriage ceremony of all the divine couples, the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam. And tomorrow is going to be the grand holy celebrations, for which we invite each and every one of you to receive the grace and blessings of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the ultimate incarnation, who is the embodiment of all the Hindu gods and goddesses, Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa. As we all know, Holi is one of the most important spiritual celebrations in the Hindu tradition. In the Vaishnava tradition, it is celebrated as the day Radha and the Gopikas united with Krishna in the Rasa Leela, in divine union, and Bhagavan Sri Krishna gave them the experience of the Sahasrara, the crown center, meaning all of them had the Sahasrara chakra blossom and they experienced enlightenment itself. Each Gopika has experienced her own beloved Krishna, meaning realizing his or her own soul. Krishna is their very soul. It is such a day of spiritual ecstasy, the day of Holi. Which is coming up tomorrow on the 25th of this month. Kailasa is all about celebrations and service. Continuous celebrations, Nitya Utsava, and continuous service, Nitya Seva, continuously for the citizens of the world. Through all Kailasas established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism all over the world, where continuously the consciousness of the people is nurtured through celebrations, through initiations, through powerful cognitions, through services such as the Aushadha Annadhan, which is again serving food infused with conscious energy, conducive for our enlightenment, through a host of socio-spiritual services. Continuously, Kailasas around the world are serving the people to give them the superconscious experience through various means and methods devised personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Kailasa is being continuously accorded awards, rewards, recognitions by worldwide agencies such as the United Nations for its undaunted service, sincere, utter service to the people in the area of superconscious growth. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, his untiring work of over 3 decades is being recognized continuously. The teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is being included in global institutions and agencies, the peacekeeping forces of the world, to build global peace based on the cosmic principles of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, based on non-violence. Kailasa's foremost principle is Ahimsa Paramo Dharma, which means non-violence is the ultimate law. This Aushadha Annadhan is not just pure vegetarian food. It is food infused with conscious energy, food prepared with ingredients conducive for conscious growth, food prepared with the intention to nurture the consciousness of the people, and food prepared by people initiated with the cosmic principles, who live them in their lives, who continuously strive to live the cosmic principles. And it is food served by initiated people, people initiated into the science of living enlightenment, initiated personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. They are the people who have received the Diksha, the initiation, directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Therefore, every step of this food that is being served, right from acquiring the ingredients to preparing the food, to the people who prepare them, to the people who handle them, to the people who serve the food. All of this entire cycle involved in preparation of this Aushadha food is to aid the conscious growth of the people consuming the food. Therefore, it is not just food for a hungry stomach. It is food to nurture the very soul. It is food to nurture our very consciousness. Any service that is given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the people is a service directly to the being, directly to the consciousness, because that is the core of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving, has revived by establishing Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world today. Kailasa's constitution, the very constitution of the nation of Kailasa, the very constitution of the nation of Kailasa is based on the Manu Dharma Shastras, the Vedas, the Agamas. The jurisprudence is based on Manu's laws. The economics is based on the Vedas and Agamas revealed by Paramashiva himself. It is the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures revealed by Paramashiva himself, that forms the very constitution of Kailasa. Therefore, every single service extended by Kailasa with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is personally designed and micromanaged personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, so it reaches people in its true original context of enlightening them, whether it is a plate of a meal, or it is spiritual healing, or any service from Kailasa is aimed at the superconscious growth of the people receiving it.
தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான் காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பு.
We are having the beautiful Arunachala darshan on the sacred full moon Purnima night, and this hill view is exactly the darshan of Arunachala that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself used to have every single day in the morning when he woke up from his sweet samadhi from his parental home on Tiruvudal Street. When he wakes up from his samadhi every day in the morning as a child, he would walk out to the corridor and open his eyes only there for the first time of the day, so that his eyes would be set on his beloved Arunachala. And same way, in the night, before he enters Samadhi, he will have Arunachala Darshan and close his eyes on Arunachala and then walk with closed eyes and go to rest. And this is the very hill view that he would see every day during his childhood here in Tiruvannamalai. And you're also having the Gopura Darsanam, which means darshan of the temple towers of the Arunachaleshwara temple. In the Hindu tradition, it is a science where just seeing the Gopuram of the temple will give you liberation. And it is Paramashiva's boon and blessing here in Tiruvannamalai to forever be here in three forms, as the Arunachala mountain, as the Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the temple, and as an eternally living incarnation, the current living incarnation being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we are blessed with the continuous Arunachala Darshan. For those who are unable to make it to Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala is coming to your own doorstep with the grace and blessings of Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And as we speak, the Kalpataru program has already started in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the temple monastery complex of Kailasa located on the mountain path in Annadhan. It is a one-day program that is happening in the Tamil language with translations. The Kalpataru one-day program, which is happening every Paurnami here in Tiruvannamalai Kailasa, is a sheer gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the whole of humanity. It is a program which helps you to manifest your reality in your life. Whatever you wish to manifest, it helps you to manifest, and it takes you to a zone where you start aligning and manifesting the right things in your life in alignment with the cosmic principles, in alignment with the whole cosmos, so that you experience life as a shower of auspiciousness. The science of Kalpataru, where you yourself become a Kalpataru and manifest what you want in your life as a reality. You don't just pray to God, but you become God. You become the Kalpataru yourself, who blesses your own life and manifests what you want in your life. And this program gives you not only the Shakti, the power to manifest what you want in your life, it gives you the buddhi or the cosmic intelligence to ask for the right things in alignment with the cosmic principles, to rise above our mundane requirements and pray for higher conscious things in our life, where not only our mundane requirements will be met, but over and above that, our very superconscious growth will happen. The purpose for which we have taken this human birth. Aushadha Annadhan is continuously being served at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai on Tiruvallur Street, right next to the Arunachaleshwara temple in the 6th circumambulation path of Arunachaleshwara. The Annamalaya devotees are coming in and having their meal and continuing on their Girivala. They walk around the mountain, walk around their beloved Arunachala. And the Kalpataru one-day program has already started in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram at Annamalai, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai at Annamalai. This one-day Kalpataru program, which is a beautiful program aimed at helping you to manifest what you want as reality in your life. The very science of Kalpataru. Kalpataru means it refers to the Kalpa Vriksha, the boon-giving tree, the celestial boon-giving tree worshipped in the Hindu tradition, under which Paramashiva himself is seated in the cosmic realms. And this Kalpataru science of giving a boon to yourself, to becoming the Kalpataru of your life, is taught in this one-day program. And not only that, as part of the Kalpataru program, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blesses us with the Samaya Diksha, which is a beautiful first-level initiation into growing the space of Paramashiva inside us, directly initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living manifestation of Paramashiva himself. This Samaya Diksha is an initiation, direct Diksha from Bhagwan to us, where he opens up the space of Paramashiva in us, where we start experiencing the connection with the space of Paramashiva in us, which helps us to manifest Paramashivatva, the space state, the space powers, being, superconsciousness, Kailasa and Mahakailasa of Paramashiva within our own inner space. It awakens us to it in our own inner space. And this Kalpataru program has already started. It is the customary offering from Bhagwan every full moon night here in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, and the program has already begun, with blessed souls attending the program who will be receiving the Kalpataru initiation and the Samaya Diksha initiation. And another wonderful service from Kailasa with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 24/7 live darshan of Arunachala from the very main YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Smaranat Mukti Arunachala, mere remembrance of Arunachala liberates. That is Paramashiva's promise to humanity. Merely remembering him as Arunachala, the sacred Arunachala hill, liberates you. To enable this, to make this blessing a continuous reality in the lives of people, 24/7, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism makes available the live darshan of Arunachala continuously from the main YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I'm reminding the viewers once again of a very rare, a very unique event that is going to happen tonight on the occasion of the Panguni Uttiram on this auspicious Panguni month as per the Vedic calendar, where the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam is going to be performed by the Kailasa temples worldwide, where all the divine couples, the celestial couples' marriage ceremony are going to be conducted under the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. It is going to be a spiritual extravaganza, a feast for the eyes, for the soul, and we will be receiving the grace and blessings of all these celestial couples. And it is the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that whoever merely witnesses this grand Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsava will experience deep completion within them in all their relationships, and they will experience a deep inner space in them just merely by witnessing the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam. the main YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, youtube.com/at Nithyananda TV, the at symbol at Nithyananda TV. Here you can join and have continuous Arunachala Darshan 24/7. And any prayers that you want to offer directly to Paramashiva for your personal lives or for any reason, you can simply type your prayers as a comment on this YouTube channel and it will directly reach the divine energy and presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and your prayers will be taken care. This is one of the greatest boons and blessings given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity at large, reaching out to each being in the comfort of their own homes, hearing their prayers and helping them manifest it. That is the infinite love and compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who continuously attends to the prayers of his devotees worldwide. Not just on YouTube, Bhagwan's grace and blessings is available on all the social media platforms. You can log into your WhatsApp, www.kailasa.org, KAILASA, kailasa.org. You can join the Kailasa WhatsApp community and send your prayers directly to Paramashiva himself.
மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினார் மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான் அகமதன் இருளை க்ஷணமதில் கலைந்து மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினான் அகமதன் இருளை க்ஷணமதில் கலைந்து மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினான் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினான் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினான் பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை
Aushadha Annadhan service is continuing on Tiruvudal Street from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. You are watching the live relay from Tiruvannamalai, where every full moon night millions of Annamalaya devotees gather to go around Arunachala hill, which is Paramashiva himself in hill form, to perform the Giri Vala. Giri means mountain, Vala means coming around the mountain in circumambulation. So to perform the Giri Vala around Arunachala, which is a 14-kilometer circle, millions of Annamalaya devotees gather every full moon night here in Tiruvannamalai. And on this auspicious occasion, every full moon night, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offers the Aushadha Annadhan Seva, food infused with conscious energy, free food infused with the conscious energy. Continuously, it is served to the Annamalaya devotees from two Kailasa locations for over 36 hours non-stop until the last devotee has completed the circumambulation. And this is a unique feature of the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai because the Kailasas are the only locations in Tiruvannamalai where this food is available non-stop at all hours of the day for over 36 hours to the Annamalaya devotees. And next to the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai, the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai are the most frequently visited locations by tourists from all over the world. Today, Tiruvannamalai is a huge spiritual tourism center and growing every day. And on the 25th, which is tomorrow, early morning, 12 a.m., there will be the grand Annamalaya marriage ceremony happening in the Arunachaleshwara temple. And after that, the procession murtis, the deities of Annamalaya and his divine consort, Devi, will be coming in Girivala. So they will be coming on the Madavivi in procession, the sixth circumambulation path. So therefore, on Tiruvudal Street, which is located on the sixth circumambulation path, where Bhagwan's parental home is located, from where you're watching the Aushadha Annadhan being served, we will be witnessing the grand procession of Annamalaya and his divine consort after the marriage ceremony. So stay tuned for at least the next 48 hours for grand happenings from Tiruvannamalai. Annamalaya and Unnamulai Amman will be coming in procession, and we will be offering the Mandagapadi to them right at the doorstep of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi. Mandagapadi is the customary offering in the Hindu tradition, which the Supreme Court of Hinduism has revived as a mainstream lifestyle in all Kailasas worldwide, in all Kailasa temples. Whenever the presiding deities of the neighborhood come around in procession, the Mandagapadi is offered to them. Mandagapadi is the offering of all items used in worship of the Lord, like his royal robes, the flower garlands, the magnificent, huge flower garlands, the fruits, coconuts, the items used in the sacred bath, like vermilion, sandal paste, the incense sticks, the camphor, and oil, wick. Every single item used in worship of the Lord is offered as Mandagapadi when the Lord reaches us by coming in his grand procession on the streets, stopping by to receive the Mandagapadi from his ardent devotees. And after the grand marriage ceremony of Annamalaya and Unnamulai Amman, which is going to happen tonight at 12 a.m. midnight, we will be witnessing them in with their royal retinue, in their grand procession on Tiruvudal Street. So stay tuned to witness this grand procession of Annamalaya and to be part of offering the Mandagapadi to Annamalaya. It is a series of celebrations in Hinduism. Every day is a celebration. It is Nitya Utsava. Nitya meaning every day, Utsava meaning festival. You are continuing to have the Arunachala darshan of the sacred Arunachala hill, which is none other than Paramashiva himself in the hill form in Tiruvannamalai. You can offer your prayers directly to Paramashiva as you are having the Arunachala darshan with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet. Today, amidst us, you can offer your prayers directly at his feet. Devotees of Annamalai surrender to Annamalai with the ultimate trust that he will take care. And as his living incarnation, as his living energy and manifestation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism takes it as his ultimate responsibility to answer the prayer of each of the devotees, and not only that, to take care of them completely in all possible ways, right up to their spiritual upliftment, starting from their very basic needs like food, water, and shelter. You can offer your prayers to Paramashiva in any convenient way, which is the most convenient for you. The platforms for offering your prayers are open all across the social media. You can offer your prayers to Paramashiva either at the Instagram platform, which is instagram.com/Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA, /Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. Or you can offer your prayers at the YouTube platform or the WhatsApp platform or even Twitter. The Twitter ID is again Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. And the YouTube platform is KAILASA Nithyananda. The WhatsApp platform is kailasa.org, KAILASA.org, kailasa.org. And the Twitter platform is Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. And you can post your prayers on Twitter along with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, AskTheAvatar, Ask the Avatar. You can go to the topmost pinned post and click the reply icon, post your prayer along with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, AskTheAvatar. And on WhatsApp, you can join the WhatsApp group and send your prayers. The WhatsApp group, which is KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda. KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda. That is the WhatsApp group. You can join the group and offer your prayers, or you can join the WhatsApp community. And send in your prayers. Alternately, you can go to YouTube, youtube.com/@Nithyananda TV /@Nithyananda TV, and go to the live video and type in your prayers in the comment section. Go to the live video and type in your prayers in the comment section. Or you can go to Instagram and offer your prayers in the live comments section. The platform ID is Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. There are a host of platforms in which you can offer your prayers directly at the feet of Paramashiva. On Facebook, you can go to facebook.com/Paramahamsa Nithyananda, PARAMAHAMSA Nithyananda, and you can comment your prayers in the live comments section.
சொல்றேன், நல்லா கேட்டுக்கோங்க, இதை மிஸ் பண்ணிடாதீங்க. சுற்றம், நட்பு, உறவுகளே, திருவண்ணாமலை பந்துக்களே, சொந்தங்களே, உடன்பிறப்புகளே, இரத்தத்தின் இரத்தங்களே, உணர்வின் உறவுகளே, திருவண்ணாமலை பிறந்த எல்லாருக்கும் சொல்றேன், கேட்டுக்கோங்க. இந்த ஒரு 4-5 விஷயம் நான் சொல்றத கொஞ்சம் உள்வாங்கிக்கோங்க. பாண்டியன் மதுரையில நீதி தவறிடுறான். நீதியை மிஸ் பண்ணி கோவலனை கொன்னுடுறான். கண்ணகிக்கு அநீதி அழிக்கப்பட்டிருது. மீனாட்சி பாண்டியன் சாகத்துன்னு விட்டுறா. சுந்தரேச பெருமான் பாண்டியனுக்கு சாப விமோசனம் கொடுத்து இறந்த பிறகு பாண்டி முனீஸ்வரரா சிவபதவி கொடுத்து, சிவலோக பதவி கொடுத்து, அங்கேயே இருந்து பாண்டிய நாட்டினுடைய நீதியை பரிபாலனம் பண்றதுக்கு நியமிக்கிறார். அதெல்லாம் ஒண்ணு. ஆனா பாண்டியன் சாவதை தடுக்கவில்லை. அது மட்டும் இல்ல, கண்ணகியின் கோபத்திற்கு, அவளுக்கு இழைக்கப்பட்ட அநீதிக்கு நீதி கிடைக்க வேண்டும்ங்கிறதுக்காக மதுரை எரியட்டுன்னு விட்டுறாங்க. பரவாயில்லன்னு விட்டுறா. அந்த அநீதிக்கு நீதி கிடைக்க வேண்டும்னு, கண்ணகிக்கு நீதி கிடைக்க வேண்டும், மதுரை எரியட்டுன்னு விட்டுறா. அதே மாதிரி கிருஷ்ண பரமாத்மா துவாரகையில கிருஷ்ணனுடைய மகனும் அந்த அங்க இருக்கிற விடல பசங்க எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து துர்வாசரை கொஞ்சம் மம்பு பண்ணிடுறாங்க. ஒரு பையன் பிரெக்னண்டா இருக்கிற மாதிரி ட்ரெஸ் பண்ணி கூட்டு போய் இவனுக்கு ஆண் பிறக்குமா பெண் பிறக்குமான்னு கேட்டு துர்வாசரை கலட்டா பண்ணிடுறாங்க, மம்பு பண்ணிடுறாங்க. அவரு சபிச்சிடுறாரு, உலக்க பிறக்கும், அதனால உங்கள் குலமழியும் சபிச்சிடுறார். கிருஷ்ணர் நினைச்சிருந்தா அந்த சாபத்தை மாற்ற முடியாதுன்னா ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. ஏன்னா மகாபாரதத்துல பரீட்சித்து மேலே எய்யப்பட்ட பிரம்மாஸ்திரத்தையே தடுத்து நிறுத்தி பரீட்சித்துவ காப்பாத்தினவர். பிரம்மாஸ்திரத்தையே தடுத்து நிறுத்தக்கூடிய சக்தி உடையவரால துர்வாசர் சாபத்தை மாற்றவும் திருத்தவும் என்ன வேணா பண்ணியிருக்க முடியும். ஆனா என்ன பண்றாரு, துர்வாசருக்கு இணைக்கப்பட்ட அநீதி, துர்வாசருக்கு இழைக்கப்பட்டது தவறு, அவமரியாதை. அந்த அநீதிக்கு நீதி கிடைக்கணும்னு அழியட்டுன்னு விட்டுறாரு. துவாரகையே அழிஞ்சு போகட்டும், அந்த யதுவம்சம் அந்த உலக்கையால் அழிஞ்சு போகட்டும்னு விட்டுறாரு. பண்ண தப்புக்கு படட்டுன்னு விட்டுறாரு. திருவாரூர் தியாகராஜ பெருமானும் மனுநீதி சோழனோட மகன் தேரிலே ஏறி கொஞ்சம் கவனக்குறைவா போய் ஒரு கன்றை கொன்று விடுகிறான். இந்த பசு நீதி கேட்குது. மனுநீதி சோழன் தன் மகனை தேர்காலில் இட்டு கொல்லுகின்றான். அந்த மகன் யாரு? வழி வழியாக தியாகராஜ பெருமானுடைய அடிமை. நல்லா தெரிஞ்சுங்க, அரசர் குலத்திலே இளவரசு பிறந்த உடனேயே கொண்டு போய் கோயில்ல சாத்தி அவனுக்கு வழி வழியாக மாதுருபாகனுக்கு அடிமை நாங்கள் எழுதிடுவாங்க. சட்டப்படி அவர்கள் பெருமானுக்கு அடிமையாக இருந்து ராஜ்யத்தை நடத்துபவர்கள். அவங்க ஒன்னும் சாதாரண ஆள் கிடையாது. பெருமானுடைய பாதத்தை தலையிலே தாங்கி அவருக்கு அடிமையாக இருந்து ராஜ்யத்தை நடத்துபவர்கள். தியாகராஜ பெருமானுடைய வழி வழி பரம்பரை அடிமை அந்த இளவரசன். ஆனாலும் கன்றுக்கு இழைக்கப்பட்ட அநீதிக்காக பரவாயில்ல, அந்த இளவரசன் கொல்லப்படுவதை அனுமதித்து விட்டார், விட்டுறாரு, சரி போகட்டும்னு. இந்த கதையெல்லாம் கேட்டுருங்க. திருவண்ணாமலை கதைக்கு வாங்க. திருவண்ணாமலையும் நம்ம ஊர் பசங்க, விடலை பசங்க, இந்த வாராவதி மேல உட்காந்து போற வர்ற பிள்ளைகளை கிண்டல் பண்ணிட்டு வம்பு பேசிட்டு இருக்கிற பசங்க ஒரு 10-20 பசங்க ஒன்னா சேர்ந்து குகை நமச்சிவாயர்னு கர்நாடகால இருந்து வந்த ஒரு பெரிய சித்தர், ஞான புருஷர், அவரை போய் வம்பு பண்றானுங்க. நல்லா கேளுங்க. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்க. இப்போ மதுரை கண்ணகி ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கொடுத்தேன். அடுத்து துவாரகையில கிருஷ்ண பரமாத்மா ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கொடுத்தேன். அப்புறம் மனுநீதி சோழன் தியாகராஜ பெருமான் எப்படி ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணார்னு ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கொடுத்தேன்.
On the sacred occasion of
கதைக்கு வர்றேன்.
Purnami, full moon night, the Kalpataru program, which is customarily offered every month on this day, on the full moon day, is being offered today. Program has already started at Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, KAILASA at Arunachala. It is a one-day program. A beautiful gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity at large, which teaches the science of manifesting what we want as reality in our life. The science of Kalpataru. In the Hindu tradition, we pray to God with the profound understanding that we ourselves are God within us, and therefore the science of manifesting what we want as reality is available to us as human beings. And this is the science that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism teaches and initiates us with in this one-day Kalpataru program. And included in this Kalpataru program is the Samaya Diksha, where beautifully to grow the space of God in us, the space of Paramashiva in us, the first step, the first level initiation is the Samaya Diksha, which is given directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, which establishes the connection with Paramashiva, which awakens the space of Paramashivatva in us. So we start nurturing it and start radiating the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, Kailasa and Mahakailasa of Paramashiva. This is the beautiful one-day Kalpataru program that is happening today in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, in the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram at Arunachala. Acharyas, teachers, initiated directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, are taking the class for the people. In the Hindu tradition, the ancient mutts, all the adinams, the temple monastery complexes, the Shaivite mutts, like the Tondai Mandala Adinam, the Madurai Adinam, the various other Adinams have been established with the primary responsibility of initiating the citizens of their kingdom, the ancient Hindu kingdoms, with this Samaya Diksha and the next level Vishesha Diksha, which are the two levels of initiation given as official initiation into the Shaivite enlightening lifestyle,
பரவாயில்லன்னு கிருஷ்ணர் விட்டுறாரு.
where you grow and nurture the space of Paramashiva, the space of the cosmos itself in you. And from that space of oneness, you start radiating the powers of Paramashiva and live like a god on planet Earth. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been giving the Samaya Diksha and Vishesha Diksha
அவரை போய் ஒம்பு பண்ணியிருக்கப்படாது.
for over a decade now, continuously to the people worldwide. People from all religions, caste, creed, gender have been initiated, as this is not a religion, it is a science. The science in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which enables you to live like a god on planet Earth.
மீனாட்சி விட்டுட்டா
Initiated into the science are beings from all over the world
துர்வாசருக்கு இழைக்கப்பட்ட அவமரியாதை
who manifest this profound oneness with the whole of cosmos, represented by the cosmic principle Paramashiva, and who have started radiating spiritual powers such as blindfolded reading, means reading through the third eye, awakened through initiation during the Samaya Diksha, and various other spiritual powers such as body scanning, being able to diagnose
இருந்தா
the disorders in the body,
திருவண்ணாமலை
and just with the power of the third eye, being able to harness the remedies for the disorders, which are direct revelations from the cosmic source itself.
கடைசியில குகனமச்சிவாயர் வார்த்தையை மாத்தி
Initiated
தான் பாட வேண்டியதா போச்சு.
disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism
அழியாத அண்ணா
have started radiating all these powers of Paramashiva once again on the planet. These are the very powers that our Rishi ancestors used to radiate when they lived as an enlightened civilization on the planet a few hundred years ago. And that is what is the Kailasa lifestyle, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is now reviving, and for which purpose he has established the Kailasa nation, the only Hindu nation in the world today, to revive this Kailasa lifestyle, the enlightened living lifestyle, where human beings who are originally hardwired to radiate powers of Paramashiva and live like gods on earth
நல்லா கேட்டுக்கோங்க.
are now once again being initiated and recreated on the planet through Diksha, initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism,
யார் யார்
through his powerful teachings,
பிறந்தீங்களோ
the powerful cognitions directly from the source scriptures of Paramashiva, and through initiation, powerful initiations, Dikshas,
தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க.
and through these continuous services such as the Aushadha Annadhan, which we are witnessing today,
வரம் பெற்ற
where even the food is infused with the conscious energy, which aids in our superconscious growth, which nurtures the space of oneness in us, because it is food prepared in the most non-violent way, based on the science of oneness with all beings. It is not only pure vegetarian food, it is food cooked specially for conscious growth, which is why it has acquired the name Aushadha food. Aushadha Annadhan means
அந்த
Annadhan means free food distribution. Aushadha Annadhan means free distribution of food infused with Aushadha, herbs conducive for conscious growth, prepared by infusing the conscious energy, prepared and served by people who are initiated into the superconscious lifestyle. At every step of preparation and serving of this food, the underlying principle is superconscious growth and breakthrough for the person consuming the food.
அப்பா வேதம்
We have just started a series of grand celebrations, which we'll be watching live. So stay tuned to watch not just this Aushadha Annadhan Seva, which is happening and which will continue to explode over the next 36 hours. You will be seeing lakhs and lakhs of Annamalaya devotees thronging these Kailasa locations, and also you will see them in their Girivala circumambulating Arunachala, which itself is most fortunate for us to be seeing. Just seeing the devotees, seeing the Girivala path on the sacred occasion is a feast for our soul. What we see with our eyes, what enters our system through all our sensory inputs, plays a very crucial role in our conscious existence. Merely having the Arunachala darshan, merely seeing the Girivala path, merely seeing the Annamalaya devotees and the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai is a huge blessing for us on the sacred occasion of full moon night. And not only that, we will be having tonight the grand celebration, the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, which is the divine marriage ceremony, a unique celebration with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the divine celestial couples, starting from Paramashiva and Parvati themselves, Devi Meenakshi, all the divine couples, Somasundareshwarar, all of them, all of their grand divine marriage ceremony is going to be conducted in the Kailasa temple, and we're going to be watching it live and receive their grace and blessings merely by participating as an eyewitness. And it is the special blessing of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that merely by witnessing this, we can experience deep completion within us. We can experience deep oneness with Paramashiva. It is the untiring, undaunted effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to continuously, through various means and methods, keep us in the space of oneness, keep us in higher consciousness. And towards this end, the whole of Kailasa works untiringly, as we will be witnessing firsthand in front of our own eyes. The over 36 hours, a marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva. Distribution of free food infused with the energy of Aushadha, continuously being served to Annamalaya devotees. You can see the second location opened up with the Aushadha Annadhan at Adi Annamalai, located on the mountain path itself. And in the background, you can see the Girivala path, the road, the mountain path road, on which the Annamalaya devotees have already started their Girivala. This Aushadha Annadhan Seva happens even before the onset of Purnima, even before the full moon has set in, and completes only after the full moon has passed on, so that there is an unbroken food service to the Annamalaya devotees who choose to perform the Girivala at any point in time, whether it is early morning hours or late night or during the day. It is to this extent that this seva is micromanaged personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his beloved people of Tiruvannamalai. In Tiruvannamalai, worship is not mere worship of Annamalaya, it is adoration of their beloved Lord. In Tiruvannamalai, the relationship between Annamalaya Paramashiva and his devotees is too intimate to be described in words. It can only be felt in the air. It can only be smelt in the very air which is infused with the spiritual energy of Paramashiva, Annamalaya. And we will be watching a highlight event tonight at 12 midnight, when after the Annamalayar Unnamalayamman marriage ceremony, which will happen in the Arunachaleshwara temple, we will be witnessing the Lord and his consort coming in a grand procession on the Madaveedi. Madaveedi means the four streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. And the southern side leg of the street is the Tiruvudal street, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening right now in Bhagwan's own parental home. The Tiruvudal street is the southern side leg of the Madaveedi, the fourth street surrounding the temple. And it is on this street that the Lord and his consort come in grand processions at least 300 days in a year, surrounded by his devotees, thronging devotees who adore him and whose heartstrings he pulls asunder every time, unfailingly. We will be witnessing this grand procession of Annamalaya on the Madaveedi, and we will be witnessing offering of the Mandagapadi to Annamalaya right from the doorstep of Kailasa's Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, Bhagwan's parental home, from where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening. So we are in for huge celebrations. Stay tuned and continuously nourish your souls, your very being, by merely witnessing. This is the least effort you can put in for your own enlightenment. Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, beautifully says, enlightenment is not something that happens at the end of your life. It happens based on what you chew in your everyday life, what you take in through your sensory inputs. what goes on in your mind, your thought currents, what you eat, what you speak, and therefore, merely by being part of these grand celebrations, just by being live on any of Kailasa's channels, and being part of these grand celebrations, you will keep your consciousness in these higher realms and zones. This is the greatest blessing and boon the Supreme Court of Hinduism is doing for humanity at large, whichever corner of the world you are in. Just through your internet connection, you have available the greatest and grandest cosmic happenings on the planet, such as what is happening here in Tiruvannamalai, which you can just merely participate in as a witness and receive back millionfold for yourself as your spiritual growth. Spiritual growth cannot be made more easy than this. The Supreme Court of Hinduism has made it happen for us in our lives with the minimum effort on our part. By just connecting to the internet, we have the most profound spiritual gifts that we can receive from the very comfort of our own homes. You can see there will be a slow and steady increase in the first few hours, and then a huge influx of Annamalai devotees thronging the two Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai to receive their Aushadha food while they perform Girivala around their beloved Arunachala. Today is also the auspicious occasion of Panguni Uttiram, and we're going to witness the grand celebrations of the divine celestial couple starting from Paramashiva and Parvati. We're going to be witnessing the grand divine marriages happening in the Kailasa temples. We will be watching it live at 12 midnight tonight, Indian Standard Time, and we will receive the grace and blessings of all the celestial couples, and we will experience deep completion within us in all our relationships. Marriage ceremony is all about consecrating a relationship between two people, and therefore, when we merely witness the marriage ceremony of the celestial beings themselves, then completion will happen in our relationships in our life, where all the conflicts we experience in our relationships, the differences in opinion, small misgivings, all of them will mature. We will mature out of it, and we will experience what is called completion or fulfillment in relationships with zero conflicts. We will find our conflicts reducing as we nurture and grow this space within us, merely by receiving these gifts from the Supreme Court of Hinduism, from the very comfort of our own homes. And this marriage ceremony will be happening for Annamalayar and Unnamalayamman themselves in Tiruvannamalai in the Arunachaleshwara temple. And after the marriage ceremony, Annamalayar and Unnamalayamman will come around the Madavidi streets in a grand procession, blessing the devotees right at their doorsteps. It is the infinite compassion of Annamalayar in Tiruvannamalai that he comes himself on the Madavidi at least 300 days in a year, reaching people, his devotees, where they are, in their own homes and blessing them. And the devotees in turn completely celebrate him, receive him, give him the offering of the Mandagapadi, which is the offering of all the ritualistic items used in his worship, like robes, fruits, flower garlands, coconuts, vermilion, sandal paste, rose water, garlands, a host of items that is used in his worship. The devotees offer to him, receive him at their doorstep, and pray to him, offer their prayers at his feet as he passes on, home to home, on the streets of Madhavi. And you will be watching Kailasa's sannyasis and devotees offering the Mandagapadi right at the doorstep of the parental home of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism. It is here in Tiruvannamalai, on Tiruvudal Street, which is part of the Madhavi, that Supreme Founder of Hinduism was born. This is his birthplace. This is where he incarnated as the living incarnation of Paramashiva, where he lived the first 17 years of his life from 1978 to 1995. And you are inside the very parental home of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism. You are most blessed and fortunate to be even inside this space on this sacred occasion of Purnima, full moon night, and the Panguni Uttiram celebration that is going to happen further tonight. You are inside Bhagwan's parental home, witnessing the Aushadha Annadhan, the most noble seva to the Annamalaya devotees, extended by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, with his boundless love and adoration for his people of Tiruvannamalai. As you can see in Adi Annamalai, located on the mountain path. You can see the mountain path in the back of the screen, where the Annamalaya devotees have slowly started walking, have started their Girivala around Arunachala. And you can see these stone benches that have been installed permanently here for the benefit of the Annamalaya devotees to sit and have their Aushadha meal during their Girivala around Arunachala. The Supreme Founder of Hinduism takes utmost care for his beloved devotees of Tiruvannamalai to make them as comfortable as possible. The Supreme Founder of Hinduism has time and again declared his vision to offer Hinduism in the most user-friendly way, to offer Sanatana Hindu Dharma in the most user-friendly way to humanity, to human beings at large. And as part of that vision, at every step in the most down-to-earth practical level, the comfort and user-friendliness is given to the people by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism. As you can see here, the comfort being made for the Annamalaya devotees, these stone benches, for them to sit and have their meal in a relaxed way before they resume their Girivala around Arunachala. And towards this, the Supreme Founder of Hinduism has untiringly collected and made and produced huge tons of material, such as these stone benches, deities, and items used in the ancient lifestyle. All of these heritage items, the Supreme Founder of Hinduism continuously collects and produces to make it available as the mainstream lifestyle for the people, to integrate it into their mainstream lifestyle as part of the revival of the Kailasa lifestyle, the ancient enlightening lifestyle, which once upon a time existed on planet Earth, which is what the Supreme Founder of Hinduism is reviving now as the Kailasa nation. Through the Kailasa nation, its services, the Supreme Founder of Hinduism is completely reviving the lifestyle in all its components and dimensions. And this Aushadha food that is being served itself is a vital component of reviving the Kailasa lifestyle. The 4 temples of Kailasa form one of the 5 main pillars of the Kailasa nation as declared by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Because food plays an important role in a human being's life. People eat at least 3 times in a day. Therefore, the quality of food that they eat plays an important role in their inner space. It defines their very inner space and consciousness, which is why Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has taken up serving of free food throughout the world as one of the 5 main pillar services of Kailasa. So that through this food that is prepared for conscious growth, that is served by people who are living a conscious lifestyle, reaches people at large and nurtures the consciousness and helps them to grow and have a superconscious breakthrough. We are most fortunate to be sitting in the comfort of our homes and witnessing the space of Tiruvannamalai, the abode of Paramashiva. Not just the abode of Paramashiva, the whole of Tiruvannamalai is Paramashiva. Like the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals and declares, the streets are his very DNA. The streets are the very DNA of Paramashiva. The whole hill, Arunachala, is Paramashiva. The very air is filled with the energy of Annamalai, Paramashiva. So we are most fortunate to be sitting in the comfort of our homes and just being able to be in the space of Tiruvannamalai on the sacred full moon night and watch the huge Aushadha Annadhan Seva, the free food being given to Annamalaya's devotees.
ಸುಂದರ ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣ ಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ
The full moon night celebrations of today will be extending and you will be watching at midnight the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, the divine marriage ceremony of all the celestial couples which will happen in the Kailasa temples. And we will be receiving completion itself as a gift from these marriage ceremonies. The space of completion in us will start happening as a prasada, as the takeaway blessing from merely witnessing the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam. And tomorrow on the 25th, we can join the grand holy celebrations of Kailasa, where the very energy of Bhagwan Sri Krishna will manifest through the living incarnation, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, as a huge blessing and boon to humanity at large. We invite each and every one of you to join the holy celebrations of tomorrow and the Panguni Uttiram Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, the divine celestial couples marriage ceremony of tonight, 12 midnight Indian Standard Time. Join and be a part of this and receive the complete blessings and grace with minimum effort on your part.
संहारक पतित पावना नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ ಪನ್ನಗಭೂಷಣ ನಿಖಿಲಲೋಚನ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ
This spiritual practice of Girivala in Tiruvannamalai, where walking around the Arunachala mountain, the 14-kilometer path, is still so alive. The tradition of Girivala is so alive in Tiruvannamalai, where people simply drop all of their other engagements and surrender at the feet of Annamalaiar, perform the Girivala. It is heartwarming to see in today's modern world this spiritual tradition of Girivala being kept so alive, where people from all walks of life drop all of their other engagements on the sacred day, full moon night, and congregate in Tiruvannamalai every full moon night and perform the Girivala around Arunachala. KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, from where the Aushadha Annadhan is being offered. The sannyasis here are already preparing to receive Annamalayar and Unnamalayamman at the very doorstep of Kailasa here, as they pass by in procession tonight after the grand marriage ceremony on the occasion of Panguni Uttiram today. Preparations are on to receive Annamalayar and Unnamalayamman at the doorstep of Kailasa, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi on Tiruvallur Street, where the Lord and his beloved consort will pass by in a grand procession, and the sannyasis will be offering the Mandagapadi, offering of worship items of Paramashiva to Paramashiva and receiving his blessings. Every full moon night in Tiruvannamalai, especially during the peak hours of Paurnami, the peak hours of the full moon manifestation, we will witness what is called a Naramala, which means a garland of humans around Arunachala. Nara means human beings. Mala means garland. Naramala means a garland of human beings. That is the visual scene that will happen in the peak hours of this full moon night, where the huge ocean of Annamalaya devotees performing the walk around the mountain will appear as a huge human garland around Arunachala. And this is repeated every full moon night and on festive occasions in between, like how we witnessed just 2 weeks ago on the sacred occasion of Mahaparamashivarathri, the Annamalaya devotees once again performing this Girivala, the circumambulation around Arunachala. And as we speak, the Kalpataru one-day meditation program is happening at Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, which is the temple monastery complex on the mountain path, where the Aushadha Annadhan is also happening as the second location. The Kalpataru one-day program is a beautiful gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity at large. It teaches the science of manifesting what we want as reality in our life. And it makes us want the highest spiritual things in our life as well. So it bestows on us not just the Shakti, the power, it also bestows on us the Buddhi, the cosmic intelligence, to ask for the right things in our life, which is in alignment with the cosmic principles, with the cosmic truths. Any offering from Kailasa is aimed at aligning us to the cosmic principles, whether it is the food or it is the meditation programs or it is the powerful discourses of Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Any service offered by Kailasas worldwide is aimed at aligning us to the cosmic principles. The Kailasa nation itself is founded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with its constitution as the Vedas and the Agamas, the source Hindu scriptures revealed by Paramashiva himself. Therefore, the constitution of the nation of Kailasa is the very sacred Hindu scripture based. Therefore, every single service, social or spiritual, from Kailasa to humanity at large, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is purely for the conscious growth of human beings. And as the celebrations are on in Tiruvannamalai, and the Aushadha Annadhan Seva is happening for Annamalaya devotees, the sannyasis and volunteers are preparing to offer the Mandagapadi to Annamalaya and Annamalayamman past midnight tonight, when they will be passing by Kailasa's Nithyananda Janmabhūmi on Tiruvural Street in their royal procession after their marriage ceremony happens on the occasion of Panguni Uttiram today. And in another Kailasa temple worldwide, we will be watching live the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, which is the marriage ceremony of all the divine celestial couples. And these late night celebrations, which will be leading into the celebrations of Holi, the next celebration in the Hindu tradition. The Annamalaya devotees are completely familiar with the Aushadha Annadhan Seva and the other spiritual services offered at the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai. They reach the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai as their most preferred destination their most preferred choice for having their meal. They know that it is special food cooked with the intention of infusing conscious energy into those eating it. And they know it is the very love of their beloved Bhagwan, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, that is being given to them as food through the extended hands of his devotees. The relationship between Annamalaya and his devotees is too intimate and is the same in the relationship between Bhagwan, the living manifestation of Annamalaya Paramashiva, and his devotees. In Tiruvannamalai, worship is simply adoration of their beloved Lord. As we will be witnessing when the Lord comes onto the streets past midnight tonight after the divine marriage ceremony of Annamalaya and Unnamalayamman, we will be witnessing the thronging crowds in the Madaveedi surrounding Annamalaya as he comes out in his Utsava Murti form, in his procession deity form called the Periyanaikar. Annamalaya resides as the Shivalinga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. He is the self-formed, naturally formed Shivalinga who manifested when Paramashiva appeared as the infinite column of light to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, and thereafter promised to remain in this very land where he appeared as the infinite column of light, Tiruvannamalai. He promised to be here in three forms, as the mountain Arunachala, as the Shivalinga, Arunachaleshwara Shivalinga, and as a living incarnation forever. The current living incarnation being the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously offers socio-spiritual services to human beings worldwide to nurture their consciousness. The Aushadha Annadhan is continuously being served at both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai, at Adiyannamalai and on Tiruvallur Street, right from the very parental home of the supreme point of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Kailasa's volunteers and sannyasis untiringly prepare and serve this Aushadha Annadhan from two locations, two very significant locations for the Annamalaya devotees in Tiruvannamalai. One, which is the Madavidhi, where the Tiruvallur Street is located, which is just outside the Arunachaleshwara temple. And second, on the mountain path itself at Adiyannamalai. Two very strategic locations, which is most convenient for the Annamalaya devotees to have their food before resuming the Girivala around Arunachala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously offers to humanity at large the Paramashivoham flagship program of Kailasa, through which, through 3 levels, whichever level is convenient for us, we can join the program and get initiated into the profound sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma for living a blissful life, an enlightening lifestyle, and receiving these great sciences and all the cosmic secrets unleashed by the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. The Paramashivoham program is continuously conducted over the year at 3 levels, level 1, 2 and 3. At level 1, you get initiated into the secret science of attracting wealth and manifesting whatever you desire. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it most practical and convenient for any person from any walk of life with any level of other engagements in their life to be able to participate in this Paramashivoham program, where you can participate on a daily basis or for the entire program or on any which day is convenient for you. And each day's sessions will guide us independent of the other day's sessions in our path towards enlightenment. And we go through powerful processes in Paramashivoham level 1 to align our whole being towards wealth manifestation and to make the best decisions in our life and to achieve the much wanted, the financial breakthroughs in our life. That is the scope of Paramashivoham level 1, where our basic needs, for which all of us are yearning for, to be able to comfortably generate wealth in our lives. This science is unleashed in Paramashivoham level 1. And in Paramashivoham level 2, we delve deeper into the essence of wealth consciousness itself, and we learn how to be free from the fundamental human emotions, the base emotions from which we need to grow, which is comparison, jealousy, and the perception of the so-called impossibility that we create for ourselves in our life, which stands in the way of our wealth creation potential. The sessions of this level 2 of Paramashivoham, they are designed to awaken our innate creativity and drive, enabling us to break free from our own chains of limitations and enables us to embrace prosperity. And in Paramashivoham level 3, the advanced level, the sessions help us understand the principles of wealth consciousness, and they help us realize our true potential. And they help us in manifesting whatever we may want in our life, and they reveal to us the most profound cosmic secrets, which if we internalize and which if we start living in our life, we can live our life in the highest frequency possible. Each day in the Paramashivoham teaches one dimension of the cosmic principle. Today in Paramashivoham, the dimension of wealth is taught at all three levels, level 1, 2, and 3. Today's essence of Paramashivoham is the essence of wealth consciousness. In this fashion, every single day of Paramashivoham is designed to reveal and unleash one science, which is one aspect of our lifestyle, needed in our lifestyle, so that at the end of this Paramashivoham 21-day program, we will emerge completely equipped with all the different sciences required to live an enlightening life, whether it is health, whether it is wealth, whether it is our spiritual growth, any dimension, freedom from fear, freedom from greed, freedom from desires that remain unfulfilled, every single component in our life, how to manifest the highest in every aspect in our life, true to our innate potential. All of these sciences are taught in Paramashivoham through these three levels. And today, as we speak, the Paramashivoham program, is discussing the essence of wealth. It is revealing, unleashing this very science of the essence of wealth consciousness. In today's program in Paramashivoham, we will learn how wealth is not a separate thing from us. It directly reflects our very life energy that we express. And if we are not manifesting wealth to our satisfaction, it only means that we are stuck somewhere in our inner space, and all we need to do is look in. The whole Paramashivoham is aimed at equipping us with all the cosmic principles, the ultimate sciences, to manifest anything we wish in our life. And this Paramashivoham program is a pure gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with no charges whatsoever. People offer what they wish to out of sheer gratitude in whatever way they can. Every single day of the Paramashivoham program is crafted completely to help manifest one component in our life. Today, the Paramashivoham program is helping us to understand the one component, which is the wealth consciousness in our life. Most often in our life, we experience being stuck and not able to move as we would like to. It is mainly because of our own restrictive beliefs, our own internal barriers, our own unproductive habits, lifestyle patterns, mental patterns. It is only these that prevent us from creating whether wealth or health or spiritual upliftment, whatever it might be. And these our own internal barriers keep us in a state of scarcity, so-called seeming scarcity all the time. With the right processes, guidance, we can overcome these obstacles and create the life which we want to live. And Paramashivoham program is a pure gift designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to give us exactly this. Today, the Tiruvannamalai will be witnessing a larger than normal gathering as it is the sacred occasion of Panguni Uttiram, where the grand marriage ceremony of Annamalaya and Unnamalayamman, his beloved consort, will be happening in the Arunachaleshwara temple at 12 a.m. tonight, midnight. To witness this grand marriage ceremony of their own beloved Lord and consort, there will be a larger gathering on this full moon night. And therefore, there will be a much larger number of Annamalaya devotees performing the Giribala around Arunachala. Therefore, the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai have set up and they are ready to serve the Annamalaya devotees in any proportion that might be required, undauntedly, over the next 30 to 36 hours. As you are watching this Aushadha Annadhan Seva, you can avail of the most delightful gift offerings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where you can offer your prayers, you can submit your prayers to Paramashiva himself through any of these social media platforms, which is being made available for the surrendering of prayers of devotees worldwide at the feet of Paramashiva himself, through the Instagram platform, through the channel /Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. Through this platform on Instagram, you can type your prayers as comments in the live comments section. And your prayers will be directly placed at the feet of Paramashiva. And as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, will be your guiding force in helping you manifest your prayers in your life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism untiringly attends to the prayer requests from his devotees worldwide through the various social media platforms. Through YouTube, you may log into the channel /@Nithyananda TV /@Nithyananda TV, NITHYANANDA TV. And you can go to the live video that you will be watching and leave your prayers in the comment section. There will be a live chat section as part of the live video, and you can type in your prayers in the chat of that section. Or alternatively, you can submit your prayers through WhatsApp channel, where you can click the WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group, Kailasas SPH Nithyananda. The WhatsApp group is Kailasas SPH Nithyananda, and you can join this WhatsApp group and send in your prayers. And you can also click and join the WhatsApp community at www.kailasa.org, KAILASA.org. Alternatively, you can log into Twitter in the channel Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. And you can go to the topmost pinned post on this Twitter page and click on the reply icon. And you can post your prayer along with the hashtag AskTheAvatar, ASKTHEAVATAR. I repeat, you can go to the Twitter channel Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA, and go to the topmost pinned post and click the reply icon and post your prayer with the hashtag AskTheAvatar. ASKTHEAVATAR. Or you can go to the Instagram channel Sri Nithyananda again and leave your prayers in the comment section, in the live comments section. On Facebook, your channel to submit your prayers, the Supreme Point of Hinduism is /Paramahamsa Nithyananda, PARAMAHAMSA and you can leave your prayer as a comment in the live comments section. And you can share and like the page.
ಸುಂದರ ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣ ಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಜಗದೋಧಾರಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ಪರಮದಯಾಗನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಸತ್ಯ ಸನಾತನ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿರಂಜನ ಭಕ್ತ ಪರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ಗೌರಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಪರಮ ಕೃಪಾಕರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ.
You are continuing to watch the Aushadha Annadhan Seva live from Tiruvannamalai, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the place of birth, of incarnation of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, where Bhagwan has established two Kailasa in two locations, one on Tiruvudal Street and one in Annadhan, from where the enlightening services of Kailasa are being offered to the Annamalayar devotees every single day, and more so on these festive occasions such as today, the full moon night, the Purnima celebrations, where millions of Annamalayar devotees gather to perform the Giribala around Arunachala. This live relay will continue over the next 30 to 36 hours, as it is a non-stop Aushadha Annadhan Seva, food, service, being offered to Annamalaya devotees on this festive occasion. And today is doubly auspicious as late in the night, at midnight, we will be having the Panguni Uttiram celebrations, where we will be witnessing the grand marriage ceremony of Annamalayar and Unnamalayamman inside the Arunachaleshwara temple and in all Kailasa temples worldwide. In all Kailasa temples, we will also be witnessing the divine marriage ceremony of all the celestial couples, of all the main celestial couples. Merely by staying live on this channel, we will be receiving the prasada, the blessing from this divine marriage ceremony, which is completion in our inner space and a deep fulfillment where we rise above all our conflicts in life and we experience a deep peace, fulfillment, and completion within us, which we always crave for in our life. As a prasada of this divine marriage ceremony, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed us that merely by witnessing this marriage ceremony, which is going to happen tonight live, we will start experiencing the space of completion in us. Out of his infinite love and compassion for humanity, for which he has incarnated, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, continuously offers enlightening gifts to human beings so that they may partake of these gifts and move on in their path of superconscious living. And not only that, after the marriage ceremony tonight, late midnight, we will be witnessing Annamalayar and Unnamalai in the form of the Utsava Murti, meaning the procession deity. In Tiruvannamalai, the procession deity of Annamalayar is known as Periyanayakar. He is the beloved of the townspeople who surround him, who throng him on the streets, drawing him to the streets at least 300 days in a year during the festive occasions, and they surround him in lakhs and lakhs as he pulls their heartstrings asunder. In Tiruvannamalai, worship is simply adoration of their beloved Annamalaya. It is not mere ritualistic worship. The relationship between Annamalaya and his devotees is too intimate to be described in words. It can only be felt in the very air of Tiruvannamalai, which is infused with the devotion, the bhakti to Annamalaya. And we will be witnessing this grand procession after the marriage ceremony of the Lord and his consort. That will happen on the Madaveedi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. The southern side leg of this Madaveedi is the Tiruvudal street, where Bhagwan's parental home is located, where we are watching the Aushadha Annadhan happening. And we will be witnessing Kailasa's sannyasis and volunteers offering the Mandagapadi to Annamalayar as he passes by in his procession and stops just at the entrance of Nithyananda Janmabhūmi on Tiruvudal street and receiving the Mandagapadi from Kailasa sannyasis and volunteers as representatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the living manifestation Paramashiva. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is physically present in Tiruvannamalai on such occasions, it is the most heart-rending sight, the most endearing sight to watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself offering the Mandagapadi to Paramashiva, Annamalaya. And the Shivacharyas, the temple priests who received the Mandagapadi from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, most delightfully acknowledge his presence, his divine presence, which they are so familiar with, as it is in the temple that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his entire golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai, as he describes it. It is with the temple Shivacharyas, the temple priests, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally grew up. He says, every single Shivacharya is like my Guru, and I bow down to them. Every Shivacharya in the temple has a special relationship with the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, and therefore, when he himself stands and offers the Mandagapadi to the beloved Lord, the Shivacharyas, the temple priests, we can see them exchanging delightful unspoken words with the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, reminiscing his childhood years inside the temple with his beloved Arunachaleshwara. We have delightful interviews recorded from these temple Shivacharyas, from the most senior rung, who have actually retired today because they were the main priests who served Annamalai when Bhagwan, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was in his childhood in Tiruvannamalai. Therefore, they are now retired and the third generation has now taken over. And we have delightful interviews from these now retired Shivacharyas as well as their immediate next generation about how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be in the temple, Arunachaleshwara temple, all day long, eager to offer any service, any seva to Annamalai. He would be there to pluck flowers from the Nandavanam, from the temple flower gardens, and offer to Annamalai. Or he would be eager to wash the puja vessels after they have finished offering the worship and arati, lit camphor to Annamalai. Or he would hold the hose pipes for the temple jawans, the watchmen, who would wash the magnificent stone floors of this sprawling temple. He would be ready to offer any seva to Annamalai. He would even be willing to run up to the homes of the Shivacharyas, which is located on the northern side, of the Madavidhi, called the Periya Teru, or the Big Street, where all the homes of the Shivacharyas is present, as per the Agamas. As per the Agamas revealed by Paramashiva, the Shivacharya's houses must be located on the northern side of the temple, and it is exactly this way in Tiruvannamalai. Therefore, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be willing to run along to the northern big street and fetch items from the Shivacharya's homes, which they would request him to, which they might have forgotten in their homes. And he delightfully reveals, he delightfully recalls to us that when he goes to the homes of the Shivacharyas, the family of the Shivacharyas would so lovingly offer him the Naivedyam from the Anmartha Puja, the personal puja that the Shivacharya would have offered early morning in his home before setting out to the temple. It is through this that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism helps us understand how integrated the Shivacharyas are to their Anmartha Puja every day, which they are meant to perform, even though they perform the main puja to Annamalai himself in the temple. They never fail to perform their personal Anmartha Pujas early morning before they set out from their homes. And they leave behind the prasada for all to partake, for even the guests to partake. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism goes to their homes, their families never fail to offer him this prasada, which he would be waiting for as a child. To the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, even today, Annamalai's prasada is the most preferred food. And he takes it with all humbleness and devotion, demonstrating to us how an ideal devotee should surrender at the feet of the Lord and partake of his gifts that is continuously showered on us. Therefore, the people of Tiruvannamalai, right from the Shivacharyas of the temple to the elite of Tiruvannamalai, to the common man on the streets, door to door, each and every one of them, of the townspeople, is familiar and has cherished memories with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his golden childhood here from 1978 to 1995. Each one of them has a special relationship with him, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism hardly was in his home. He was either in the Arunachaleshwara temple, or he would just go home to feed and take care of his home deities in his home temple, or he would be in his other favorite meditation spots, which is the Pavala Kundre, which is the coral hillock in Tiruvannamalai, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his enlightenment experience at age 12. Or he would be sitting by himself in meditation, or in the Kundratiladam Kumaran temple, which is another small Muruga shrine atop a small hill. Or he would be in the Arunanayaki Amman temple in Tiruvannamalai, doing alankar, decoration for the magnificent Arunachala Amman. She's a huge goddess in the Arunachala Amman temple, for which he would be doing alankar with his first team of Kailasa volunteers, which he inspired even during his childhood years. And we even have photographic evidences, rare photographic evidences that speak of these golden days of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai. We have a beautiful photograph of decoration done to Arunachala Amman personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism before 15 years of age, along with his playmates, inspired by him. A pure sandalwood based alankar for Arunachala Amman. And we also have a beautiful photograph of sandalwood alankar for Lord Ganesha inside the Arunachaleshwara temple on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism celebrated when he was just around 10 years of age. And we have a large group photograph. The first Kailasa volunteers inspired by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at 10 years of age. And this photograph shows the sandal-based decorated Ganesha done personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with the entire group that made the function of Ganesh Chaturthi happen on that special occasion, the first public function organized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which has gone on record. Therefore, Tiruvannamalai is a land filled with cherished memories from the golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Every nook and crevice, every stone corner in the Arunachaleshwara temple, every inch of the streets of Tiruvannamalai, there is not a place where his divine feet have not fallen during his childhood years. And therefore, each and every person who lived during the time Bhagwan was a child here holds cherished memories in their hearts till date, which they share with us through their delightful interviews. As this auspicious day proceeds and we move closer to the full moon night, you will see a steady increase in the number of Annamalaya devotees reaching these two Kailasa locations where the Aushadha Annadhan Seva is being offered. Even as we speak, we can see the steady increase in the number of devotees coming in to have their Aushadha meal. The Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai has 7 circumambulation paths around it. Paramashiva in the Agamas, which is the revealed scriptures by him to the whole of humanity, has clearly prescribed that in any main Hindu temple there must be 7 circumambulation paths around the main deity. And he has clearly described the location of each and every class and category of townspeople who run the temple, who take up responsibilities in the temple. And Tiruvannamalai is designed and established by Paramashiva himself and adheres perfectly to his agamas. In Tiruvannamalai, we will find there are 7 circumambulation paths around the main deity, Arunachaleshwara. And the 7th outermost path is the Girivala, which is around the hill itself. The just inner path, the 6th path, is called the Madavi, where Annamalayar comes in procession during all festivals. And it is on this 6th circumambulation path, on the southern leg of it, which is located the Tiruvudal street, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his own parental home, is located. The Adi Shaiva Velalar community, which is the community of the biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the main community that runs the administration of the temple of Arunachaleshwara, especially in the period before the invasions happened. It is the Adi Shaiva Velalar community that had its very mutt, its very own hub, its own monastery inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, where today stands the 1,000-pillared hall. And it is from here that they administer the entire temple. The biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is very closely linked to the administration of the Arunachaleshwara temple. One of his grandfathers, Muttaya Chettiar, being one of the Dharmakartas, one of the main temple trustees of the Arunachaleshwara temple during his days. And the first 5 circumambulation paths around Arunachaleshwara are located within the 9 lofty temple towers itself. And it is literally in these 5 circumambulation paths that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his golden childhood days in. He had his various spiritual activities in every single path inside the temple. It is in the 5th circumambulation path that he did the first public organized function for the Ganesha deity under the banyan tree, of which we have photographic evidences. And it is in this 5th circumambulation path, which would not be frequented by much other people, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would practice blindfolded archery as guided by his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is Paramashiva himself, as a spiritual technique to manifest the power of oneness with the whole of cosmos. Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave a technique to the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he was around 10 years of age to blindfold himself and shoot arrows on the bullseye. And on one occasion, when his arrow hit the bullseye, he heard a loud exclamation from his beloved Guru, who was celebrating the oneness that had happened. During this process of blindfolded archery, our energy and attention, which usually is towards the outer world through our 2 eyes, which continuously is resting in the outer world, will be thrown back inside into our inner space during this blindfolded archery, back into our own 3rd eye and our inner space. And when this happens, the focus shifts from a very narrow outer world 120-degree vision to a complete focus on everything around us. And therefore, even our ability to multitask and radiate our many possibilities in one shot starts happening with this oneness. Therefore, as a spiritual technique, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as a 10-year-old child, would perform blindfolded archery in the circumambulation path inside the temple, which also kept his mother away from anxiety, because otherwise he would be shooting the same arrows in their busy household on Tiruvudal Street, his own parental home, which we are witnessing now. And Bhagwan is from a large biological joint family with many children running around the house, which gave a lot of anxiety to his biological mother because he was shooting arrows blindfolded. Even though no one was hurt in the event, to alleviate his mother's fears, he would run to the fifth circumambulation path, which was quiet inside the temple in those days, and he would shoot the arrows there. In the fourth circumambulation path, inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, is located the Kritika Mandapam. It is in the Kritika Mandapam that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his rigorous yogic training with his beloved yoga guru, Yogi Yogananda Puri, otherwise known as Raghupati Yogi. From the age of 3 until the age of 13, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his rigorous yogic training in the Kritika Mandapam, which is a 36-pillared stone structure, a beautiful mandapam dedicated to Lord Subramanya in this fourth circumambulation path. And in the quiet corners, stone corners of this mandapam, Raghupati Yogi would train the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in yoga. And a direct eyewitness to this is our dear Subramanyam Ayya Tiruvannamalai, the official garland maker for Annamalai. He would stand in the Kritika Mandapam all day long, tying the flower garlands for Annamalai and other deities from morning till evening, and therefore he was a first-hand witness to the 11 years of rigorous yoga training of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And he has shared with us in his delightful interview that he considered it his extreme fortune, and he has described it that he felt it was like seeing Annamalai himself in the leela of yoga in front of his own eyes every single day. Come rain or shine, he says, Bhagwan would be there promptly with Raghupati Yogi to learn yoga. Subramanyam Ayya has served from 1973 to 2012. Dedicated, utter, sincere service to Annamalai. Like Subramanyam Ayya, each citizen of Tiruvannamalai is so devoted to Annamalai, especially the people who live within the 7 circles and whose lives are dedicated to Annamalai, the Shivacharyas, and other people who hold the different temple responsibilities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described their lives ever so often in the global presidential addresses worldwide, where he has described their utter dedication to the extent that they don't even step out of the boundary of Tiruvannamalai because they hold the temple responsibilities of every day. And even if they step out, they come back before the end of day to their beloved Lord to discharge their duties the following day. Such is the tight-knit network of townspeople here in Tiruvannamalai, held together by their devotion to their Lord Annamalai. And it is this Kailasa ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai which Bhagwan is reviving as the very Kailasa nation today. It is the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai with its glorious gurus and its temple-based lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving as the nation of Kailasa. Every dimension of this divine ecosystem, which Paramashiva himself has established, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, is reviving today. All the delightful dimensions of the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, right from waking up to the temple bell and going to sleep after putting the Lord to sleep in the temple. On Tiruvudal Street, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, described his golden childhood when he would wake up every single day only to the temple bell, to the temple loudspeaker, where they would play the divine Suprabhatam, which is the sacred hymn to wake up the Lord, followed by the Shiva Puranam, the sacred verses extolling the glory of Paramashiva. And he would go to sleep only after putting Annamalayar to sleep through the last ritual of the day, the Paldi Arai ritual inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. We have a delightful sharing from Vaidyanatha Shivacharya of the Arunachaleshwara temple, one of the most senior Shivacharyas, who shared that there is not a day he remembers that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a child was not present for either the early morning, the first ritual, which is the Palli Adichi ritual, or the late night, the last ritual, the Palli Arai ritual, of putting the Lord to sleep. He doesn't remember a single day when Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was not present as a child. He goes to the extent of sharing that if on a particular day he was not present for the ritual, you can take it guaranteed that he is not in town, he is out of station. This is how the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai vouch for the integrity of Bhagwan as a child in Tiruvannamalai, his integrity to Annamalaya, the temple-based lifestyle, that they take it on themselves and vouch for his integrity and his authenticity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his childhood years, with his sheer integrity and authenticity, has etched the memories of the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai, so much so that they remember so vividly his childhood activities, as he has etched it so deeply in their memories, simply by his consistency, his integrity and authenticity in reviving the Kailasa lifestyle right from his childhood, which has today acquired global proportions as the nation of Kailasa, with humanity at large being continuously inspired by him. What started with the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai who were inspired by him as a child is now today at the level of the entire world, with the hub being a nation by itself, the only Hindu nation today, Kailasa, established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with a pure intention to revive the enlightening Kailasa lifestyle as this science of enlightened living is apart from any other religion. It is a pure science which is an offering from Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the rest of humanity from time immemorial. Therefore, it is not a religion, it is a science, and to revive this science and give it to humanity back, to help human beings find their roots, to help human beings once again live like our ancestral rishis, the geniuses who lived just a few hundred years ago, to enable human beings to once again function in that way as living gods on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism works 24 hours a day, continuously administering the nation of Kailasa, continuously personally guiding his sannyasis and his devotees to be his extended hands in serving humanity, continuously in building temples around the world, continuously delivering powerful cognitions through his global presidential addresses, continuously conducting programs such as the ongoing Paramashivoham program that happens in 3 levels with back-to-back seasons around the year, and various other programs personally designed by him, like the one-day Kalpataru program that is happening today in Tiruvannamalai and that happens every full moon night, not only in Tiruvannamalai, in all worldwide Kailasas. The services of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is being continuously acknowledged by international institutions, agencies, who are finding the increasing need for a consciousness-based life and lifestyle, and who are recognizing more than ever before that the science that is being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the key global solution and a one-stop shop solution for any problem faced either by individuals or at the global level. starting from global warming. The solution lies in Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its prescribed science of enlightened living, where individuals are made to flower with cosmic principles as their fundamentals of living, and through this, global changes start happening. Because it was a global enlightened civilization that existed before major invasions happened and destroyed it. Therefore, revival of that global enlightened civilization is the only solution for individual and global problems, for which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established a nation itself where the seed bank of Hinduism, with all its powerful teachings, techniques, and all of its sacred dimensions, can be preserved with its own universally endorsed legitimacy and offered to the world in a safe way, especially after the outbreak of the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. Decision makers and common man around the world have started moving towards consciousness-based living as the solution which will prevent further catastrophes and it will establish a peaceful world. Therefore, the Kailasa nation, established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and all of its socio-spiritual services aimed at this one goal of creating an enlightened, peaceful world, is becoming increasingly important and relevant in the lives of every individual. It is neither a luxury nor an option today. It is a bare necessity for each individual to start adopting cosmic principles as the fundamentals of living. Only then, true global peace is going to be achieved. And we are seeing in front of our own eyes the untiring services of Kailasa, of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, happening round the clock. This is only one location which we are watching live. Hundreds of locations around the world are offering these services undauntedly. For Thaipusam celebrations earlier this year, we had Annadhan, Aushadha Annadhan being served from 6 locations in Malaysia alone. Malaysia is known for its celebration and following of Lord Muruga, Lord Subramanya. Therefore, for Thaipusam, we had the Aushadha Annadhan being offered from 6 locations. And we witnessed just a couple of weeks ago on the grand occasion of Mahaparamashivratri here in Tiruvannamalai, the Aushadha Annadhan once again being served for over 24 hours to the Annamalaya devotees who were performing the Girivala. And today we're witnessing the full moon night celebrations happening in Tiruvannamalai. And even before the onset of the peak hours of Purnima, full moon night, we are watching the Aushadha Annadhan service commenced from 2 locations, 2 Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai. One at Adi Annamalai, which is located on the mountain path, and second on Tiruvudal Street, which is in the 6th circumambulation path around Arunachaleshwara. From the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, it is here, in this very home, which we are watching in front of our eyes, where this is the place where Bhagwan lived as a child during the first 17 years of his life. And the revival of the entire nation, Kailasa, and all its spiritual activities started here in his parental home. Every single aspect of revival, be it deity worship or the grand festivals of Hinduism, or the making of deities themselves, sculpting of deities, or the various publications with profound truths in them, or discourses, the global presidential addresses to humanity at large. Any aspect of the revival of Hinduism that you may take, which Bhagwan is doing today, He started it right here in his parental home on Tiruvudal Street. His first discourses were to his own beloved family members, friends, and relatives who gathered around him, even then, when he was just a child, to hear him, to listen to the sacred truths that he delivered, that he would hear through the discourses in the temple, which he would come back home and repeat verbatim. The grand Puranic stories of Ramayana and Mahabharata, he would come and repeat verbatim. And right from his family elders, they would sit around him and listen to him. These were the earliest discourses. The first publications of Kailasa again starts here from Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, Bhagwan's parental home, where he has the first set of handwritten books written by himself with all the sacred truths that he heard from all his gurus and ultimately from Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, his ultimate guru, Paramashiva himself. And it is here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started sculpting his first set of deities in less than 10 years of age on soapstone. And it is here that at 3 years of age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived deity worship in a large way, starting from his first deity, which was the deity of Ganesha, which was gifted to him by his own biological father, Sri Arunachala. And it is through this Ganesha deity that at the age of 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his first spiritual experience, the experience of Savikalpa Samadhi, which is oneness through a chosen deity form, where everything else disappears and you are in complete oneness with the chosen deity form. Immersing him in Savikalpa Samadhi, Lord Ganesha appeared and ate the food served by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at that tender age. And it is here in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, his very parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the celebrations of all the Hindu festivals as mainstream lifestyle. Every single day was celebration in this parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And witness to all his celebrations are the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai. The ground floor of this parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was rented out to various shop owners. And Bhagwan's biological family lived in the first floor of this home complex of Bhagwan, which is known as the AKS home complex. While his family lived on the first floor, the various tenants, the shop owners, lived in the ground floor, where we're seeing the Annadhan being served today. As Bhagwan's parental home has come back into the official fold of Kailasa, and therefore all Kailasa's social spiritual activities are being given right from his own parental home, which is the pride and privilege of the Kailasa sannyasis and volunteers today. Therefore, witness to all the celebrations of the child are the various shop owners who used to occupy this ground floor. They were an integral part of Bhagwan's celebrations and an integral part of his very biological family. They were included in all the happenings of the family. They were familiar with every single activity of Bhagwan during his childhood. And it is in this long corridor, which is a sacred 108 feet long, that Bhagwan would conduct his home processions for his home deities as a child. Up and down this 108 feet corridor, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a child has conducted his home temple processions. And the shop owners have seen this for years together, for over 15 years. And the entire townspeople are familiar with his home temple celebrations, as he would also take his deities out on Madaveedi alongside Annamalaya himself, the main Annamalaya deity in procession. He had his own small deities, his own Annamalaya deity, as a smaller version. He had his own handmade vehicle for his own Annamalaya deity, and he would conduct his own small royal processions alongside Annamalaya on Madaveedi. Therefore, the entire townspeople are so familiar with Bhagwan's celebrations as a child in his entire revival activities of Kailasa. And Bhagwan and his team of inspired Kailasa Sevaks used to be called fondly by the townspeople as the Swamiyar Goshti. Swamiyar meaning Swami, and Goshti meaning team. So it meant the Swami's team, which the entire townspeople was familiar with. Right from his childhood, the supreme part of Hinduism was addressed as Swami, even by his own biological parents. Such was the undeniable divinity he radiated from day one that prompted each and every one of his own hometown to address him as Swami, even when he was a child, including his gurus. So, in the fourth circumambulation path of the Arunachaleshwara temple, the supreme point of Hinduism had his rigorous yogic training with Sri Raghupati Yogi, and the pillars of the Kritika Mandapam, minus the 4 pillars which are against the wall, 32 pillars. Subramaniam Ayya, the garland maker of Arunachaleshwara temple, who is a witness who would stand and tie flowers in Kritika Mandapam, shares with us that there is not a single pillar which the supreme point of Hinduism has not climbed. Up and down the 32 pillars he would be made to climb by Raghupati Yogi. And this was the earliest version of Mallakamba Yoga, which is the traditional yoga performed on a pole. These 32 pillars of Kritika Mandapam are literally the poles where the supreme point of Hinduism did his Mallakamba Yoga. Subramanyamaya shares he even remembers the supreme point of Hinduism going upside down on these pillars, climbing them upside down, and sometimes with both hands free or one hand free. In sheer delight, the entire rigorous yogic training happened. There were days when Yogi Yogananda Puri would make the supreme point of Hinduism do the Surya Namaskar, the yogic sequence of 12 postures dedicated to the Sun Lord. It is called the Sun Salutation. And Sri Raghupati Yogi would tell Bhagwan, since it is the Surya Namaskar, we will have to do it from morning sunrise to evening sunset at the time the sun is out. Therefore, one of the rigorous training that Supreme Point of Hinduism would undertake is performing of the Surya Namaskar from sunrise to sunset. And Raghupati Yogi would also do the needful. If ever his body needed attention after performing the Surya Namaskar, he would carefully take him home and hand him over to his mother, who would also consult Sri Raghupati Yogi and give the kashayam, the traditional medicinal herbal drinks, to alleviate any sweet pain that Supreme Point of Hinduism experienced because of the rigorous yogic training. It is in this fashion that Sri Raghupati Yogi built the yogic body of the Supreme Point of Hinduism as the living manifestation of Paramashiva to be able to withstand the huge gush of cosmic energy that he embodies, which is like in the revelations of Supreme Point of Hinduism, where he says it is like bringing in 3-4 elephants into a small thatched roof hut. The hut is bound to collapse. Therefore, it is hugely significant. The preparation of the body of the incarnation of Paramashiva, the way it is prepared, is hugely significant for its ability to hold and transmit the divine energy to so many millions of individuals without collapsing. Therefore, the Supreme Point of Hinduism has time and again given his deepest gratitude to the ruthless yogic training he had in the hands of his yoga guru, Sri Yogi Yogananda Puri, who prepared him with holding the utmost responsibility as his yoga guru, knowing fully well that the Supreme Point of Hinduism is none other than the incarnation of Paramashiva. Raghupati Yogi played his role perfectly well as his yoga teacher, ruthlessly preparing his body, executing his responsibility, although and at the same time maintaining his undaunted silent devotion to his dear disciple as the incarnation of Paramashiva. It is here in Kritika Mandapam in Tiruvannamalai, inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, in its third circle around Arunachaleshwara, that this entire saga of yogic training happened. And Not just Subramanyamaya, the garland maker, but we have innumerable eyewitnesses. Sri Raghupati Yogi's own wife, Premavati Ammar, and his son, Bhupati, who have also given interviews, shared delightful memories how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would come home every day to their house, or Sri Raghupati Yogi would come to Bhagwan's home in Tribhuvan Street. And every single day Raghupati Yogi would hold the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his hand and take him to the Kritika Mandapam where the yoga lessons would start. And it is only after that that the rest of the day would carry on for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In this fashion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explored each science of Hinduism with a different guru in Tiruvannamalai. Yoga with Sri Yogi Yogananda Puri, the science of Aushadha, of using energized herbs for healing and enlightenment with Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, Siddha and Vedanta with Sri Sakhi Swamigal, and Tantra and Sri Vidya worship with Mata Vibhutananda Puri, and Advaita Bhakti with his own predecessor, Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal in the lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai, and the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kayakalpa with Sri Mauna Swami Narayana Swami, who is otherwise known as Malayuchi Mauna Swami, as he did on the slopes of Arunachala Hill in Tiruvannamalai, the great yogi who lived without food or water for years together and who could enter into yoga samadhi for over 3 months, to the extent that his disciples even thought he has left the body and were preparing to bury his body when Mata Vibhutananda Puri, Bhagwan's guru, rushed to the spot and demonstrated to the disciples that he is in yoga samadhi and he has not left his body. These were the great gurus and mutants of Tiruvannamalai who lived during the golden childhood years of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. And with each one of them, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored a Hindu science such as yoga, Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Advaita Bhakti, Nirahara Samyama, Kaya Kalpa, and so on. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism lived either in the temple or with his gurus or in his favorite meditation hangout spots all around Tiruvannamalai. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his childhood as the golden childhood, which was filled with these great superconscious mutants, his gurus, and the loving townspeople, and the dear Shivacharyas of the Arunachaleshwara temple. He describes his golden childhood as one that was surrounded by a 5-layer ecosystem. 5 layers of people surrounding him in his golden childhood. His first layer, his beloved gurus, who protected him completely from any gaslighting by society, who kept him grounded in the cosmic principles. Even before his individuality developed as a child, they instilled into him that he is indeed Paramashiva, and he is the manifestation of the profound cosmic principle called Paramashiva, and therefore he lived waking up to his Paramashivatva, to his incarnationhood from day one. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his gurus as the alarm clocks that he sent ahead of him to planet Earth to be ready and to ready the space to receive him, so he might be able to come and play the whole grand Leela, divine play, as the incarnation, as their disciple exploring these great Hindu sciences and carrying forth the mantle of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai, furthering the Guru Parampara, the Guru disciple lineage, reviving it in Tiruvannamalai. Inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, in the 3rd circumambulation path, we have the Jiva Samadhi of Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the beloved Guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara is Paramashiva himself. His Jiva Samadhi, where his energy is enshrined, is located at the 3rd circumambulation path inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. And it is here, at this Jiva Samadhi, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism held his first darshan, his first sight of his beloved Bhagwan, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, when he was around 10 years of age in the year 1988. He had his first darshan, his first glimpse of him as a young sadhu. Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara assumed the form of a young, radiant sadhu, a sannyasi, and gave him the first darshan. And for over a period of 9 months, Paramashiva demonstrated forever to humanity the ideal guru-disciple relationship through manifesting as the Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and as the disciple, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Both roles played by incarnations of Paramashiva. Paramashiva has established forever for humanity to understand the ideal Guru-disciple relationship. These glorious 9 months are described in the life stories, the biography of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it is also in the third circumambulation path inside the Arunachaleshwara temple that we have Unnamalai Amman's shrine, Devi shrine. And it is here in this shrine that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his darshan of Parashakti, Paramashiva Shakti, the consort of the Lord, as Devi Bhuvaneshwari. He had the darshan of the feminine energy as Devi Bhuvaneshwari inside the Annamalai Amman shrine, and he rushed back home and sculpted the deity form that he saw in his vision on the soapstone. And today, this deity, sculpted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is part of Kailasa's sovereign archives, and it receives worship till date from Bhagwan himself. Therefore, this third circumambulation path inside the Arunachaleshwara temple is as profoundly significant as other paths, if not more, because of the presence of the very Jiva Samadhi of Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the second circumambulation path inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, it is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would undauntedly attend the early morning Palli Elichi ritual of waking up Annamalayar ceremoniously, and the late night, the last ritual for the day, the Palli Arai ritual of ceremoniously putting the Lord and his consort to rest. These two rituals happened in the second circumambulation path, for which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was an unfailing participant. And in the first circumambulation path, which is just around the Annamalayar deity inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, the great Parama Advaita Anubhuti happened to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, gave him the profound experience of oneness from inside this very sanctum sanctorum. Therefore, from the first circumambulation path, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had this profound experience, the Parama Advaita Anubhuti, oneness with everything around him. Therefore, each of these 7 circumambulation paths around the main Arunachaleshwara Shivalinga, which is Paramashiva himself, all of these 7 paths hold glorious memories, spiritual, divine experiences of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you are continuing to watch the live relay from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, 2 Kailasa locations, one at Adi Annamalai and one on Tiruvudal Street in the heart of the town. And in both locations, the Aushadha Annadhan is being served. Free food infused with Aushadha, herbs for healing and enlightenment, and food cooked by infusing it with conscious energy.
मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि
You are watching the live relay from Tiruvannamalai from Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi and Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the two Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai where the Aushadha Annadhan, the free food service, food infused with conscious energy known as Aushadha food, is being served continuously to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating around Arunachala on the sacred full moon night, the Purnima night.
शम्भो शङ्कर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि
With the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, this Aushadha Annadhan Seva is being offered to the Annamalaya devotees in Tiruvannamalai, which is the very birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर
This Aushadha Annadhan, which is being offered to the Annamalaya devotees on the sacred occasion, is happening from two locations of Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, which is the 6th circumambulation path, the Tiruvural street, on which the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is located, and the 7th circumambulation path, which is the Girivala itself, which is the mountain path itself around Arunachala. You can see the Girivala path, the road, which is the mountain path road. You can see it on your screens where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening, as this food is being served from the temple monastery complex established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here on the mountain path itself. This campus was established on the 19th of April 2008 on the sacred occasion of Chitra Paurnami, a full moon night again. And ever since its establishment, this campus has been serving the people of Tiruvannamalai and the visitors to Tiruvannamalai. Tiruvannamalai is a spiritual tourism center where people come to receive the direct blessings of Paramashiva in the form of the hill Arunachala and in the form of the Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the temple, and to receive the blessings of the current incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. His immediate predecessors in this glorious unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva being Sri Yogiram Suratkumar Swamigal, Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, and Sri Sheshadri Swamigal, the great Pundi Mahan, and a host of superconscious mutants and enlightened beings who form the unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in the sacred land. And the second location where this Aushadha Annadhan is happening is on Tiruvural Street. It is happening right from the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he was born and lived the first 17 years of his life. Continuous darshan of Arunachala, the mountain form of Paramashiva, is available with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for humanity at large through the main YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. 24 hours of Arunachala Darshan, which is youtube.com/at Nithyananda TV. youtube.com/at Nithyananda TV. It is the blessing of Paramashiva that mere remembrance of him as Arunachala will liberate one. The scriptures describe it as Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam, which means Smaranat means remembrance, mere remembrance. Mukti is liberation, Arunachala. Mere remembrance of Arunachala liberates. That is the power of this sacred land of Tiruvannamalai, where mere remembrance of it liberates people. That is the power that Paramashiva has vested in this sacred land. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, makes available a host of means and methods and channels through which human beings, individuals can connect with the space of Paramashiva and receive his grace and blessings and nurture his space inside them as their own Paramashivatva, their own state of Paramashiva which they carry inside them. And towards this undaunted effort, the Supreme Pontiff towards this undaunted initiative, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives a host of services to humanity. This Aushadha Annadhan that we are watching now, live from Tiruvannamalai, is one of the non-stop services being offered to the people, where their souls are nourished day and night with this consciousness-infused food called Aushadha, where food is medicine and medicine is food. The food is prepared in a way where it has medicinal qualities and it is handled and served and prepared by people who live increasingly conscious lifestyle, who strive to continuously be on the path of consciousness, who have an enlightening lifestyle that starts right from the Brahma Muhurta, the early morning wee hours of the day, which is 1.5 hours before sunrise, which is 4:30 to 6 a.m. The Brahma Muhurta period, which is conducive for conscious growth, as revealed by our great ancestral rishis, as it is this lifestyle that they lived, and it is this lifestyle that just even a few generations earlier lived all over the world. In this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described how during his golden childhood he has seen the elders of the family, his extended family, friends and relatives, keep up unbroken Brahma Muhurta, waking up every single day without a break during this auspicious hour and commencing their day with puja, with worship, and conclude their day by reading a few verses from the great sacred scriptures in Tamil and Sanskrit. His own maternal grandfather, Sri Raja Mudaliyar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described the enlightening lifestyle of his grandfather, Sri Raja Mudaliyar, who belonged to the elite of Tiruvannamalai and who radiated the delightful divine dimensions of Tiruvannamalai as part of his own lifestyle. Sri Raja Mudaliyar was known for Annadhan, serving food to people. His household was ever open to anyone who wished to come and have their meal. And the women in the household were trained by Sri Raja Mudaliyar's wife, Yellamala, to keep up these core values which he cherished and serve the people food unquestioningly. People were free to walk into an allotted area in their home and they would simply be served food traditionally on a banana leaf by the women of the household. Sri Raja Mudalya was one of the key people in Tiruvannamalai during his heydays to keep up the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai in various ways, not just in the dimension of food, but in the dimension of devotion to Annamalayan, in the dimension of seamlessly weaving business and worship together, never compromising the latter. In fact, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his grandfather's lifestyle as how, during the peak festival seasons of Tiruvannamalai, people would simply know that Sri Raja Mudalya would not be in his shop, which was on Mandi Street in the heart of the marketplace. He was a rice merchant who fixed the very price of rice every morning with utmost integrity to the farmers and to the wholesale merchants who would pick it up from his shop. During these peak seasons, people would automatically know that they would not find Raja Mudaliyar in his shop. They would go straight to the Arunachaleshwara temple where he would be. And right there in the temple, they would finish the business deals with him. It was such a beautiful lifestyle where even the business deals were concluded in the temple because the temple remained uncompromising for them in their lifestyle. It is this temple-centric lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today. You can see Nithyananda Janmabhūmi KAILASA in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Tiruvannamalai on Tiruvural Street is now completely filled with the Annamalaya devotees to receive their Aushadha food. And you can see on the walls of Kailasa Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. On the walls, you can see the biographical panels describing the childhood days of Bhagwan in Tiruvannamalai with beautiful childhood portraits of Bhagwan. Every full moon night, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, through both these locations that you are seeing on your screens, serves food to close to 2 lakh people.
கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும் எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும் நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம் ஆனந்த
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, during his golden childhood here in Tiruvannamalai, has performed the Girivala under the guidance of his Guru, Mata Vibhutanandapuri. Every single day he would perform the Girivala all by himself, or sometimes he would inspire his friends and playmates to accompany him. And he would undauntedly go back to Mata Vibhutanandapuri and report to him what happened during the Girivala on that given day. It was during the period when he was continuously performing the Girivala every day that a profound spiritual happening took place right on this Girivala path, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as a young child, was performing the Girivala late in the night. It was almost near Amavasya, a new moon night. Therefore, there was not much light on the path. In those years, the Girivala mountain path was not the way we're seeing it today. It was more or less like a forest path with not much lighting. Therefore, it was almost pitch dark, and he was all alone walking around the hill. And he was reading verses from the Arunachala book, verses on Arunachala, written by the great saint Shivaya. He was looking down and walking along. Suddenly he looked up and saw a bunch of hyenas surrounding him and growling, waiting to pounce on him. Hyenas by themselves, if they are just as a single animal, they do not attack. But when they are in a pack, then they attack specifically young children. And the moment he beheld this scene in front of his eyes, from his hara, from his Swadhisthana chakra, which is the seat of the pure emotion, a primal scream was let out, calling out to his beloved Arunachala. And as he screamed out Arunachala, almost instantly, an old man appeared with a long stick and chased away the hyenas. And within a moment, before the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could even grasp the old man completely, both the hyenas and the old man disappeared in front of his own eyes. And he instantly understood that Arunachala himself appeared as the old man who had saved him. And that day he went back to Mata Vibhutanandapuri and shared with her this profound incident that saved his life. And his Guru, Mata Vibhutanandapuri, acknowledged to him that it was indeed Arunachala who appeared and disappeared mysteriously just to save his life. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism goes on further to reveal what happened after this incident, because every incident in the life of an incarnation is for us, humanity, to learn a lesson from. Otherwise, the incarnations come as the divine and leave as the divine. But Cosmos orchestrates several incidents in their lives just to teach us human beings lessons of various kinds. And through this hyena incident, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further reveals what happened, which holds the real lesson for us. When he narrated to his Guru, Mata Vibhutanandapuri, about how he was saved by Arunachala himself, she heard him out completely and said the next day promptly that he must go around the hill for that day. The Supreme Court of Hinduism was shocked and expected that she might not ask him to go around the hill because he had almost survived his life, saved only by Arunachala to this day. When she asked him to go around, he asked her, "What if the hyenas attack me today?" And she asked him back, "Will the hyenas attack you come every day?" To which he did not have a practical answer, so he kept quiet and went home to his mother, Ma Lokanayaki, and shared this entire incident with her. Supreme Court of Hinduism describes his mother, Ma Lokanayaki, as the perfect nexus with his gurus in ensuring that he radiates his Paramashiva. She promptly heard what his guru had said, and when he asked her the same question, "What if hyenas come every day? What if hyenas attack me today?" she said, "If hyenas come every day, Arunachala also will come every day. You can go around the hill." The Supreme Court of Hinduism unfolds the lesson from this incident to us, humanity. He explains beautifully that if he had not gone the next day on Girivala, he would have remained an ordinary human being with one spiritual experience of Arunachala himself coming and saving him. But because he went the following day and every day following that, he blossomed into a complete spiritual being with one human experience of letting out the primal scream from his hara, Swadhisthana Chakra. This is the way the Supreme Court of Hinduism unfolds this beautiful incident where Arunachala himself appeared and saved his life, and how we should not be stuck because of one incident in our life and shrink from life itself by avoiding everything to do with it. We should simply expand and flow with life, which will ultimately take us beyond all our base emotions and make us live like gods on the planet. It is on this Girivala path that this incident happened during the golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Every inch on the streets of Tiruvannamalai, every nook of the quiet stone corners of the Arunachaleshwara temple, and every single shrine in Tiruvannamalai holds cherished memories in the childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The sadhus, the sannyasis of Tiruvannamalai receive their everyday Annadhan, everyday free food from the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai, where the everyday Aushadha Annadhan happens. It is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that everywhere Kailasas are located all over the world, the people living around Kailasa should not feel the need to light their own home kitchen fire, as they should know that they can come directly into the Kailasas and receive their meals anytime they wish to have. Executing this responsibility, this vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are the sannyasis and devotees worldwide, manning the different Kailasas, who reside in the different Kailasas and run the food temples, the Nithyananda Annalayas. Annalaya means food temple. They serve food undauntedly to the people in the vicinity, to the people who come to visit the Kailasa temples, to the people who congregate for the grand Hindu festivals that happen in the neighborhood. Temple.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க தியானத்தை செய்ய மானம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்து விடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க
The people of Tiruvannamalai know that it is from Bhagwan's own hands that they are receiving the food, through the extended hands of his devotees. They can feel the very love of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for them as his own beloved people, through this service that he does for them undauntedly. We invite our viewers who are watching this live relay from Tiruvannamalai to continue to be tuned with us live, for the celebrations are going to continue every single day. Now we are celebrating the full moon, the Purnima celebrations, through this non-stop marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva, and to conducting the Kalpataru one-day meditation program in Tiruvannamalai, right here at KAILASA Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, located on a mountain path where you are seeing the Aushadha Annadhan being served. And following this itself will extend over the next 30 hours. And following it late tonight, at around midnight, we will be having the Panguni Uttiram celebrations, where in Tiruvannamalai, the Annamalayar and Annamalayamman grand marriage ceremony will be conducted by the Shivacharyas, the temple priests of Arunachaleshwara temple, and all Kailasa temples worldwide. We will be witnessing the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, which is the divine marriage ceremony of all the main celestial couples, starting from Paramashiva, Meenakshi, all the celestial couples, Valli, Muruga, Devayani. We will be witnessing, and it is the special blessing of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that those who merely witness this marriage ceremony, the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, will receive as prasada the deep completion in their inner space, the deep fulfillment, conflict-free completion space inside them. And following this marriage ceremony at midnight, in Tiruvannamalai, Annamalayar and Annamalayan themselves will come in procession around the Madaveedi in the 4 streets surrounding the temple. And they will therefore be coming on Tiruvudal Street, which is one of the 4 legs of the Madaveedi, where Bhagwan's parental home is located, where we're watching the Aushadha Annadhan being served. And we will witness the offering of the Mandagappadi by the sannyasis of Kailasa to Annamalaya, right at the doorstep of Bhagwan's parental home, when Annamalaya comes in procession. Mandagappadi is the offering of the robes for the Lord, fruits, flowers, garlands, incense, camphor, oil, wick, coconuts. All items used in worship of the Lord is offered as Mandagappadi to the Lord when he steps out on the streets in procession. The Supreme Court of Hinduism has revived offering Mandagappadi to the Lord as a mainstream lifestyle, where not only in Tiruvannamalai, in all Kailasas worldwide, when their main temple, neighborhood temple deity steps out in procession, Kailasa is ready with the Mandagappadi. So we will be witnessing this live today from Tiruvudal Street at the doorstep of Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of Bhagwan. And after this, on the 25th, which is tomorrow, we will just continue the celebrations and witness the celebrations of Holi, one of the most delightful Hindu festivals, celebrating the energy of Bhagwan Sri Krishna.
எதிர்காலம் தன்னை நீயே செய்கிறாய் இருக்கமதை मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शम्भो शङ्करा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्तउदार
On this sacred occasion of full moon, Purnima, the one-day meditation program, the Kalpataru meditation program, is being offered with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here in Tiruvannamalai for the Annamalayar devotees. And today, as we speak, the Kalpataru program has already started. It is happening here in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening at Annadhan. Acharyas, teachers initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are facilitating this Kalpataru program. The participants will be initiated into the science of Kalpataru and they will be initiated with the Samaya Diksha. The science of Kalpataru is the science of manifesting what we want in our life as a reality. In the Hindu tradition, we not only worship God, we achieve the ultimate realization that we have God within us, that we ourselves are Paramashiva. That is the ultimate teaching and ultimate aim of Hinduism, to introduce us to us as Paramashiva. Hindu tradition, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the only tradition that introduces you to you as the most powerful being, Paramashiva. And through this powerful introduction, the whole context is set for every being right at a young age. And from this, each individual is led to live a powerful life, manifesting what they want as a reality in their own life. This is the science of Kalpataru, coupled with the Samaya Diksha, where Samaya Diksha opens up the space, awakens the space of Paramashivatva in us, the space of Paramashiva in us. Through his powerful initiation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism awakens this space in each being. This is the first level initiation in the authentic Shaivite tradition, where the being is connected to Paramashiva's space within him or her. And through this, each being starts living powerfully like Paramashiva himself, manifesting what they want as reality in their life. And today is this powerful Kalpataru program happening in Tiruvannamalai and world over through two-way video conferencing with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram. Every full moon night during the Purnima celebrations, along with the Aushadha Annadhan Seva, which is the service of food charity to the large gathering of Annamalaya devotees in Tiruvannamalai. The Kalpataru program is also offered. The sannyasis and volunteers of Kailasa work untiringly to offer these various social spiritual services to the Annamalaya devotees every full moon night here in Tiruvannamalai. Not only that, the everyday Annadhan happens in Tiruvannamalai for the sadhus and sannyasis and citizens of Tiruvannamalai who reside permanently in Tiruvannamalai. The everyday Annadhan food service happens from Bhagwan's parental home on Tirumural Street as well as from the campus on the mountain path at Adiyannamalai.
चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा 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 அலகோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில்
As per the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, distributing free food to one and all is one of the 5 main pillars of Kailasa. Food is an important component of our lives. Majority of the human population eats at least 3 times a day. And whose food, thought currents, and intention or sankalpa goes into making the food and serving it, that intention enters the consciousness of the person eating it and starts manifesting. This is the science of Aushadha, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the food is infused with the conscious energy of the ingredients known as Aushadha for healing and enlightenment, and therefore the food itself becomes medicine. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained this truth, that it is the food that we take that builds our very character and our consciousness. He explains this time and again through the incident in the Mahabharata, where Bhishma Pita is about to leave his body after the onset of Uttarayana Punyakala, and Yudhishthira, the eldest amongst the Pandava brothers, comes to reveal his blessings to run the kingdom of the Pandavas. And at that time, Bhishma Pita gives him a long lesson on the Rajaniti, how to run the kingdom. And when it comes to the chapter on women's rights and freedom, Draupadi, the wife of the Pandava brothers, is unable to control herself and starts laughing. Bhishma asks her why she is laughing, and she replies, "Oh grandfather, sorry, but I am not able to control myself. But what happened to all your laws and your knowledge and teachings when I was abused by Duryodhana and Duschadana who were disrobing me in your court? Why did you not open your mouth and say even one or two words to them? Bhishmapita replies, O my daughter, understand, from whoever you eat, from whose hands you take your food, you imbibe their quality. Duryodhana is the king. I cannot speak anything against him. I could have at least walked out of the court to show that I was not happy with the whole thing. But when you eat somebody's food, when you are taken care by somebody, when your basic food is supplied by somebody, you imbibe their quality. That is why in the Vedic tradition they say you should eat Guru's food because you will imbibe his quality. Bhishmapita continues to explain how Bhagwan Sri Krishna took away all the blood that was in his body created from Duryodhana's food by piercing it with the arrows of Arjuna. And now only the bone and bone marrow given by his parents is left, and therefore he has regained his knowledge of right and wrong, the Rajaniti, knowledge of ruling the kingdom. Therefore, food plays a very important role in the way we exist, our very qualities. Consciousness, our own consciousness, is nurtured by the right kind of food. And food also affects the way, impacts the way how we experience ourselves, how we experience God, and how we experience the world at large, and most importantly, how others experience us. The science of Aushadha is one of the oldest Hindu sciences, tradition, and lifestyle. The Supreme Court of Hinduism was revealed on the 4th of November 2018. How the science of Aushadha wakes you up literally, physically. The Supreme Court of Hinduism explains that the mind is established on the brain. It uses the brain to cognize and operate. The physical size and shape and capabilities of the brain matter. When you want to live a responsible, mature mental life. When you eat Aushadha food, there will not be any conflict between body and mind because the brain's growth will be so complete. It will be able to hold the highest cognitions of the mind's maturity. But when you eat altered food, you develop a certain lifestyle, a set of diseases, mental patterns, and you start needing medical attention for almost your entire life. Because of the food-like products consumed today, the brain's capabilities in general, the human being brain's capabilities, has been drastically brought down. And when we consume these food-like products, we develop a deep tiredness in our body. It is like we're every day beaten and put to sleep. The boredom invoked in our mind is just because of the food. And what this Aushadha food does is it clears the parasites that are built in your system due to non-organic, unnatural, toxic food. The Annamalaya devotees here in Tiruvannamalai are continuing to come to the two Kailasa locations of Tiruvallur Street and Adi Annamalai and receiving their Aushadha food and relaxing, having their food and moving on in the Girivala around Arunachala. The walk around the mountain path of 14 kilometers on this sacred occasion of Guru Purnima. On the sacred occasion of the full moon night, Purnima.
காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும் எண்ணத்தீரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும் நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷ வாகன தரிசனம் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷ வாகன தரிசனம் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம்
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how Aushadha infused food infused with ingredients, herbs for healing and enlightenment, food infused with a conscious energy. How such food expands our very body and brain to hold the space of Mahasadashiva in us. Mahasadashiva is the glorious form of Paramashiva with 25 faces and 75 eyes, including the third eye, and 50 hands. This Aushadha based food simply expands our body and brain to hold the space of Mahasadashiva inside us. It heavily, intensely opens up and awakens the fire of Mahasadashiva in us for us to manifest the spiritual powers of Paramashiva for which we are hardwired. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously serves Aushadha Annadhan food worldwide, thus bringing the living enlightenment software and its principles into the very food that is being served. So anyone who consumes this food starts radiating and manifesting the very cosmic principles as a reality in their life. Food charity is a sacred spiritual service in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, unmatched in quantity and quality in any other culture of the world. So much of free food is not offered in any other culture in the world. Anywhere congregations happen, festivals happen, free food is served. At around just 5 years of age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began worshipping the deity of Annapurna, the goddess of food. It was gifted to him by Sri Rajamudaliyar, his own maternal grandfather. Sri Rajamudaliyar, during one of his trips to Kashi, Varanasi, brought back this deity of Annapurna from Kashi for his beloved grandson, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kashi, Varanasi is the home of Annapurna Devi, the goddess of food. Today, this Annapurna Devi, worshipped by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism right from his childhood, is part of the sovereign archives of Kailasa and is revered by the millions of followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as part of the Pushpa Samadhi in Hindu tradition, items touched and used by the great incarnations of the Lord. are revered as Pushpa Samadhi. They are preserved and displayed for the benefit of humanity, for the public at large to come and have darshan of these items, for them to receive the blessings through these items, as they still carry the energy of the incarnation in them. These are the Pushpa Samadhi items of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலஞ்சாவும் கூடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலஞ்சாவும் கூடும்
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. The life of these great incarnations is orchestrated perfectly by the cosmos for the purpose of their mission on planet Earth. The very family chosen as the biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is one of the most devout families of Tiruvannamalai, one of the families most devoted and dedicated to Paramashiva, to Annamalai, Sri Rajamudaliyar. His devotion, his dynamism in his business acumen is as keen as his devotion to Annamalai. It is through the biological family, and especially through his maternal grandfather, Sri Rajamudaliyar, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism fulfilled the revival of the mission of Kailasa in this component, in this dimension of serving Aushadha food to the people. Sri Rajamudaliyar's household was known for Annadhan, free food service, food charity, to not only the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, but to all the visitors who came into Tiruvannamalai. His household was known for feeding people, and people were not required to fix any appointment prior to their coming. They could simply walk into his house on Kannikovil Street. Today it is called the Rajarajan Street. They could simply walk into his household, and the women, the daughters-in-law of the family, were trained by Yellammal, wife of Sri Rajamudaliyar, maternal grandmother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to feed people unquestioningly. The moment people walked into the allotted area in the house for the Annadhan, for the food service, the women of the family would simply spread a banana leaf and serve food in a traditional way on the banana leaf. Therefore, his household was known not just for serving people, but also for serving all other beings. Till date, we will find large stone vessels outside the home of Sri Rajamudaliyar on Kannikovil Street. And Sri Rajamudaliyar would fill this with water and with different types of grains and feed for cows, goats, horses, the stray dogs, all the animals and birds on the streets were welcome to come and have their food and quench their thirst through the stone bowls placed outside his home. Therefore, Rajamudaliyar's household was known for feeding human beings and all other beings, and not only that. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his own beloved biological mother, Ma Lokanayaki, and his own beloved paternal grandmother, Anasuya Amma, were also known for their quality of feeding people. Lokanayaki Amma would unquestioningly just pack in a tiffin carrier and give to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism whatever he wanted every day to feed the sadhus. He would just simply have to tell her, I want food to feed the sadhus. And she would unquestioningly pack the food for him and tell him to take it when he steps out of the house. And similarly, Anasuya Ammal, the paternal grandmother of the supreme fount of Hinduism. The supreme fount of Hinduism recalls his paternal grandmother, Anasuya Ammal, relating with all the birds and animals outside. And she would even go out of her way to take any stray dogs that might be hurt to the hospital and restore their body back for them. She was a being who could relate with all other beings and who fed them, who never had a meal without feeding others. And from whom the Supreme Fount of Hinduism says he imbibed the quality of always ensuring others are fed before he has his meal, which we as disciples have seen every single day. Whenever we are around the Supreme Fount of Hinduism, either in the Kailash courtyard or in the grand meditation halls of Adi Kailasa or anywhere in the world, it is our personal first-hand experience that any time the Supreme Fount of Hinduism is going to have a meal, which itself is very rare, he will always first ensure that we disciples who are sitting around him have first had our food. He will inquire and request that food be served to us all the same once again, and only then he will have his meal. The Supreme Fount of Hinduism explains how the very ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai had such quality beings who lived during the 1980s, when during his golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai, and how their supreme qualities were automatically imbibed by the children in the house. How just by their living example they educated the next generations. And this is the ecosystem that the Supreme Fount of Hinduism is reviving today as the mainstream lifestyle quality of beings of Kailasa. Through Kailasa, the only Hindu nation that is now established by the Supreme Fount of Hinduism, this is the lifestyle that he is reviving for humanity at large, where the quality of the beings plays a major role in forming the ecosystem, where the supreme qualities are radiated by the human beings. Therefore, even during his childhood years, before he could start his own food charity services individually, by choosing the most devout family with the highest family values, traditions, and principles, the Supreme Fount of Hinduism perfectly orchestrated the revival of Kailasa and made it happen beautifully through his own maternal grandfather, through his own biological mother, through his own paternal grandmother, Anasuya Ammal, and members of the extended family who were all tuned in to these four family values. And we have witnessed one of the most enduring occasions in the history of Kailasa, where way back in the year 2007, Sri Raja Mudalyar, on the 1st of Jan 2006, Sri Raja Mudalyar was a recipient of the Ananda Sevak Award of Kailasa, which he received from the hands of Sri Shivapuri Mahaswamiji of Karnataka from the Omkara Hills, who was one of the senior most Swamis of Karnataka, who was extremely dear to the Supreme Fount of Hinduism and who guided the mission in the initial years and who was profoundly inspired by the Supreme Fount of Hinduism in what he had achieved in just the first decade of establishing Adi Kailasa in Bangalore. Sri Raja Mudalyar received the Ananda Sevak Award from Sri Shivapuri Mahaswamiji, and it is one of the most endearing sights for Kailasians to see his very own maternal grandfather receiving the Kailasa Award on the occasion of the Supreme Fount of Hinduism's Jayanti celebrations, birthday celebrations. Therefore, Sri Raja Mudalyar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Fount of Hinduism, has played a vital role through his extremely unassuming lifestyle in Tiruvannamalai, so naturally keeping up the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, just with the core values he held as his very breath. Till his last breath, he lived those core values and left an ecosystem to which he has profoundly contributed. throughout his life. He reached Tiruvannamalai as a young boy. He walked all alone from his native town to Tiruvannamalai as both his parents departed early from his life. He was brought up by relatives, and he walked all the way from his neighboring native village to Tiruvannamalai as a young child. And he started his career by carrying rice bags on his back and earning a few pennies for it. And from there, he graduated to writing the books of accounts for the Natakote Nagarathar families, who are known for their rich heritage and flourishing business. And from there, he finally set up his own rice merchandise, and he became the key controlling element in the rice market in Tiruvannamalai. And he was elected as the president of the General Trading Merchant Association of Tiruvannamalai, under whose joyful leadership functioned for a few years. Shiraju Mudaliar is a powerful expression of piety and leadership, and the core values that he radiated in his life, like integrity, charity, spontaneous charity, and service to the people, offering donations to anyone who approached him for any noble cause, and one whose life never retired, never settled down, who worked holding the keys of his office, of his shop on Mandi Street in Tiruvannamalai till his very last breath, who never retired from life, who lived a life of extreme activism, both in the areas of his business and in the area of devotion and service to Annamalayar and the people of Tiruvannamalai, and who was almost never hospitalized except on two occasions, the second occasion being when he actually left his body. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has recalled the life of his grandfather, Sri Raja Mudaliar, so often during the global presidential addresses to help us understand the qualities of human beings that made up the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared as the model ecosystem of Kailasa. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa is Tiruvannamalai born bright, where he explains the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai on a large scale, on a global level, is what is the Kailasa nation, where such quality of human beings exist, and where the superconscious mutants, his own beloved gurus of Tiruvannamalai, are once again incarnating as the current day individuals, as power manifestors, as gurus who will lead the further generations. Therefore, it is this ecosystem of this holy land, Tiruvannamalai, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today as a nation of Kailasa. Tiruvannamalai was established by Paramashiva himself eons ago, when he incarnated in his first incarnation form as Lingodbhava here in Tiruvannamalai. He assumed the form of a huge infinite light shaft whose ends can never be seen or known. And he took this incarnation form, which is worshipped today as Lingodbhava, to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Vishnu. They had a dispute as to who is the greater of them. And to resolve this, Paramashiva took his first incarnation form here in the sacred land of Tiruvannamalai as Lingodbhava. And he asked them, and he told them that whichever of them finds either of his two ends first would be considered the greater of the two. Therefore, Lord Brahma assumed the form of a swan and started flying upwards to find the head of Paramashiva, and Vishnu assumed the form of a boar and started moving, digging downwards to the earth to find the lower end of Paramashiva, while the truth remained that neither of the ends could ever be found, as Paramashiva is standing as an infinite column of light. And ages later, Lord Vishnu realizes before Lord Brahma that he will never be able to find the lower end of Paramashiva, and therefore he surrenders at his feet and says that it is the cosmic principle, the ultimate cosmic principle, which is Paramashiva himself, which is the most supreme. And that is a lesson he has learned. And that wealth or material comfort or material or matter, which Lord Vishnu represents, he is the Lord of wealth, he is the Lord of matter. He realizes that there is something that wealth or matter cannot get us. There is something beyond wealth or matter. That is the ultimate cosmic principle, Paramashiva. He receives this profound understanding and surrenders at the feet of Paramashiva. Whereas Lord Brahma, who is the presiding Lord of knowledge, who is the presiding Lord of the mind, therefore the presiding Lord of the very logic itself, which doesn't surrender so easily, continues to fly upwards. And as he is flying upwards, he comes across a flower that is falling downwards. He catches the flower. The flower is the Talampu, called the stupine flower. And he asks the flower, "Where are you coming from?" The flower replies, "I am falling from Paramashiva's head. He kept me near his ear." Brahma immediately asked the flower, "Then will you do me a favor? I will take you to Paramashiva and you can tell him that I actually reached his head and you are the witness for it." And the flower, not wanting to disappoint Lord Brahma, who is the Lord of creation itself, agreed. And they went to the court of Paramashiva, who in just one moment knew the truth. And he told the flower that because the flower came as a false witness to Brahma's lie that he had found the head of Paramashiva, the flower would no more be used in his worship. The flower Talampu would never be used in his worship, in the worship of Shiva, in Shiva temples anymore. And he told Lord Brahma that because of the lie he had uttered, he who represents the mind will become the most untrustworthy source for people. The mind will never be a measuring scale for anything in the world. And this truth remains till date, where the mind can never be used as a measuring scale for anything. And he also says, after Lord Brahma pleaded with him for forgiveness, he said that Brahma will never be worshipped as an independent deity in any temple. There will not be any temple dedicated to Lord Brahma, and instead Brahma will stand where the sacred waters of the holy bath of Paramashiva, of the main Shiva deity in the temple, falls, near the Gomukh, and he will stand there filling his kamandalu with the sacred waters, what is called the Charanamrita. The Charana Amrita means the Amrita, the nectar water that has washed the feet of the Lord. And he will fill his kamandalu, his water pot from which he does the whole of creation, and he will continuously restore himself. And therefore, you will find in all Shiva temples around the world, at the spot of the Gomukh, which is the spout through which Paramashiva's sacred holy water, bath water comes out and falls, right at that spot you will find Lord Brahma standing with his kamandalu, symbolically representing filling his kamandalu and performing the whole of creation from the water inside it. This is the story of the happening of Lingodbhava. This is how Paramashiva took his first incarnation form, worshipped as the deity Lingodbhava, and therefore in all Shiva temples around the world you will find the Lingodbhava deity right behind the main Shivalinga on the outer wall of the first circumambulation path. And as a continuation of this historic happening of Paramashiva here in Tiruvannamalai, Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu request Paramashiva to continue to remain in this land and guide humanity and enlighten them like how he had enlightened both of them. And Paramashiva heeds to their promise, heeds to their request, and gives a threefold promise to humanity. The first form he takes to forever remain here in Tiruvannamalai as a guiding force is the Arunachala hill. He assumes the form of the magnificent Arunachala hill. And to this, his devotees sweetly lament, "O Paramashiva, if you are in this hill form, how can we do the everyday worship to you, the ritualistic worship? Only the rain can shower Abhishekam, holy bath to you, and only the stars can be the pearl garland showering on you. How can we offer ritualistic worship to you?" And therefore Paramashiva unfolds the second promise to humanity, and he assumes the form of the Shiva Linga, which is worshipped today as the Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai. And this he does to facilitate, to enable human beings to offer ritualistic worship to him every day. And leading to the further request, as he should be available here as a guru who interacts with people, who guides them personally in their lives. In human form, he heals to them and unfolds his third promise to humanity, that he will forever be in Tiruvannamalai as the incarnation through an unbroken lineage of incarnations. Therefore, Tiruvannamalai boasts of an unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva till date. The current living manifestation of Paramashiva being the supreme font of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. His immediate predecessors in this unbroken lineage are Sri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal, who was the guiding force for humanity from Tiruvannamalai during his period as the living energy of Paramashiva, and preceding him, Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, who established an ecosystem that is still alive today, and his predecessor, Sri Seshadri Swamigal, who was known as the Tanga Kai or golden hand that simply healed anyone that it touched. Sri Seshadri Swamigal is known for his most peculiar and strange ways of healing people, unfailing ways of healing them, where he would simply pick up some cow dung and fling it on people, and whoever it touches would be healed. Such is the greatness and the unabashed ways in which these great incarnations manifested the powers of Paramashiva. Therefore, it is here in Tiruvannamalai that the first incarnation of Paramashiva happened as Lingodbhava. Therefore, the Mahaparamashiva Ratri, which is the very night where the energy of Lingodbhava happened eons ago, is celebrated extremely grandly in the Arunachaleshwara temple and the Kailasa temples here in Tiruvannamalai. And we witnessed just a couple of weeks ago during this Mahaparamashivaratri occasion, where this Aushadha Annadhan was once again served non-stop through the night to Annamalaya devotees who circumambulated Arunachala on the sacred occasion. Circumambulating Arunachala on the night of Shivaratri is extremely auspicious, as the Arunachala hill is the very happening of Paramashiva in the historic story of the happening of Lingodbhava. Therefore, it is the time, the auspicious time, when the energy of Lingodbhava is closest to the planet Earth, happening at that time, and therefore millions of Paramashiva devotees stay awake during the entire night and remain in constant remembrance of Paramashiva and harness this energy which is happening on that particular night, where the entire nature, Prakriti, supports the enlightenment of human beings during this night, as it is the celebration of the happening of Lingodbhava and the supreme font of Hinduism. Throughout the night, guides the whole of humanity, making himself available on all the platforms possible on social media and mainstream media, guiding humanity through the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan initiation, awakening of the Kundalini energy through the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan meditation, and personally guiding each individual through this powerful Diksha, initiation of the Kundalini energy, and through powerful cognitions through his global presidential address on the sacred occasion. And we were extremely fortunate this year to once again be part of this live relay from Kailasa, where as the living energy of Paramashiva, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, radiated the energy of Lingodbhava for humanity at large and handheld us through the Diksha initiation to awaken our Kundalini Shakti. As we speak, we continue to witness the Aushadha Annadhan being served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai at two locations, from Tiruvural Street, which is the parental home of Bhagwan, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, and from Adiyannamalai, which is the temple monastery established by the supreme pontiff of Hinduism on the mountain path. And we are seeing the steady increase in numbers of the Annamalaya devotees as we are slowly moving into the full moon night, Paurnami. And the sannyasis and volunteers of Kailasa, with the grace and blessing of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, are untiringly preparing and serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalai devotees. It was in the year 2002 that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism officially established the Nithyananda Annalaya, which is the Kailasa's food temples around the world. And this sacred happening took place in Tiruvannamalai on the most auspicious occasion of Kartika Deepam, which is the flagship festival of Tiruvannamalai, where the entire temple town is lit with a grand light celebrating the happening of Paramashiva as Lingodbhava, where the one became many, which is symbolized by the lighting of the one lamp inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, which take the form of 5 lamps, each lamp representing one of the faces of Sadashiva. 5 faces of Sadashiva representing creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting into delusion, and giving liberation. These 5 phases, which is also the 5 cosmic tasks performed by Paramashiva, are represented as 5 lamps which are lit inside the sanctum of the Arunachaleshwara temple and brought out and lit, invoking the bioenergy of Paramashiva in the shrine of each and every deity in the Arunachaleshwara temple. And this is lit as lamps in the household of every single devotee of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai and world over. This is the celebration of Kartika Deepam, celebration of the one becoming many, which is the happening of Lingodbhava, when the formless decided to descend into form and become many. And during this auspicious Kartika Deepam, way back on the 19th of November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led a small group of devotees on a pilgrimage to Tiruvannamalai to celebrate Kartika Deepam, and he imparted to them powerful cognitions and teachings on the sacred occasion, and he himself cooked and served food to them. This is the first occasion when officially on a pilgrimage, continuously the Nithyananda Annalaya started functioning, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself cooked and served the food. No doubt, the earlier year of 2001 itself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had started the Annadhan through KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, the first Kailasa established by him. But as an official launch of Nithyananda Annalaya, which serves food continuously through all programs, functions, and yatras, it was on this sacred occasion of 19th November 2002 that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism officially launched the Nithyananda Annalaya in his very birthplace here in Tiruvannamalai. And this happened in Pavalakundru, the place of experience of enlightenment of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he was 12 years of age. Pavalakundru is a small hillock. It's called the Coral Hillock in Tiruvannamalai. And it is here in Pavalakundru that Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself attained her oneness with Paramashiva, which is also celebrated on this Kartika Deepam day. On this very day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the year 2002 led a small group of devotees and staying in the ashram in the first Kailasa built for him by his gurus in Pavalakkundru, spearheaded by Mata Vibhutanandapuri. He stayed in Pavalakkundru with a small group of devotees and witnessed the lighting of the lamp atop the Arunachala hill on this auspicious occasion of Kartika Deepam, and imparted to them profound teachings, and officially launched the Nithyananda Annalaya, himself cooking and serving the food. And we have delightful photographs of Bhagwan, the Supreme Font of Hinduism, himself serving food to his devotees inside the historic first Kailasa, built for him by his gurus in Pavalakkundru, which today is the place of everyday worship, where the sannyasis of Kailasa offer everyday worship to the sacred rock, the Paramashiva Shila, on which the Supreme Font of Hinduism was seated when he had his enlightenment experience at 12 years of age. Therefore, Nithyananda Annalaya, Kailasa's food temple, has its official launch on the 19th of November 2002 by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and henceforth has been serving unimaginable amount of Aushadha food to humanity at large through all the Kailasas worldwide. And there are ever so many recordings where those who serve food at the Nithyananda Annalaya have always experienced that the food is always overflowing in abundance, regardless of any shortages that might be faced in the neighborhood. And the Annadatas, who are the people who lead these Nithyananda Annalayas, have experienced so many miracles where, despite shortages, the food is continuing to flow in abundance. And the energy of Annapurna Devi, the presiding goddess of food in the Hindu tradition, expresses herself completely, manifests in the form of the Supreme Font of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, fulfilling the hungry stomachs of millions every day. And we had a beautiful occasion in the year 2014 when the Mahant of the Annapurna temple in Kashi, Varanasi, Sri Rameshwara Ji, declared that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was indeed the son of Annapurna Devi. Annapurna Devi has graced him. And it was remarkable and no simple matter that a saint who was worshipped his entire life, Annapurna Devi, his whole life, would be moved by the colossal work of the Supreme Font of Hinduism and declared him as a very extension. Continuing, carrying on this divine vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi and Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram here in Tiruvannamalai continuously nourish the body and soul of the devotees of Arunachaleshwara Paramashiva through the sacred offering of Aushadha Annadhan, as it continues to flow through day and night, as we will be witnessing firsthand through this live relay from Tiruvannamalai. It is already over 5 hours, 5 to 6 hours since the Aushadha Annadhan commenced at both the locations here in Tiruvannamalai, and we will be seeing it flowing over the next 30 hours non-stop. Kailasa Tiruvannamalai is the only location in Tiruvannamalai which serves food over such an extended period of time, non-stop, during every Purnima night, full moon night celebrations. Of course, the everyday Annadhan also happens in both the locations in Tiruvannamalai for the sadhus, sannyasis and citizens of Tiruvannamalai. Parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Thiruvural Street, is where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening as one of the two locations, and we can see it is completely filled at the moment with steadily increasing numbers of Annamalaya devotees as they commence their Girivala right next to the temple. Rural Street is just next to the temple on the southern side. All 7 circumambulation paths around the Arunachaleshwara temple are part of the temple. The first 5 paths are inside the 9 lofty temple towers, while the 6th and the 7th path are outside of it. And on the 6th circumambulation path is located Bhagwan's parental home, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening today. And later tonight, at 12 a.m., we are going to be witnessing the grand marriage ceremony of Annamalayar and Unnamalai Amman on the occasion of Panguni Uttiram, which will happen inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, and all Kailasa temples worldwide will be celebrating this. We will be witnessing the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, which is the marriage ceremony of all the celestial couples, the main celestial couples, and they will be showering their energy on us through this most unique and rare celebration with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. And it is the blessed prasada of this divine marriage ceremony declared by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that we will be receiving as the prasada of the ceremony, the very space of completion within us. Merely by witnessing this divine marriage ceremony, the very space of completion will be established in us to help us merge in oneness with Paramashiva, the entire cosmos with all of its beings. That is the prasada given to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through this divine marriage ceremony, which we will be witnessing tonight at 12 a.m. Indian Standard Time. We request each and every one of you to stay tuned in, to not only watch this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva and absorb the energy and space of Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala through this live relay, but also to tune in to the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, to witness the celestial marriage ceremony and to receive the prasada of completion inside you. And as a continuation of the Hindu celebrations, we will be tuning in to the live holy celebrations tomorrow, the 25th. We invite you to continue to remain tuned in, where with the least effort on our individual part, with the most minimum effort on our individual part, we receive the most profound spiritual gifts from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for our superconscious breakthrough. Merely by remaining in this live channel, we continue to receive powerful dikshas, initiations, blessings and grace that will keep us in our path to enlightenment, that will awaken in us the space of Paramashiva and enable us to live an enlightening life and lifestyle. As the Aushadha Annadhan Seva is happening non-stop from the 2 Kailasa locations, and as the Kalpataru one-day meditation program is happening in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram on the mountain path where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening, the sannyasis and devotees are also preparing to receive Annamalayar and Unnamalai Amman on Tiruvural Street at the very doorstep of Kailasa Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, Bhagwan's parental home, where after the grand marriage ceremony, the Lord and his consort will embark on the grand procession on the Madaveedi the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple, and they will receive the Mandagapadi from their ardent devotees. The Mandagapadi is the offering of all the worship items used for the Lord, like his robes, the flower garlands, the coconuts, the incense, the sandal paste, the vermilion, all worship items that are used for the Lord are offered to him as Mandagapadi when he reaches the devotees at their very doorsteps on the streets. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived this tradition of offering Mandagapadi to the Lord as a mainstream lifestyle, where all the Kailasas worldwide, when the presiding deity of the neighborhood steps onto the street, the sannyasis offer the Mandagapadi to the Lord in Tiruvannamalai, in Madurai, in every single temple town where the procession happens by the main deity of the town. The Mandagapadi is offered by the sannyasis in the Kailasa there. Therefore, we will be witnessing after the marriage ceremony of Annamalai and Annamalai Amman, the Lord and his consort in procession on Madavidi, and we will be witnessing the offering of the Mandagapadi to the Lord and his divine consort at the very doorstep of Kailasa's Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai here on Tiruvallur Street. Therefore, stay tuned to continuously soak yourself, immerse yourself in these multivarious, profound spiritual activities and services of Kailasa. You are continuing to watch the live relay from Tiruvannamalai, where the Aushadha Annadhan, the free food service, is continuing for the Annamalaya devotees from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai at two locations in Tiruvannamalai, one on Tiruvudal Street, from the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, and the second location on Mountain Path at Adi Annamalai, where the temple monastery campus is located. The Annamalaya devotees are performing the Giri Vala, which is the walk around the Arunachala hill, the 14-kilometer walk around the hill, which is the traditional Tiruvannamalai. To circumambulate Arunachala every full moon night, where millions of Annamalaya devotees gather and walk around Arunachala the whole night. And during this sacred spiritual practice, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from both these locations serves the Aushadha Annadhan, food infused with a conscious energy, with the intention of awakening the individual consciousness, food that is infused with thought currents, conducive for spiritual growth of the person consuming the food, and food that is prepared, cooked, and served by people who are initiated into the enlightenment, the very science of enlightened living, directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, which is what we are witnessing in front of our own eyes. This Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalaya devotees when they are engaged in their spiritual practice of Girivala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained ever so many times to us that when people are engaged in sincere spiritual practices, they should be supported in all possible ways. And when these Annamalaya devotees are engaged in the spiritual practice of circumambulating Arunachala, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva Annamalaya on the planet today, completely supports his dear devotees, takes care of them, nourishes them, and feeds them with food, with pure, cool, purified drinking water and shelter to make their spiritual practice happen as smoothly as possible for them, where they can walk in any time of the day, whether it is the wee hours of the morning or late into the night, as this Aushadha Annadhan happens non-stop until the last devotee has completed the circumambulation around the Arunachala hill. As we are seeing, it is just 6 to 7 hours since the Aushadha Annadhan started, and already we are seeing more than 21,000 meals have been served to both these Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai. Every full moon night, every month, close to 2 lakh people are served this Aushadha Annadhan. And this colossal service to people, serving food that enlightens them, on the part of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, is recognized by global institutions, international institutions, such as even the United Nations. This huge seva, this one seva alone has received innumerable awards, rewards, recognitions. This Aushadha Annadhan happens not only here in Tiruvannamalai, it happens around the world, at all Kailasas worldwide, as serving food, enlightening people through food, is one of the 5 main pillars of Kailasa, as revealed in the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has repeatedly explained the importance of having vegetarian food for the peaceful coexistence of human beings with all other creatures on the planet and amongst each other. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained that the global warming is because of the non-vegetarian industry, and this is true as per the Google statistics as well. Non-violence is Kailasa nation's core principle. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha, it means non-violence is the ultimate cosmic law. And the entire nation of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has established on this core principle of non-violence is the ultimate cosmic law. The Aushadha Annadhan, this conscious energy infused food served by Kailasa, is strictly vegetarian, non-violent and infused with conscious energy and served with the intention of growing conscious sovereignty in each being who consumes it. The sankalpa or the conscious resolution that goes behind serving this Aushadha Annadhan, this Aushadha food, is from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. This is the greatest news for those consuming this food. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the eternal sankalpa or the conscious resolution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the whole of humanity and other creatures in this universe is for each being to manifest the space of Paramashiva in us. Shivoham, the space of Paramashiva. It is only this that will fulfill the purpose of all human beings, bringing them excellence beyond their imagination in the inner and outer worlds. Therefore, this blessing, intention, and sankalpa of the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is what manifests as the intention behind serving this food. Therefore, this is what manifests in any human being consuming this food. Therefore, this Aushadha Annadhan becomes profoundly significant not just as food for hungry stomachs, but as food for the very souls of those who consume it. Merely by consuming Aushadha food on a regular basis, human beings will ultimately lead to global peace, as it is only individuals who have to evolve and create the space of global peace. As individuals evolve to the space of non-violence and conscious sovereignty, only that will lead to global peace. And this whole colossal effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with the cosmic principle of Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha, and how non-violence is achieved in the food, and how it can be used as the most powerful tool in building a non-violent global community. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has attracted the attention of international forums and platforms, including the United Nations, where his very teachings and his recommendations have been started to be included in the policies of such global agencies and organizations, where it will start reaching worldwide, globally, people in all countries, which will ultimately lead to these very fundamental cosmic principles entering back into people's life as their mainstream lifestyle and fundamentals of living, which is the original intention and purpose of establishing Kailasa, the only Hindu nation, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Kailasa's core mission is to bring back the cosmic principles as the fundamentals of living of individuals. And towards this goal, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism works untiringly 24 hours of the day and night through various means and methods of infusing these cosmic principles into individuals and building a non-violent, peaceful global community and enlightened civilization. The Upanishads, the source Hindu scriptures, say, Go Brahmanebhya Shubhamastu Nityam, Loka Samasta Sukhine Bhavantu, which means go means not just the cow, but it represents all animals. Go, which means not just the cows but represents all animals, and Brahmana means the class of people who do not hurt animals, they do not eat animals, they protect them. So the Hindu scriptures say that only when we achieve the happiness of Brahmins and the animals, where both of them live happily, only then the future is going to be there for humanity and the world will be a blissful place to stay in. The Supreme Court of Hinduism has explained these words ever so many times to make us understand the significance of living a non-violent life, of protecting animals and avoiding non-vegetarian food. And the Supreme Court of Hinduism has revealed Paramashiva's words in the Kamika Agama, the source scriptures of Hinduism, which are pure revelations from Paramashiva on how an ideal ecosystem should exist. When the Supreme Court of Hinduism describes Tiruvannamalai, his very birthplace, as the ideal ecosystem, as the model ecosystem for Kailasa nation itself, then we need to understand the different dimensions that go in making an ecosystem. Of course, food is an important component in an ecosystem. And equally important is the very lifestyle of the people, how they live, how they coexist, where all the beings feed into each other and develop as self-sustaining units. The Supreme Court of Hinduism has revealed in his global presidential addresses, down to the minutest detail, how such ecosystems existed and how they need to be revived and rebuilt, which is the only solution for building a peaceful world where all beings coexist and all villages survive as self-sustaining units. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how Paramashiva has said in the Kamika Agamas, that where the Kamika Agama, in this, he names 10 trees, which includes the drumstick tree, the papaya tree, and 8 more, to be grown in all our houses, where we should also keep cows and care for them. Then we will never need to sleep in hunger, as our house will become a self-sustaining unit, complete within itself for all our fundamental needs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls his own maternal grandfather, Sri Rajamodalia, during his childhood days. He recalls his grandfather, carrying bags of cotton with cotton seeds, giving it and taking in return cotton clothes for it, to ensure that it is a self-sustaining unit. In this fashion, the villages were existing till a few hundred years ago, or even in the recent past, till about 50 years ago. In fact, it is this self-sustaining model that existed in Bharat that shocked the Britishers who ruled India at that time when they were studying methods to enslave India and destroy the ecosystem. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has further revealed that because of the self-sustaining model, our roads in Bharat were made only for pilgrimage purposes and not for the transportation of goods. Because every village was self-sufficient, the kitchen water of such an ecosystem, when it is drunk by the hens and the ducks, keep them healthy, which means the whole system is organic, with no chemicals used in the day-to-day cooking or living. And each village will have naturally formed honeycombs. For a bee to survive and build these natural honeycombs, a few things are required. The land cannot be polluted. If the flowers grow in polluted land, and if the bees drink that honey that is found in the flowers, they will simply die within a few seconds. Second, for these flowers to be pure, the air has to be pure. Third, the water source has to be pure. Only then the flowers will be pure. And when the bees suck honey from such flowers, they flourish and build honeycombs. This is how a self-sustaining unit exists as a pure organic system. Further, as per the revelations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the Agamas, he says, we must hang mango flowers, neem flowers, and rice paddy on our door frames, and sparrows must come and eat them. It means that the air is pure and conducive for living because sparrows have very sensitive lungs. And only if the air pollution is low, below a certain level, and the air is so pure that the sparrows will even come and live in that area. Therefore, sparrows chirping is an indication of pure air in the living area. We have witnessed often how in the Kailash courtyard, where we would see the paddy hanging, sparrows would come flocking in and chirp and eat what is being hung for them on the doorways, and they would continue to live there. And it is then the supreme point of Hinduism has explained to us practically at the ground level on the field how such an ecosystem should be evolved. And further, Paramashiva has revealed in the Agamas, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how one must walk without shoes, barefoot. Only then Bhuma Devi, Mother Earth, will scan our bodies, and whatever vitamins, minerals, and important ingredients we might be missing, which is required for our body, she will add to our food by growing that very food in that area in a natural way. Therefore, that food itself will become essential medicine for us. This is the profoundly sweet lifestyle, self sustaining lifestyle, organic lifestyle that our ancestors lived just a few years ago. And the Supreme Court of Hinduism finally explains how, in this fashion, in Hinduism, geography is biology. It is not mere geography. The earth itself is not mere geography, it is biology for us. And Bhuma Devi, Mother Earth, is conscious, alive, and she does the whole thing for us. And that is why Mother Earth is worshipped ritualistically in Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism encourages organic farming. Here in Tiruvannamalai, where the Aushadha Annadhan happens, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai holds multiple organic farms, and organic farming is done in a very traditional fashion. Plowing the field with bullock cart, with the plow in the most traditional way, and the produce from these organic farms is goes into this Aushadha Annadhan that is being served to the people. In Tiruvannamalai, there are organic farms in more than one location. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism encourages all means and methods of growing organic food. He again and again reiterates the concept of Swayambhaga in the Hindu tradition, where one grows one's own food, cooks and eats. What is called Swayambhaga? It is not merely cooking our own food. It is about growing our own food organically, cooking it and eating it. The Supreme Court of Hinduism encourages the Swayambhaga lifestyle, where we grow our own produce and we cook it organically, and it becomes the most healthy food to have versus the food like products that are available in today's market, which grossly not only destroy our bodies but destroy our very consciousness, our very conscious mechanism that we have inside us. We can see the Aushadha Annadhan being continuously served by the Kailasa volunteers and sannyasis from both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai on the sacred occasion of Purnima, full moon night. with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Aushadha Annadhan, food infused with conscious energy, is being served continuously to all the Annamalayar devotees who are performing the sacred Girivala, the walk around Arunachala hill, on this auspicious occasion of Purnima, full moon night celebrations. And later tonight at midnight, as part of the Panguni Uttiram celebrations, which is part of the full moon night celebrations on this month of Panguni in the Vedic calendar, we are going to be witnessing the grand marriage ceremony of Annamalayar and Unnamulayamman. And of course, this will be happening inside the Arunachaleshwara temple and in the Kailasa temples worldwide. The Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam will be happening under the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, which is the grand marriage ceremony of all the main divine celestial couples like Lord Muruga, Valli, Devayan, Meenakshi, Sundareshwara. All the divine celestial couples' marriage ceremony will be happening. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed that the takeaway gift for us, the ultimate spiritual gift, or what is called the prasada in the Hindu tradition, from this divine ritual that is going to happen tonight, 12 a.m. IST, is the space of completion in each one of us. This is the profound gift we receive from merely witnessing the divine marriage ceremony of the celestial couples and fulfilling relationships in our life. Relationships of completion in our life, as the marriage ceremony is nothing but completion, the blessings for completion between two individuals to live a life of completion and fulfillment. Therefore, merely by witnessing this divine marriage ceremony, we will be blessed with completion in all our relationships. So we invite each of our viewers who is watching this live relay from Tiruvannamalai to stay tuned, not only to watch this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva to Annamalaya devotees, but also to partake in the Panguni Uttiram celebrations at midnight, 12 a.m. Indian Standard Time, and witness the divine celestial marriage ceremony and receive the gift of completion and fulfilling relationships in your life. And the celebration after the marriage ceremony of Annamalayar and Unnamulayamman in the Arunachaleshwara temple, they will be coming on a grand procession on the Madavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple, where large numbers of Annamalayar devotees will gather and celebrate the Lord's presence on their very streets. And as part of this, on the southern leg of the Madavidi, which is a Trivudal street, where the parental home of Bhagwan is located, we will be witnessing the offering of the Mandagapadi to Annamalayar, offering of all items of worship at his feet, as our gratitude to him for showering us with abundance in our lives, where we give the very gifts that he gave to us back to him at his feet as our gratitude to him. Using every occasion that Annamalayar steps out on the streets, devotees offer Mandagapadi. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the tradition of Mandagapadi as a mainstream lifestyle, where Kailasa temples worldwide offer Mandagapadi when the presiding deities of their town step onto the streets every single time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how the entire Aushadha-based lifestyle, means lifestyle based on a lifestyle where the Aushadha items such as herbs for healing and enlightenment, become a part of our mainstream lifestyle, where today the Kailasians worldwide wake up in the morning and the first thing they have is the neem juice, which is a very vital Aushadha component, Aushadha item, as the neem juice powerfully detoxifies the body, prepares it for spiritual power manifestation. Therefore, when we wake up in the Brahma Muhurta time, we have our glass of neem juice as the first food for the day. And then we proceed to the rest of the morning routine, the spiritual routine that is followed in all worldwide Kailasas. Therefore, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how the entire Aushadha-based lifestyle is a Vatavarana, which means an ambience, an ecosystem by itself for us to experience Shivoham, the space of Paramashiva inside us. The science of Aushadha is an alchemy science originated from Paramashiva, who is the Adi Siddha. Adi means primordial. Siddha refers to the enlightened mystics who are adepts at this very Aushadha science, who have gifted this Aushadha science to the whole of humanity with the blessings of Paramashiva. For this alchemy science originated from Paramashiva, the Adi Siddha, the primordial Siddha, and he passed this science to his beloved disciple Nandi. He transmitted this science to Nandi Deva, the sacred bull of Paramashiva. And from Nandi Deva, it reached the whole of humanity. Paramashiva shared his various teachings with various disciples and ensured that it reaches the whole of humanity through them. Paramashiva shared the Paramashiva Vijnana, his experiences themselves through with Devi, his divine consort. He shared the knowledge of creating a civilization through his disciples, with his disciple Subramanya, his own son. And through this, Lord Subramanya created a civilization in the south. And this alchemy science of Aushadha, Paramashiva shared with the world through his sacred bull, Nandi Deva. Because Nandi Deva knows all the herbs that grow around as he is all the time roaming in Kailasa. He knows where all the natural products are available, where the herbs are available. And Paramashiva, all his esoteric mystical components of knowledge, he shared with the world through the 7 great sages, the Sapta Rishis. His logical thinking, the science of thinking, Sankhya, Paramashiva shared with the world through sage Kapila Muni. And the entire enlightenment science, all the 4 Vedas, Paramashiva shared with the world through the 4 sons of Lord Brahma, the Sanaka Rishis. Such is the beautiful method of dissemination of knowledge from Paramashiva to the whole of humanity. Each disciple specialized in one branch of knowledge and spread it to the rest of humanity.
அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்தியன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம்
Today, the one-day Kalpataru meditation program is happening here in Tiruvannamalai and world over. Here in Tiruvannamalai, it is happening on the mountain path in this very campus, the KAILASA campus, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening, where acharyas, teachers initiated directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, are facilitating this Kalpataru program. This Kalpataru program teaches the science of manifesting our reality in our life. It teaches us how to live like gods on planet Earth. As in the Hindu tradition, we not only pray to God, we pray along with the understanding that we are also God and we are only yet to manifest our Paramashivatva. And we are on the path of manifesting our Paramashivatva. This is the underlying principle, the cosmic principle, on which the entire Kailasa nation is built by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where each individual is is Paramashiva, has the right to be treated as Paramashiva, and should treat others as Paramashiva. And they should be clear that they are on the path of manifesting Paramashiva, and therefore they should not hold any other powerless cognitions about themselves or any other self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial about themselves. These are the core principles of Kailasa, prescribed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So this Kalpataru program teaches us the science of manifesting what we want as reality in our life. And built into the Kalpataru program is the Samaya Diksha. The Samaya Diksha acts as a powerful supplement to our capability to be a Kalpataru in our life, manifesting our own reality as Paramashiva. For the Samaya Diksha is the first ever initiation where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism awakens the space of Paramashiva in us, connects us to the energy of Paramashiva, of which we are unaware until we receive the powerful cognitions and initiation. Therefore, this Kalpataru program offers the Samaya Diksha, through which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism awakens the space of Paramashiva in us. This powerful Kalpataru program is happening today in Tiruvannamalai. It happens every full moon night and during special occasions. So through this Kalpataru program, large numbers of people are initiated into the space of Paramashiva, where they start living their Paramashivatva, their state, space, powers, being, consciousness, superconsciousness, Kailasa and Mahakailasa of Paramashiva.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க தியானத்தை செய்ய வானம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்து விடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க ஆனந்த வேதம் எங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் ஞானத்தையும் தந்து விடுங்க தந்து நம்ம தெய்வீகமா மாத்தி விடுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism
எவ்விதமான ஒரு
continuously awakens the space of Paramashiva in us through multivarious means and methods, engaging us in various ways, helping us to manifest the space of Paramashiva. The Paramashivoham program is the flagship program of Kailasa, designed personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Paramashivoham literally means I am Paramashiva. Therefore, the ultimate vision of this program, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is enabling individuals to live like gods on planet Earth, to live as Paramashiva himself. This Paramashivoham program is offered at 3 levels, level 1, 2 and 3. And each day has been designed to enable us to participate in this Paramashivoham program, either on individual days or as an entire package of 21 days, which gives the optimum effect for the individual. Today, as we speak, the Paramashivoham program. In today's Paramashivoham program, the message and initiation is for unlocking the wealth consciousness in us, in awakening the wealth consciousness in us. Therefore, all three levels of the Paramashivoham program today focus on wealth consciousness, wealth creation, wealth generation, creating wealth beyond fear and greed. Usually, our wealth is associated with our fear and our greed, our fear of losing the wealth and greed for more wealth. Whereas in this Paramashivoham program, for the first time, human beings are introduced to attracting wealth in their lives, in nurturing wealth consciousness in them, rising above the clutches of fear and greed. Therefore, in today's session of Paramashivoham, the participants are receiving the cosmic principles of wealth consciousness, profound teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to realize their true potential and solve all their wealth-related issues. In today's sessions, in the flagship program of KAILASA Paramashivoham, level 1, 2, and 3, participants from all over the world are getting initiated into wealth consciousness, the right wealth consciousness, where in Paramashivoham level 1, they get initiated into the secret science of attracting wealth and manifesting whatever we desire, where the sessions today will guide us through powerful processes to align our whole being towards wealth manifestation and make the best life decisions and achieve the breakthrough that we want in the area of wealth. In the level 2 of this Paramashivoham program related to wealth consciousness, we delve deeper in the science and essence of wealth consciousness. And we learn to free ourselves from base emotions such as comparison and jealousy, and our perception of impossibility that stifle our wealth creation potential. And today's sessions are designed in level 2 to awaken our innate creativity and drive, enabling us to break free from the chains of limitations and embrace prosperity in our lives. And in today's Paramashivoham level 3 program, which is designed to awaken the wealth consciousness in us, we are given the very principles of wealth consciousness, through which we can realize our true potential and solve all our wealth-related issues, where we understand wealth is not separate from us. It is directly an expression of the life energy in us. And if we are not manifesting wealth, it means that we are stuck somewhere inside. And this Paramashivoham program helps us to come out of all our internal barriers and start manifesting what we want in our life. Today's theme for manifestation being wealth. We invite each and every one of you to be part of this Paramashivoham program and to equip yourself with all the cosmic secrets that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares through this flagship program and take it up with utter sincerity to manifest the dream life that you always wanted and manifest much more than what you can imagine in your life. Because when your entire living is consciousness based, then from the consciousness you can spin anything you want in your life. Like how thread is spun from cotton, you can continuously spin what you want in your life just from living a consciousness based life. These are the very teaching essence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Aushadha Annadhan is being served continuously at both the KAILASA locations in Tiruvannamalai. The food is served to the Annamalaya devotees who are performing the Girivala, the spiritual practice of walking around the Arunachala hill. It is the teachings of all the great incarnations of Tiruvannamalai, including Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, Shisheshadri Swamigal, and Sri Yogi Ram Kumar Swamigal, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, of how the spiritual practice of Girivala works on us and lifts us to higher levels of consciousness. Because as we perform Girivala, as our body is moved around the hill, around Arunachala, in constant and utter remembrance of him, of Paramashiva, Arunachala, then our mind automatically ceases to exist, which is the truth in reality, where our mind does not have an independent existence. It is like a shadow without an object, but which keeps us bound to it. Therefore, when we do the circumambulation around Arunachala, continuously in remembrance of him, automatically our mind ceases to exist. Which is why the Girivala is considered the ultimate spiritual practice here in Tiruvannamalai. Very soon, as we approach the full moon, we will witness what is known as in Tiruvannamalai as Naramala around Arunachala, which means it is like a garland of human beings around Arunachala, because it is with that density that the crowd moves around Arunachala in the night during the peak hours of the full moon. That it appears that there is a huge human garland around Arunachala. Every full moon night, we can see this phenomena of the Naramala happening in Tiruvannamalai. Over 25,000 meals, over 26,000 meals have been served to the Annamalaya devotees here in Tiruvannamalai on this occasion of Purnami, full moon night. Both the locations, both the Kailasas and Tiruvannamalai have together served 26,000 meals and are still continuing to serve. They will continue to serve until the last Annamalaya devotee completes the circumambulation around Arunachala.
ಸುಂದರ ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣ ಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಜಗದೋಧಾರಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ಪರಮದಯಾಗನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಸತ್ಯ ಸನಾತನ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿರಂಜನ ಭಕ್ತ ಪರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ಗೌರಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಪರಮ ಕೃಪಾಕರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಗೋಕುಲ ನಂದನ ಗೋಪಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಹರಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಬಂಧ ವಿಮೋಚನ ಪಾಪ ಸಂಹಾರಕ ಪತಿತ ಪಾವನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, start the revival of the science of Aushadha right from his childhood here in Tiruvannamalai with his Guru, Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, who is also affectionately called as Narayana Swami Tata, meaning grandfather, or Totakara Tata. Totakara Tata meaning gardening grandfather, because Narayana Swami Pillai was a great adept at Aushadha, the science of herbs for healing and enlightenment, and also part of his life was growing flower gardens and tying flower garlands, was growing flowers and tying flower garlands for the divine, for the temples of Arunachala. Therefore, he was called Totakara Tata. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai lived as an unassuming, innocent villager who profoundly manifested the spiritual powers of Paramashiva in the science of Aushadha. He gave unfailing formulae to people by grinding medicinal herbs himself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored the science of Aushadha with Sri Narayana Swami Pillai during his golden childhood here in Tiruvannamalai. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai lived on the VOC street in Tiruvannamalai at door number 1. And it is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would come every day and spend hours with Sri Narayan Swami Pillai exploring the science of Aushadha and also the science of yantras. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed on one occasion when he drew the Subramanya Yantra, the sacred geometry carrying the energy of Lord Subramanya, Lord Muruga. When he drew it effortlessly, he revealed that his guru, Sri Narayan Swami Pillai, in the science of Aushadha and the science of Yantra, is the one from whom he learned the science of drawing yantras and the very science behind the yantras. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored each Hindu science with a different guru in Tiruvannamalai. As in the 1980s, an entire rung of gurus, superconscious mutants, existed in Tiruvannamalai, with whom the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his entire childhood in Tiruvannamalai, the first 17 years of his life. And when he left Tiruvannamalai, his gurus departed from their body. They shed their mortal coil and merged back with Paramashiva in Kailasa. Therefore, it is with Sri Narayana Swami Pillai that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored the science of Aushadha, which we are seeing in front of our eyes today as this huge, colossal Aushadha Annadhan Seva to people. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted different types of Aushadha to humanity for external and oral applications, for specific purposes, and is continuing to revive more and more types of Aushadha. Some of the Aushadhas gifted to humanity by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are Aushadha to awaken the Kundalini energy, Aushadha to awaken the third eye to manifest all the spiritual powers of Paramashiva, Aushadha for immortality, Aushadha for anti-aging. And on the 23rd of October 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first groundbreaking Putra Kameshti Yajna, employing the Aushadha, sacred energy herbs, to enable couples to conceive divine children carrying the energy of Lord Subramanian. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that the babies born through this divine process will carry any one of three birthmarks, either a clear mold in the shape of a veil, which is the spear of Lord Muruga, or they will carry an extra finger or an extra toe, making it 21 fingers or toes on the child, or you will be able to see a clear dip in their third eye spot between the eyebrows, indicating an awakened third eye. Like Lord Subramanian, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defined these three as Lord Subramania's Anga Lakshana, which means the divine marks on the body, which can be found on these babies. And we have recordings from the couples who went through this divine process, who have given birth to divine children who show extraordinary capability and maturity right from infancy. On the 5th of November 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism unleashed the Dhanakarshana Bhairava Aushadha, which is Aushadha infused with the highest wealth-based conscious thought currents. This Aushadha just needs to be applied when going to sleep. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's pure gift to humanity with a blessing, in his own words, you will sleep your way to wealth. And on the 3rd of September 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gifted humanity the Aushadha for manifesting the space of Ishwaratva, the leadership of Paramashiva, where your inner space will automatically start functioning with the highest integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed this Aushadha with the name Blue Veil Aushadha, veil meaning the spear of Lord Muruga. And he declared this as a powerful antidote to the blue whale, the ocean whale that we know, which makes us powerless. Declaring this blue whale Aushadha as the Aushadha to make us powerful leaders, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declared it as the powerful antidote to the blue whale, which is the ocean. veil that makes us powerless. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how these Aushadha products create vibrations in us that work on our physical body and produce 100% result. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also gifted Aushadha for manifesting the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi inside us, where the fundamental thought shaft ceases to exist. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained the life of an ardent Shiva devotee by the name Kungilikalaya Nayanar, who used to create and spread the fragrant Aushadha smoke called the Sambrani or the Kungilium in Tamil. It is actually an Aushadha medicine with a very pleasant smell, and if you inhale it, the non-mechanical parts of your brain will simply be awakened. And the Amrita Dhara, the nectar intra-organ in your Sahasrara chakra, your crown center on the top of your head, simply opens up. The Sahasrara starts releasing chemicals, hormones, everything needed for you to be healthy and connected with Paramashiva. The only work of this Nayanar would be from morning till night. He will go to the temple for the pujas that are offered 6 times in a day, and he will create the Sambrani smoke there during the puja. Paramashiva gave him the space of Kailasa, the Shiva Padavi, just because of this one noble service of this Nayanar of creating the Sambrani smoke, because even this smoke matters to keep the ecosystem alive. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made at least 1,000 Kungili Kalayam vessels and distributed to all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide. And he has explained with such historical references for us to understand in depth at the level of lifestyle the importance of reviving the ecosystem of Kailasa, where people like Kungalikalaya Nayanar, divine beings, just through this one simple contribution to keeping the ecosystem alive, achieved the space of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains with such historical references the importance of reviving these lifestyle aspects of Sanatana Hindu Dharma for ultimately creating global peace. Because it is only from such a lifestyle that individual peace will be nurtured and it will grow into global peace. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explains that, especially during the satsangs, his global presidential addresses, or his Kundalini awakening processes, the Diksha, the initiation processes, if the Kundali Kilayam smoke is created, we will literally experience Kailasa there, because the non-mechanical parts of our brain will awaken and the quality of our very consciousness will raise by inhaling that smoke. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explains how to keep the third eye pure and awakened. The third eye, which is located between our 2 eyebrows, has nerves just like the normal 2 eyes that get calcified by the neurotoxins that develop because of the poor quality of food that we eat. The detoxification of these toxins need to happen, and this can be achieved by rubbing pure organic turmeric on the third eye every day before going to sleep. Turmeric is a powerful Aushadha which aids through both oral application and internal and external application. Such is the powerful science of Aushadha, which has been revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a mainstream lifestyle, as we see in front of our own eyes, through this Aushadha Annadhan that is happening in Tiruvannamalai on this sacred occasion of Paurnami, full moon celebrations. Every full moon night, millions of Annamalaya devotees are fed Aushadha food through this colossal Aushadha Annadhan Seva at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from 2 locations. On Tiruvudal Street, where the parental home of Bhagwan is the Kailasa functioning on the Tiruvudal Street. And the second location is the Kailasa Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, which is the temple monastery located on the mountain path. established by Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva on the 19th of April 2008. Therefore, the science of Aushadha in aiding our conscious growth has been revived as a mainstream lifestyle by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kailasians worldwide, the sannyasis and the volunteers, wake up during the auspicious Brahma Muhurta hour every single day, and the first thing they consume is a glass of neem juice, which is a powerful aushadha to detoxify our body, our system, so that our body becomes pure, to radiate the powers of Paramashiva. As we approach the night, Indian Standard Time, 12 a.m., get ready to witness the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsava, which is the marriage ceremony of the divine celestial couples, which is a huge blessing for each one of us who are about to witness it, with the grace and blessing to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today is the day on which all the celestial marriages happen in the Hindu history. May it be the marriage of Subramanya, Lord Muruga, with his divine consort, Valli, or of Paramashiva himself with Paramashiva Shakti, or Sri Ranganadhar with Tayar Ranganayaki, or of Venkateshwara, Lord Venkateshwara of Tirupati, with Sri Devi and Bhudevi, his divine consorts. All of these celestial marriages happened on this day, which is why we are having the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam tonight at 12 a.m. midnight Indian Standard Time, where we will be witnessing at the temples, Kailasa temples worldwide, the celestial marriages being conducted for all of these Hindu gods and goddesses. Merely attending and offering our seva to the pantheon of Hindu gods and celebrating the divine union blesses us with a fulfillment in our relationships. These celestial couples bless us for fulfillment in our relationships and our own personal lives. Our neurology starts reflecting the vertical time zones in which all of these deities themselves manifest. And through this event, through the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, which we are about to witness in just a few hours, in the space-time, through this event in space-time that repeats itself every year, it gives us a powerful opportunity to start radiating all the divine qualities and bliss in our relationships, in our lives. This day, in which all the celestial marriages happened in the cosmic history, is repeating today as per the constellations. Therefore, the energy to fulfill our relationships is available for us today. To bring in completion in all our relationships, in our very life, the energy and blessing for that is available on planet Earth today. Most strongly, as the constellation of these divine celestial marriages is repeating today as Panguni Uttiram. And therefore, we are going to be witnessing the marriage ceremony of Lord Subramanya with Valli, of Paramashiva with Paramashiva Shakti, with Sri Ranganathar with Taya Ranganayaki, with Venkateshwara with Sri Devi and Bhudevi. A cosmic extravaganza is going to unfold in front of our eyes, which will be a feast for our soul and will bring in completion in all our relationships. It is a time for us to just sit in the very comfort of our own homes and tune in live and watch the spiritual extravaganza that is going to unfold and absorb the energy of completion completely from it, receiving the blessings completely from it, the prasada, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Devotees around the world are offering seva of some sort and offering all that they wish to offer at the feet of these their beloved gods and goddesses on the sacred occasion as their deep gratitude for receiving the gift of completion and fulfilling relationships in their own lives. Devotees around the world are offering wedding gifts to these celestial divine couples, the most joyful offering to our beloved gods and goddesses on this rare, unique event that happens only once in the year, where the pantheon of Hindu gods, the marriage ceremony of the pantheon of Hindu gods happens all together on this one day in the year of Panguni Uttiram. Devotees worldwide are offering their wedding gifts continuously at events.ecitizen.info/holy, HOLI. I repeat, wedding gifts for the celestial marriage ceremony of all the divine couples that is going to happen tonight midnight at Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam. Offering of wedding gifts to the divine couples are being continuously offered at events.ecitizen.info/HOLI. Aushadha Annadhan is being served and it has already served 30,000 meals to the Annamalaya devotees on the sacred full moon night celebrations. The night has set in, as we can see. Kailasa volunteers and sannyasis are untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that serving food for Annamalaya devotees is doubly significant in the highest spiritual sense, as the Annamalaya devotees, when they circumambulate Arunachala, constantly remembering Arunachala, Annamalaya inside them, their very digestive fire in their stomach becomes Annamalaya himself, as Annamalaya in Tiruvannamalai is worshipped as the fire element, as he appeared as the infinite fire shaft to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, after which he took the form of the hill, the Arunachaleshwara Linga, and the living incarnation. Therefore, in Tiruvannamalai, Paramashiva is worshipped as the fire element. Therefore, when his devotees are in constant remembrance of him while doing the circumambulation, he becomes their very digestive fire in their stomach. Therefore, when you serve food to Annamalaya devotees in Tiruvannamalai, especially when they're performing the Girivala, you are serving food directly into Annamalaya himself. Every ladle of food is being served directly into Annamalaya. Such is the highest spiritual credit that you receive for serving Annamalaya devotees food. And this is endorsed in the spiritual scriptures of Hinduism. In the very Arunachala Purana, where Paramashiva reveals the profound significance of serving food to the people, his people of Tiruvannamalai. In the Arunachala Puranam, Paramashiva has revealed that those who utter the word Arunachala even once are blessed with the spiritual benefit they receive when they utter the Shiva Panchakshara mantra Om Namah Shivaya 3 crore times. Such is the extraordinary power of this holy town. I repeat, Paramashiva has revealed in the Arunachala Puranam that those who utter the word Arunachala even once are blessed with the spiritual benefit they receive when they utter the Shiva Panchakshara mantra Om Namah Shivaya 3 crore times. Such is the extraordinary power of this holy town. And in the Arunachala Puranam, Paramashiva describes how Arunachala has withstood the cyclic movement of time called the yugas, where even though the great deluge has happened and yugas have moved in cycle, and the 4 ages of time called the 4 yugas that continuously appear in cyclic succession have passed on, and the creation itself has undergone complete dissolution and recreation, Arunachala has withstood the entire passage of time untouched by it. And in the Arunachala Puranam, Paramashiva describes this extraordinary phenomenon of his Arunachala form, where he says, as the fiery mountain in Satya Yuga, as the Manikam or gemstone mountain in the Treta Yuga, as the silver mountain in the Dwapara Yuga, and as the stone mountain in Kali Yuga, Kali being our present time and age. And the glory, the highest spiritual credit of punya, of serving food to Annamalaya devotees, is revealed by Paramashiva himself in the Arunachala Purana. The original Tamil words are Arunachalathil alikkum annadhanathin palan, Uttama talathil kodi arundavarku udavum annam, Nittamang kashi meedu or annappalan, adukku நேரா அத்தலத்தனந்த கோடி அருந்தவர் புதவும் அன்னம் சத்திய அருணை நாட்டின் அன்னப்பலன் அதுக்கு ஒவ்வாதே, which means the food that is served to the crores of tapasvis, penance doers, in the most sacred places cannot be equated to the food served to one evolved aspirant in Kashi, Varanasi, the eternal land. And the food served to the crores of tapasvis, penance doers, in such a land as Kashi cannot be equated to the food served to one person in Arunachala. Such is the glory of serving food to Annamalaya devotees in Arunachala. The great incarnation, Tirujnana Sambandar, sings in his famous Devaram verses. He says, when you sing and dance the glory of Arunachala, your karmas and incompletions simply leave you. It is here, in Tiruvannamalai, that the great saint Manikkavasagar lived for a period in his life, where he sang the famous Tiruvampavai verses. And it is by singing these very sacred verses, when he lived in Adi Annamalai, right next to our campus here where the Aushadha Annadhan is going on, it is by singing these sacred verses that he used to wake up all the people in the neighborhood during the Brahma Muhurta time, the time 4:30 to 6 a.m. every day before sunrise, to come and have darshan of Paramashiva in the temple. In Adi Annamalai, there is a beautiful temple dedicated to Manikkavasagar. It is here in Adi Annamalai, where our Kailasa is located, that Manikkavasagar, the great saint, lived and sang the Tiruvampavai verses, waking up all the people in the neighborhood during the auspicious Brahma Muhurta time to come and have darshan of the Lord, enriching the lives of all in the neighborhood. These great saints dedicated their entire life to enriching humanity in the most delightful ways, through manifestation of spiritual powers, through rendering of sacred verses extolling the glory of Paramashiva, through nurturing bhakti or devotion in the people towards Paramashiva. And it is here where Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the campus on the mountain path, is located, that we have the famous Gautama Ashrama, which is right opposite our campus on this Girivala road. And it is here that Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself came down from Kailasa and learned under the tutelage of the Gautama Rishi, Gautama Muni, the sage Gautama, who also instructed her to perform the Girivala around Arunachala. Sage Gautama is the first master who gave Girivala as a spiritual instruction to his disciples. Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself performed the Girivala.
Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Mushikavahana, Mangaladayaka, Gauri Nandana, Nityapurisha,
Devi Parvati, the divine consort and the left half of Paramashiva, one day playfully closes Paramashiva's eyes, directing his entire energy to his third eye to illuminate the universe, which was immersed in darkness by Devi closing his eyes. The entire energy of Paramashiva was directed to his third eye to illuminate the whole of creation, which was immersed for a few moments in darkness by the act of Devi. Paramashiva then sends Devi down from Kailasa to the planet, where Devi observes severe austerities. and establishes the very ecosystem of Paramashiva, of Kailasa, in several locations such as Kanchipuram, Tiruvannamalai, Madurai. And she reaches the Gautama Ashrama, the Rishi Gautama, his ashram here in Tiruvannamalai, which is right opposite our campus on this mountain path. And under his tutelage, Devi stays and learns for a period of time. And it is during this time that Devi Paramashiva Shakti asks Gautama Rishi, "O Mahamuni, the Lord of Munis, what should be the tapas, meaning the penance, for me to regain Kailasa?" Devi asks sage Gautama, what is the way for her to go back to Kailasa? And very beautifully, Gautama Muni describes, drop all the actions inspired by chemicals, whether it is the guilt or fear or suffering or anger or anxiety. And he describes 24 emotions that happen because of the chemicals in the body. And he says, all your actions, thoughts, everything were a natural expression of these chemicals. You are not responsible for any action. You do only one thing. Just move your body around the hill. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that Gautama Muni is the first master who gave the initiation into going around the hill. And then Devi Paramashiva Shakti asks him the next question. Now, if I go around the hill, I will save myself in future. But what about my past karma? To which he replies, O Devi, the moment you realize inside you that it is the balancing or imbalancing of the 24 emotions due to the chemical and hormonal changes, you are suddenly relieved of all your past actions as well. Such is the power of performing Girivala, where our very thought shaft ceases, our mind ceases, and huge incompletion with our past happens inside us. Where Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself performed the Girivala. Huge preparations are on in all Kailasa temples worldwide for the grand divine marriage ceremony of the celestial couples to be able to receive the prasada of completion and fulfilling relationships and offer it to all the devotees who are going to attend the marriage ceremony. Hinduism is all about harnessing the divine energy and giving it as prasada to the devotees, of showering devotees with spiritual gifts from all the various rituals, whether it is the pujas or the abhishekas or the homas, whatever ritual it might be. It is to harness the divine energy in pure oneness and offer it as prasada, blessing to the devotees. Therefore, today all Kailasa temples around the world are in grand preparation to perform the divine celestial couples marriage ceremony on this sacred occasion of Panguni Uttiram. It is going to happen the midnight 12 a.m. time of Bharat. We are going to be witnessing the grand marriage ceremony. So stay tuned with us. Remain awake through the night on the sacred occasion of Panguni Utram and nourish your souls by feasting your eyes on this divine marriage ceremony of Lord Subramanya with his divine consort Valli, of Paramashiva with Paramashiva Shakti, of Sri Ranganadhar with Taya Ranganayaki, of Venkateshwara Bhagwan with Sri Devi and Bhudevi. Devotees around the world are offering marriage gifts to the divine couples as their deep expression of gratitude for the showering in their lives. The wedding gifts are being offered at events.ecitizen.info/HOLI, holy. I repeat, the link for offering the wedding gifts to the celestial couples is events.ecitizen.info/holy, HOLI.
दर्शना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously offers socio-spiritual services to us human beings, to us humanity at large, to all the Kailasas worldwide, in a host of different ways, to engage us in enlightening our own lives, in nurturing our consciousness. And as part of this, every single day is a celebration in the Kailasa temples worldwide, where the Nitya Utsava happens. Everyday celebrations happen. Hinduism itself is the science of celebration of life, where life itself is celebrated continuously. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully reveals how Hinduism is the celebration of life. It starts with celebration, ends with celebration, and ecstasy and enlightenment, with nothing in between. It is sheer celebration, only celebration. As there is nothing but gratitude to be given to the cosmos for the continuous showering that it does on our lives. Recognizing it, realizing it, bringing it to our conscious awareness, and feeling the abundance and showering of the cosmos in our lives is the core of Hinduism, where we automatically move from the feelings of ungratefulness, scarcity, inadequateness, lacking, to realizing that life is in reality a continuous shower of abundance from the cosmos. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has repeatedly explained the importance of vegetarian food and peaceful coexistence of human beings with all creatures on the planet. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained how even global warming is because of the non-vegetarian industry. And this is also true as per the Google statistics. During his address on the 5th of October 2013, on the occasion of the 41st International Vegetarian Union World Veg Fest and the 6th Asian Vegetarian Congress at Kuala Lumpur, celebrating the 108th year of the Vegetarian Union, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained the direct relation between vegetarian food and awakening of our Kundalini energy. He has explained, we become what we eat. Anything we eat becomes us. One part of what we eat becomes our bone, muscle, flesh, blood. One part of what we eat becomes our words. One part of what we eat becomes our thinking. One part of what we eat becomes our feeling. One part of what we eat becomes our being. Our Kundalini Shakti is what is called our bioenergy. We need to understand, when we kill an animal for our food and consume that as food, what are all the effects happening to our inner potential energy? And if we eat vegetarian sattvic diet, the word sattvic means pure, then what happens to our inner potential energy? Our flesh has the capacity to store memory. All our memories are stored, recorded in our flesh. You can call it as muscle, bone marrow, bone, different names you can give, but it is stored in our body. In that way, you can give deeper inner names, brain, heart, liver, kidney, organs names. But the ultimate truth is memories get stored in our flesh, in our body. That is why certain memories, when they are rekindled in you, certain organs in your body get affected immediately. As an example, if you become upset and start feeling depressed, immediately your stomach will be attacked. You will have stomach upset because the depression attacks the navel center. In Sanskrit, we have a word, Manipuraka, the energy center situated on the navel. So each emotion, each memory heals or kills, makes or breaks certain part of your body. Your emotions and your body are very closely connected because your memories are recorded in your body. So when an animal is killed, the animal is not going to be blessing you when it is dying. Naturally, it is going to express so much of hatred, anger, fear, unfulfilled desire for life, and a deep incompletion. When it is dying, it is going to release all these powerful incompletions into its muscle memory, into its bio memory, into its very body, which is actually so many powerful poisonous toxins and chemicals. So, when you eat food filled with so much of incomplete bio memory, incomplete bioenergy, incomplete memories, your own muscle memory or bio memory is going to be created only out of that food. There are tons and tons of researches available to prove that the crime rates and depression in the non-vegetarian food-based society is much higher than in the vegetarian food-based society. And surveys also prove that vegetarians are happier than meat eaters. And all the surveys prove vegetarians are more non-violent in their thinking and feeling and in their actions than meat eaters. Study in nutritional journals record that vegetarians have lower incidence of depression, anxiety, and other mood problems than their meat-eating neighbors. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism quotes the great Saint Adi Shankara, who says, "Purifying your food purifies your memory. When your memory is purified, your consciousness is purified. When the consciousness is purified, all the blessings of life is showered on you." Sharing of food is a very important show of love among human beings and even among animals. Our body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. Our feeling, thinking, words, everything is designed to function only with vegetarian food. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism likens eating vegetarian food to having a generator which can handle only 220 volts, but you give 20,000 volts to it. It will simply blow out. In the same way, if the system is designed by the nature for vegetarian food and you go on dumping non-vegetarian food into it due to ignorance, then you have to face the results. Many people present arguments to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that in ancient times human beings were meat eaters. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism clearly responds, no, they were fruit eaters, they were vegetarians, leaf eaters, fruit eaters. Only when they started killing animals to save themselves, to protect themselves, they started thinking disposing them is a difficult job. Eating them might be a better way of disposal. That is the way first human beings started making their stomach as a graveyard for animals. Originally, we are not designed for meat eating. Basically, our body is designed only for vegetarianism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explains all non-vegetarian animals will have only the vertical movement of the jaws, no sideway movements. All vegetarian animals will have vertical and horizontal both movements. Human beings have the side movement of the jaws, both the movements. It means we are designed for vegetarian food. Unfortunately, we have the freedom to do what we want, and we misuse and abuse the freedom. Going into further detail, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains the length of our intestines, the intestinal tract length, and our bowels, the way they are designed, is also only for vegetarianism. Because the length of the intestine is more than 10 or 12 times of the body length. Our saliva is of alkaline nature to pre-digest plant foods. Our bowels have pockets for optimal nutrition absorption. Our teeth structure have flat molars, not pointed ones, for tearing meat. All these are very clear indications that nature has designed our body to be vegetarians. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism clearly reveals We are born to be vegetarians. He urges, if majority of the population of the countries decide to live with vegetarian food, the agitation human beings experience, the depression human beings experience, the fear human beings experience will drastically drop, and that will really help the peace, joy, and prosperity of humanity. If we eat food that does not carry memories of anxiety, fear, depression, then the energy with which you think, the energy with which you utter words, the energy with which you act, the energy with which you feel, everything will be aligned to the natural source of energy. It will be aligned to your nature, which is your inner potential energy. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says one of the greatest calamities that has happened to humanity is the non-vegetarian lifestyle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defines what is meant by pure food. Food in Sanskrit is described in three words: Jati dosha, Nimitta dosha, and Ashraya dosha. It means food getting impure by its very nature, by its muscle memory, and by the person's handling it. When we say impure by its very nature, we mean if it is obtained by stealing or killing or depriving somebody, it becomes impure food by its very nature. Then you will have the anxiety to quickly grab it, finish it off before it gets snatched away from your hands. In the first level itself, non-vegetarian food is impure because we steal the flesh of an animal. We steal it after killing it. So it is murder and robbing. The second, nimitta dosha, where we say food is impure by its muscle memory, is the way the food comes to you. For example, the non-vegetarian food comes with so much of anger, fear, and depression, and bio-memory is filled in it. So again, it is not pure food. Third is the ashraya dosha, is food that becomes impure through the people handling it. The person who kills the animal is going to handle it and make the food for you. Anything which is touched by a person who can commit a murder is going to carry that same energy, that aura, that biomemory in it. So he adds a little more poison as his contribution to it. Supreme Court of Hinduism further explains, plants do not feel the suffering or pain or emotion in our level of frequency because the degree of life in them is different. And our body is also naturally designed for eating vegetables, fruits, and the vegetarian diet. So we are going with our natural flow when we eat vegetarian food. And this Aushadha Annadhan food that you're seeing being served in front of your eyes in Tiruvannamalai is not only pure vegetarian food, it is much higher than that. It is Aushadha based food, which means food cooked to infuse the cosmic energy, the conscious energy into us individuals. Annamalai devotees are continuing to perform the Giribala around Arunachala. And the Aushadha Annadhan Seva is continuing, stepping up in its services at both locations, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, and Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, on the Tiruvural street as well as on the mountain path. Over 34,000 meals have been served just over the last few hours to the Annamalai devotees. And on this sacred occasion, the Kalpataru meditation program is being conducted for a large gathering of people in Tiruvannamalai and worldwide. The Kalpataru meditation program is personally designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to teach us the science of manifesting our own reality in our life. What we desire in our life, to give life to it and manifest it as reality. That is the science, a Hindu science, which is taught to us through this program by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through his initiated teachers, Acharyas. Not only that, this program also includes the Samaya Diksha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is initiation into awakening the space of Paramashiva in us, where we realize we are Paramashiva himself, yet to manifest him completely. The Samaya Diksha sows the first seed of connecting us to Paramashiva before we start fully, completely radiating Paramashivatva in us. So this Kalpataru program offers the Samaya Diksha, the powerful first level initiation directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This Kalpataru program, along with the Samaya Diksha, also includes the Third Eye Awakening Diksha, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism awakens our third eye energy. Our third eye center, located between the two eyebrows, which is also called the Agnya Chakra. And today at 12 a.m., on the occasion of Panguni Uttiram, we will be witnessing not only the divine marriage ceremony of the celestial couples, but we will also be receiving the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, who will be manifesting the energy of Paramashiva in his dimension of Kalyana Sundara Murti, the Kalyana Sundara Murti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We will be receiving at 12 a.m. midnight tonight with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. We invite each and every one of you not to miss this lifetime opportunity of receiving the life darshan, the life Bhava Samadhi darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, as Kalyana Sundara Murti. On this divine occasion of Panguni Uttiram, which celebrates the celestial marriages, Kalyana Sundara Murti is the manifestation or incarnation of Paramashiva in this aspect of fulfilling relationships, and therefore his name Kalyana Sundara Murti. Kalyana means marriage. By radiating, manifesting the energy of Kalyana Sundara Murti in today's live darshan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, will be blessing each and every one of us with completion in our relationships, with fulfillment in our relationships. It is a lifetime opportunity not only to restore relationships between husband and wife, but all our relationships in life. So, in just a few hours from now, we will be receiving the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, manifesting the energy of Kalyana Sundara Murti on this divine occasion of Panguni Uttiram, when the celestial marriages will be performed in all Kailasa temples worldwide and inside the Arunachaleshwara temple for Annamalayar and Annamalayamman. Following which, after receiving the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan, we will be witnessing the grand procession of Annamalayar and Annamalayam Amman on the Madavidhi, where after the marriage ceremony, they step out on the streets, blessing the citizens of Tiruvannamalai who are their ardent devotees. So they will be traveling in procession on the Madavidhi and Thiruvural Street, where the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is located, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening right now, is located on the very Madavidhi, on its southern leg. Therefore, we will be witnessing offering of the Mandagappadi to Annamalayar as he stops right at the doorstep of Nithyananda Janmabhūmi during his royal procession. We are in for a series of celebrations. It started a few hours ago with the commencement of the Aushadha Annadhan and the commencement of the Kalpataru one-day meditation program. Our series of celebrations continues even until tomorrow, when we will be celebrating the grand festival of Holi. During the Paramashivoham program, personally designed and offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the whole of humanity, during this 21-day program, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism teaches one important component of the cosmic principles every day and helps the participant to manifest that component completely in their life. So at the end of the 21 days, they start living like gods on planet Earth, radiating 21 primary dimensions of Paramashiva himself, represented by his 21 various incarnations, or 64 incarnations, the 64 superconscious mutations of Paramashiva. Today, in the ongoing Paramashivam program, in all its three levels of level 1, 2, and 3, the wealth consciousness, the wealth dimension of Paramashiva is being taught. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has explained the science of money, mantra, and Aushadha on multiple occasions during his global presidential addresses. On the 28th of June of 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained Hinduism is basically the science of exploring the multiple possibilities and powers, opening various states of consciousness and exploring multi-dimensions of the universe. Paramashiva uses three major methods: money, mantra, and Aushadha for this purpose. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism employs all three to reprogram our biomemory and raise our consciousness. Money refers to the non-invasive spiritual alchemy products. They do not directly get into our body, but we keep them near us, like the various mandalas, the spiritual alchemy gifts gifted to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, such as the Kali Mandala, the Sadashiva Mandala, and so on. Mantra means the spiritual alchemy process, where you sit in a mandala, a circle, where specific lines are drawn, specific sounds are generated, and initiation is induced through it, reprogramming your very biomemory with the space of Paramashiva. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts such mandala processes during all his meditation programs worldwide. Aushadha refers to certain sacred herbs which you will be consuming or just keeping in your mouth, which enters into your body and raises your consciousness or raises you to other planes of the universe. On the 12th of August 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the four dimensions of Aushadha. First are the energized herbs that need to be consumed or eaten. Second, herbs that need to be kept between the teeth or in your ears or in your eyes during the awakening process. Third, certain mutations or actions that need to be done to your body, such as fire walking or taking bath in turmeric water or boiling neem leaves and drinking the water. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that even dengue fever can be taken care of through such simple remedies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the science behind fire walking in temples. He says, the depth with which you feel violence and feel violated, with that same depth, if you feel sacrifice, commitment, devotion, then that violence in you will be muted. The actions which you will feel violated, which make you feel violated when you are forced to do them, if you do them voluntarily in the name of devotion, commitment, and sacrifice to a particular god or goddess, then it becomes tapas, penance. It becomes mutation of your fundamental instincts. Same way, when you allow lemon piercing to be done on your body, which is a traditional Hindu way of, it is a spiritual practice in Hinduism, where you pierce your body with lemons. It is called Aruga Kuttugal in Tamil. When it is done out of pure devotion to the universal cosmic mother, which is normally done in all the villages of South India, Tamil Nadu, then the violence you will normally feel when pierced will be muted because you are undergoing the same piercing act out of devotion to the goddess. So the same instinct is kindled with the clarity that you are dedicating it to your preferred deity, Ishta Devata or Kula Devata. The same intensity is awakened, but muting your feeling of being violated. Sacrifice mutes, transmutes the feeling of violation. Tapas transmutes the feeling of being violated and violence. So all these acts like fire walking, body piercing are all the third dimension of Aushadha. The fourth dimension of Aushadha is inhaling certain herbal perfumes before falling asleep and while you are asleep. These are the four primary Aushadha processes Paramashiva prescribes. He gives it to us. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, facilitates all four for us. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, he makes us manifest the multiple powers of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, and the space of Paramashiva. This Aushadha Annadhan that is being served comes in the first category of Aushadha, which when consumed causes healing and upliftment of the consciousness.
बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुण सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजना भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
The parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, here on Tiruvudal Street in Tiruvannamalai, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening, was acquired officially by KAILASA Bharat last year. And ever since this acquisition happened, it has been celebrations here in the heart of Tiruvannamalai, as this Tiruvudal Street is located just near the Arunachaleshwara temple on its southern side, and it falls within the 7 circumambulatory paths around Arunachaleshwara. It is located on the 6th circumambulatory path. And ever since the divine acquisition happened, non-stop Aushadha Annadhan and a host of other socio-spiritual services are being offered with great pride by the Kailasavasis, sannyasis, devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. From his own parental home, where the beginnings of the revival of Kailasa happened 46 years ago, all the services in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai are under the direct guidance and micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As soon as this divine acquisition happened of his parental home, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism laid a bore well here to provide cool, purified drinking water continuously to the sadhus and citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai 24/7. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that the waters that gushed forth from this bore well is the same sacred water current of the Shivagangai Tirtham, the water body inside the Arunachaleshwara temple in its 5th circumambulation path, which is just the inner circle to where Bhagavan's parental home is, which is on the 6th path. Healers initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offer spiritual healing here at Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, along with the Aushadha Annadhan. And the people are continuously enriched with the services offered by Kailasa for their holistic upliftment. And during the golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here in Tiruvudal Street, on all the days that Annamalaya would come in procession on the Madavivi, which means on this Tiruvudal Street, where his divine shadow and hallowed feet would grace at least 300 days in a year, and where he is carried on the shoulders of his ardent devotees and royal retinue. All the relatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would gather in his home to have a first row pavilion view of Annamalaya as he passes by. The biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a large, tightly knit joint family that lives in and around the temple, all within the seven circles. This parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening today, was originally a traditional tile roof structure with two independent houses in the same property, one for the paternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Annamalai Chettiar, and his wife Anasuya Ammal, and one for his elder brother, Annamalai Chettiar's elder brother, which is the elder grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sami Chettiar, and his wife Danakoti Ammal. Sami Chettiar and his wife had no children, and after Sami Chettiar left the body, the house was remodeled in 1988 to its current form, the AKS home complex. And Danakoti Ammal, Sami Chettiar's wife, continued to stay with the family, and she lived beyond 100 years, cooking her own food till the very last day with an absolutely extraordinary health line, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls so often, where he shares that the people in this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai easily live beyond 95 years of age to 100 years and beyond. The health line was so good, so healthy, because of the entire lifestyle that was lived here, the temple-centric lifestyle and the ecosystem in all its dimensions. This home complex, the AKS complex, when it was rebuilt in 1988, was remodeled as two parts. One for the biological father of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Arunachala, and one for his father's elder brother, Sri Kumaraswamy Iyer, who was a spiritual confidant of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his years in Tiruvannamalai. Both the families lived as a large joint family on the first floor of this home complex, while the ground floor they rented out to various shop owners. And all these shop owners lived as an integral part of their family, participating in all their home functions and witnessing the various Kailasa activities of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a child, which happened here in his parental home. This ground floor, this corridor that we're witnessing, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening, is the corridor where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted his home temple processions for his home deities, exactly like how they would perform the festivals and processions in the Arunachaleshwara temple for Annamalaya. And therefore, the shop owners are the direct eyewitnesses to the grand revival of Kailasa by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism right from his childhood. The entire Tiruvannamalai townspeople functions as a single large joint family, where each one knows the other and the happenings in each other's homes as well. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would wake up every morning from Samadhi and walk outside to the corridor with closed eyes and open his eyes to see his beloved Arunachala as the first sight in the morning. His brothers would jocularly turn him around, trying to disorient him, and if ever he opened his eyes on anything other than Arunachala, he would go right back to his mat and wake up all over again and walk with closed eyes once again to the corridor and open his eyes on his beloved Arunachala. And before going to sleep every night, he would set his eyes on Arunachala, have his darshan, last darshan for the day, and close his eyes on Arunachala and walk with closed eyes and go to rest. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted all the Hindu festivals with such fervor that the passers-by would participate with equal fervor in his celebrations as they would in the temple. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts the 11-day and 21-day Brahmotsavams, the grand Hindu festivals, every single month, dedicated to various deities in all the Kailasa temples worldwide. And he has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for conducting the maximum number of Brahmotsavams in a year, from March 2nd, 2021 to June 18, 2022. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his own home temple here in his parental home. And this is the first temple of Kailasa, built personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood. From this home temple, the Kailasa nation is born. Today, Kailasa has temples all over the world consecrated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the process of Prana Pratishta, where as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, as the embodiment of the pure cosmic energy, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly infuses the prana, the life energy, into these deities in the process called Prana Pratishta. Pratishta meaning consecration, prana meaning life energy. Therefore, the consecration of the life energy in these deities is done directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is here in his home, in his parental home, the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Tiruvannamalai, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started the first Madappalli of Kailasa, which is the temple kitchen, which cooks food exclusively for the deities. And his first Madappalli was run by his own mother, Ma Lokanayaki, who would dutifully prepare all the Naivedyams requested by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism every single day and for the festival offerings. Later, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism cooked his own Naivedyam once he moved to their home terrace, where he hand-built his own personal home temple, before which he would have his deities in the shelves of the kitchen in their home alongside his mother, who would be cooking in the kitchen as well. And it is here in his parental home that Kailasa's first flower gardens were maintained personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to pluck and offer homegrown flowers to Paramashiva as prescribed in the Agamas by Paramashiva himself, where flowers are not meant to be purchased, but they are meant to be grown and plucked and offered. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was protected during his childhood years here in his parental home by 11 Rudras, manifestations of Bhagwan Kalabhairava, the guardian god. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism saw these 11 forms regularly during his childhood, and he thought they were probably extended relatives as he was from a large joint family. He mentioned about them to Sri Raghupati Yogi, his yoga guru, who clarified to him that they were Rudras who were ferociously protecting him, his human form. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a pet dog by the name Mani here in his parental home, who was looked after by his paternal grandmother Anasuya Ammal. Mani lived as a Siddha. Sri Raghupati Yogi, the yoga guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, would worship Mani. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that Mani is the very vehicle of Bhagwan Kalabhairava, who had taken birth to protect the human form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls that Anasuya Ammal, anytime she was unable to take the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally to any of his gurus' homes or to visit Sri Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal, she would simply talk to Mani in Tamil, telling him to take the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to Sri Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal. And Mani would simply start walking in the right direction, where he would find Sri Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal unfailingly. And in Tiruvannamalai, The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares with us that it is not an easy job to find Sri Yogiram Sarathkumar Swamigal because it is not in one location that he sat. He would either be seated at the Termutti on the eastern side of the Arunachaleshwara temple where the temple chariot was parked, or you would find him seated in the burial grounds near Ishanya Linga. Or you would find him near the Sambandha Ganapati shrine inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. He would be found in multiple locations, but money always went straight to the location where he would be seated. And Sri Yogiram Sarathkumar Swamigal had 2 to 3 pet dogs around him, which would not allow anyone else to come near him, but they would allow money to come near him. And the same way, money would ferociously protect the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, not allowing anyone else to come near him. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that it is money, the vehicle of Bhagwan Kalabhairava, the guardian god, who protected his home complex on Tirugudal Street for 28 long years after he left his home and brought his home complex back into the fold of Kailasa. And as evidence that money protected the home complex, money's footprints are imprinted and can be seen till date in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, Bhagwan's parental home. Money left his footprints as evidence to show that he is protected for 28 long years and brought the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi back into the divine fold of Kailasa. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sculpted the first deities of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had darshan of the universal cosmic mother as Devi Bhuvaneshwari inside the Devi shrine of the Arunachaleshwara temple at around 10 to 11 years of age. Following this darshan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ran back home and sculpted her form on soapstone, right here in his parental home where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening. Just holding her vision in his inner space, he sculpted her entire form, giving her form outside as well on soapstone. This Devi deity, Parashakti deity, is worshipped today by the million followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and receives personal worship from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism till date. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made over 1 million deities through Kailasa's Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, which is a virtual city with 7 working units and a workforce of 600 people that supplies deities not just to Kailasa temples but to other temples as well. And it is the largest temple production center in the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the darshan of the Sri Yantra at around age 12. Once again in the Devi shrine in Arunachaleshwara temple. And he etched the sacred geometry, the Sri Yantra, on a copper foil here in his parental home, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted innumerable yantras to his worldwide followers as powerful tools to aid their religious and spiritual practices. So all of these beginnings of Kailasa, all the services of Kailasa that have assumed global proportions today has its beginnings here in Bhagwan's parental home in Tiruvannamalai. The revival started right from his childhood, from day one. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created all the handmade temple jewelry, robes, deity vehicles, and other procession and decoration items comprising the temple arts as offering to his home temple deities. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism makes these very same items through Kailasa's Nithyananda Sacred Arts University and ships them on a global scale for the various Kailasa temples around the world, and in the process offering livelihood to all the artisans involved in it, including the stapatis who sculpt the deities and the various people who are adepts who make a livelihood out of producing these temple art objects. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivered his first discourses as a child to his own family members, friends, and relatives. He used to repeat verbatim the discourses he heard from the great Shaivite scholars and orators who visited Tiruvannamalai during the festivals, during the famous Arunagirinathar festival organized around the 15th of August every year by Sri Dhanusu here in Tiruvannamalai. The narration of the Ramayanam, the Puranic happening in Hindu history, is the first discourse by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at age 3. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of hours of public discourse delivered by a single individual, which stands at 2,89,928 hours on 7,407 topics. At the time this award was given, of course, the figures have been crossed already by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism hand wrote his first spiritual books, which are the publications of Kailasa, carrying the profound spiritual truths imparted to him, the understandings he received from his beloved gurus, including Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramashiva himself. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of books published by a single author, which is 1,123 books. At the time the award was given, now this number has been surpassed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. It is here in his parental home, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Tiruvannamalai, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism commenced the revival of yoga, which is Yoga Guru, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, at age 3. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of traditional asanas performed by a group of people, which is 508 asanas in 108 minutes, and the award for the longest duration to hold the Padmasana yogic posture by a group of people, which is at 3 hours and 10 minutes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the recipient of the Guinness Book of Records for the largest rope yoga lessons. Rope yoga, known traditionally as Kundalini Rajju, is performing of yogic postures on a hanging rope, which builds extreme body strength and flexibility. This award was given to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 30th of September 2017. And he is also the recipient of the Guinness Book of Record for the largest pole yoga lesson, traditionally called the Mallakkamba pole yoga, on the 3rd of October 2017. Both these yoga forms tremendously increase the body strength and flexibility and awaken the Kundalini energy, whereby we start radiating spiritual powers as a natural consequence. This is the original intention of yoga prescribed by Paramashiva, which is to radiate his spiritual powers. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been awarded the Guinness record for the largest number of people in the formation of the sacred syllable Om on the 17th of December 2017. It is here in his parental home, the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi in Tiruvannamalai, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the entire Hindu science of ritualistic worship. He owned his set of small deities gifted to him by his guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, which his guru materialized out of his body, and a couple of deities gifted by his maternal grandfather, Sri Rajamudalya, and by his father, Sri Arunachaleshwara Swami. and deities of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, picked up from his mother's worship set that formed part of her wedding trousseau gifted to her by her father, Sri Rajan. It is here in his parental home, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made the innumerable clay deities of Ganesha and other Hindu gods and goddesses and celebrated Ganesh Chaturthi and other Hindu festivals such as Navaratri. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would take his home tricycle and go to the place near Shivanji Kulam in Tiruvannamalai, where the vendors would be making and selling clay Ganeshas for Ganesh Chaturthi. And after the festival is over, they would simply leave behind the remaining clay and move. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would collect all the heaps of clay in his tricycle and take it back to his home terrace, which is this very parental home where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening today. And he would store it in the backyard, keeping it wet continuously by placing hay over it and pouring water continuously over it. And he would inspire his siblings, friends, and playmates to make deities out of the clay. And he would make the Ganesha deity and other Devi deities with clay and celebrate Ganesha Chaturthi, Navaratri, and other festivals. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also took his deities, his home deities, in procession inside this home complex which we are seeing today on a 108 feet long corridor on the ground floor. All the shop owners on the ground floor were direct eyewitnesses and participants of these loud processions. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also took his deities in procession on the Mada Veevi alongside Annamalai himself. This space of his parental home of the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi here in Tiruvannamalai has reverberated with the celebrations, the chants, the rituals of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for 17 long years. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum verses chanted in 1 hour by his disciples, which is 999 verses, and the award for the longest duration to chant the Rudram mantra, which is at 30 hours. And it is also here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sung his first devotional songs towards the Lord, reviving the bhakti dimension, the devotion dimension. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of kirtans, songs dedicated to a single person alive, which stands at 530 songs. These are the songs offered at the divine feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by his ardent disciples and devotees. Every extraordinary milestone of Kailasa has its beginnings here in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Tiruvannamalai, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through attracting these various awards and rewards, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously restores legitimacy to the various dimensions of Hinduism that was destroyed by the invaders. Through this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism restores confidence in born and practicing Hindus on their own culture and tradition, which was robbed from them by the invaders. Thus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism works continuously, relentlessly, day and night to restore legitimacy to these Hindu sciences, which is the only hope and way to help humanity have the superconscious breakthrough. The science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma holds the key to humanity's superconscious breakthrough, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism untiringly works to revive these sciences. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the glorious Guru Parampara of Tiruvannamalai by learning at the feet of his beloved Gurus as their disciples and learning from the Acharyas who visited Tiruvannamalai and who lived in Tiruvannamalai, starting from Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Vidwan Pandurangan. All the Gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have stepped foot into this parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, further sanctifying the sacred space. And today, we are witnessing the Aushadha Annadhan happening from this very historic, sacred, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As we are watching this live Aushadha Annadhan Seva to the Annamalaya devotees here from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, we are just a few hours away from the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, manifesting as the Kalyana Sundaramurti on the occasion of Panguni Uttiram, the day when the celestial marriages of the divine couples of Paramashiva Shakti, Lord Subramanya with his divine consort Valli, and the celestial marriage ceremony of Lord Venkateshwara with his divine consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi, and the divine celestial marriage of Sri Ranganatha with his divine consort Taya Ranganayaki. All of these celestial marriages happened on this day, and today we are celebrating it as Kailasa's Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, where we will be witnessing the celestial marriage ceremonies of all the divine couples. At 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time and 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and devotees have already started offering wedding gifts to these divine couples as their offering of deep gratitude for having received and continuing to receive all abundance in their lives. They are offering the wedding gifts at this link https://events.ecitizen.info/holy HOLI. I repeat, the devotees worldwide are offering wedding gifts to the celestial couples at https://events.ecitizen.info/holy HOLI. The live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as Kalyana Sundaramurti will happen at midnight tonight at 12 a.m. Indian Standard Time, which is just a few hours away. And the grand marriage ceremony of Annamalaya and Unnamalayamman will happen in the Arunachaleshwara temple, following which the Lord and his consort will come in a grand procession on the Madavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple, where Bhagwan's parental home is located on Tirumudal Street. And we will be witnessing giving of the Mandagappadi to Lord Annamalaya, which is offering of all the worship items to Annamalaya as he comes in his procession on the streets. We will be witnessing the offering of Mandagappadi from Bhagwan's own parental home, located on Tirumudal Street.
जय जगदीश्वरा नित्य
Kalyana Sundaramurti is one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Bhagwan Paramashiva, and he represents fulfilling relationships, smooth, complete relationships.
नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्रीशैलेश्वरा शम्भो शङ्करा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुन्दर नटन मनोहर करुणसागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
The Aushadha Annadhan Seva continues here in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from two locations, one on Tiruvudal Street, where the parental home of Bhagwan is located, and from the mountain path, where the temple monastery complex, Kailasa, is located. And over 40,000 meals have been served already to the Annamalaya devotees as we are progressing further into the full moon night. And the Annamalaya devotees are continuing performing the Girivala around Arunachala. It's a 14-kilometer path around the Arunachala hill. And during their Girivala, they step into either of the Kailasas and have their Aushadha food and resume the Girivala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offers food, water, basic shelter, and spiritual upliftment to all the Annamalaya devotees on the sacred occasion of Purnima and every day to the everyday Aushadha Annadhan Seva.
संहारक पतित पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा 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 பலகோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும்
The Annamalaya devotees can be seen filling both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai to receive their Aushadha food. In Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, located on the mountain path, the food is being served in two locations in the campus itself, one just outside the campus, on the Girivala path, the mountain path road itself, and counters inside the campus as well. For the convenience of the Annamalaya devotees, those who just wish to step aside from their Girivala receive their food at the counter just outside the campus. And they have their meal sitting on the stone benches provided for the purpose. And those who wish to rest and have a little bit of shelter during the Girivala step into the campus and have the Aushadha Annadhan from the counters inside the campus before they move on. Celebrations of Kailasa are continuing every day in Nitya Utsava, eternal celebrations. This full moon night, you will be witnessing the divine marriage ceremony of the Hindu gods and goddesses. And the celebrations will continue as Annamalayar and Unnamalayamman come in procession on the Madaviri. And tomorrow is the grand procession, the grand celebration of the holy festival of the Hindu tradition. In the Hindu tradition, the Holi festival is one of the most important spiritual celebrations, as it is celebrated in the Vaishnava tradition as the day that Radha and Gopikas united with Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the Rasa Leela, and Bhagavan Sri Krishna gave them the experience of the Sahasrara, which means all of them had the Sahasrara chakras blossom and experienced enlightenment. Each Gopika experienced her own beloved Krishna, meaning realizing their individual soul, that it is that Krishna is their very soul. It is such a day of spiritual ecstasy. And this celebration of Holi is going to happen tomorrow in all Kailasas worldwide. Every day in Kailasa is celebration. Hinduism itself is a festival, is a religion of celebration. It is a science of celebration. While it is Paramashiva's promise to humanity to remain here in Tiruvannamalai in three forms forever as the sacred Arunachala hill, as the Arunachaleshwara Linga, and in the form of an incarnation, the current living incarnation being the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashiva also resides in a fourth form here in Tiruvannamalai, which was not explicitly declared by Paramashiva but manifested seamlessly. He lives as the Shiva Sarva Guhashayah, as Shiva, the one who resides in the hearts of all. And this is true especially amongst the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai, for whom Arunachala is Antaryami, their most supreme lord and their most intimate partner, making it possible for Paramashiva to appear again and again as one among them in this holy land. Arunachala is extolled as the hill that beckons. There is a popular verse in the Annamalai Venba, the very first verse, where the great saint of Tiruvannamalai, Guhai Namah Shivaya, sings, Adi Nadamadummalai, Andriruvar Thedummalai, Jodi Madiyadaravam Sudummalai, Nidithazhaikum Malai, ஞான Tabodhanalai, Bhavendrazhaikum Malai, Annamalai, which means the mountain that is dancing the primal dance, the Shivatandava, the mountain which the two were seeking, Brahma and Vishnu were seeking, the mountain that the moon and serpent are adorning, the mountain where the cosmic law flourishes, the mountain that pulls incarnations and enlightened beings to it, O Arunachala. Even the ordinary traveler, once having set his eyes upon Arunachala, is inexplicably drawn to dwell in its sacred presence again and again. And seekers worldwide commonly feel the mystical experience, what is known as the call of Arunachala, even today.
பிறவியின் பலனாவும் கூடும். எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன். வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும் காட்சி அது காண பயம் நீங்குது. குரு நித்யன் அருளாலே ஜெயமோங்குது. ஆனந்த பீரிட ஏழுலகும் இங்கு நித்யனின் காட்சியை பாடிவிட. அன்றத தில்லையின் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் நித்யரும் இன்றரங்கேற்றிவிட. எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன். வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும் காட்சி அது காண பயம் நீங்குது. குரு நித்யன் அருளாலே ஜெயமோங்குது. மனமும் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகுது. பூமி முதலான புவனங்கள் யாவும் நித்யன் அருட்கண்ணில் உருவானது. நித்யன் அருட்கண்ணில் உருவானதாலே தோன்றும் உயிர் யாவும் அவனானது. ஜெகமே நித்யானந்தமயமானது.
As the Purnima celebrations, the full moon celebrations are happening in Tiruvannamalai, the Kalpataru program, which includes the Samaya Diksha initiation, is also being conducted here in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram on the mountain path. The participants are being initiated into the science of Kalpataru, the science of manifesting what we want as reality in our life, as the very space, state, being, powers of Paramashiva. The Samaya Diksha is the first level initiation into the space of Paramashiva within us, awakening us to the space of Paramashiva inside us. The Samaya Diksha is offered worldwide by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is like the official initiation into the Shaivite lifestyle, which is the enlightening lifestyle. Shaivism and the Shaivite lifestyle was established by Paramashiva Shakti, Devi herself, even before the word religion was coined. Devi came down from Kailasa and established Adi Shaivism, which is just an enlightening lifestyle, not a religion. And it is this pure Shaivite lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today. It is only because this lifestyle was largely lost due to the persistent invasions and the mass brainwashing done by the invaders on our people, making them adopt the foreign lifestyle of the invaders. Only when this happened, the Adishaivism lifestyle was largely lost, and it is one of the main reasons for the huge degradation of consciousness in the human society. Therefore, it is this lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today as the Kailasa lifestyle, where life was lived as a temple based, temple centric lifestyle. And the Gurukul system of education was the knowledge transmission system. Reviving of the Gurukul knowledge transmission system of education and reviving the Adishaivism lifestyle, which is the Kailasa lifestyle, is the core of the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in reviving Kailasa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again given the clarion call to humanity to wake up and live a cosmic law centric lifestyle, to be free from all the individual and global struggles that we face today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has successfully established today the only Hindu nation, Kailasa, which functions on cosmic principles of peaceful coexistence. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his clarion call to humanity, quote, "It is time we enrich the whole humanity for dharmic life, the cosmic law-centric lifestyle. We need to align ourselves and enrich our others to align to the enlightened lifestyle. Consciousness-centric lifestyle is no more a luxury, it is a survival need. There are only two choices in front of us. Either all of us wake up and decide to make decisions and policies based on the cosmic principles revealed in Vedas and Agamas, consciousness centric lifestyle, enlightened civilizational thought currents, so we all coexist. That's the best way to exist. The other choice is if we don't wake up and decide to coexist, the other choice will be nothing will be left. It is time we all wake up and decide to align our lifestyle, policies, everything centered on cosmic principles. It is time to look beyond our borders as the whole global family. Kailasa's effort is to unite all the nations. Uniting all the nations is fundamentally to enrich everyone with the highest values. Hinduism says very clearly, Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Non-violence is the ultimate cosmic principle. The natural law of the cosmos functions centered on ahimsa, non-violence, and coexistence. It is time we all wake up to this truth. Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. We can apply this principle whether a simple decision of what you eat for your breakfast or the major decisions you make about the relationships, the way to relate with the other countries, external affair policies, in every level. It is time we bring enlightened principles, cosmic principles, with a global vision. Further, continuing in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is time we focus more on right education, more than developing armies. It is time we focus more on researching longevity than biological weapons. Kailasa, the constitution of Kailasa, gives fundamental rights to all beings, not just Hindus or not just human beings. All living beings have a right to exist, the right to be treated as the manifestation of Paramashiva, the primordial divinity. The first amendment of Kailasa's constitution is the right to treat yourself, treat others, to be treated by others as Paramashiva, God Himself for all beings, not just human beings, but for all beings. Let us all decide to respect, revere, honor, accept, coexist with all beings, not just human beings, with all beings. Planet Earth for animals. Planet Earth is for animals too, not just for human beings. We human beings need to realize we cannot survive on the planet by eliminating all other species. It is time we wake up and treat all beings not just with human rights, with divine rights. All beings have a right to exist, treat themselves, treat others, to be treated by others as divine, Paramashiva, ultimate God Himself, ultimate itself. It is time we look beyond the ideas of currency, beyond the ideas of army, beyond the ideas of political ideologies, beyond the ideas of political borders, beyond the ideas of religious philosophy. It is time we look at the whole planet Earth and all the beings through the cosmic principles. Kailasa is striving to present cosmic, conscious, enlightened, principle centric model communities, ecosystems all over the world. With the blessings of Paramashiva and the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, we do have a territory, but we are not just territory centric nation, we are territory based civilizational nation. This territory is just for us to stay and operate. It is time we all start looking beyond borders. Hindus all over the world, you are all successful. O Hindus, you are the richest ethnic minority in every country you have settled down, whether it is United States of America or Canada or UK or Australia. It is time you take these cosmic principles from the Veda Agami constitution and enrich the whole world. It is time we need to enrich the world with these cosmic principles and revive the ancient enlightened civilization. It is not just removing the extreme poverty, it is not just stopping the deforestation, it is not just protecting the animal rights, it is making everyone feel everything is divine. We need to look at everything from the principle of the cosmos. It is time for us to wake up. Let us all resolve, with the grace of Paramashiva, to stand for the principles He Himself has revealed in Vedas and Agamas and revive the ancient enlightened civilization and cosmic principles. Through these cosmic principles, let us protect planet Earth, the only home we have, survive, thrive through coexistence, not just tolerance. I sincerely request these lofty ideals, goals, policies should not be just in books, should come to the real decision-making tables. All the statesmen, all the dignitaries, all the influencers in the field of entertainment, like the many Hollywood celebrities and social media influencers, I request all of you, let us be the real change. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his clarion call to humanity at large to start living by the cosmic principles. Today, this clarion call of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is being heard by many international agencies, institutions, and entities, right up to the United Nations, who are willing to incorporate these cosmic centric principles and policies into their international policies and reports and publish it to humanity at large, thereby awakening the common man to a cosmic principle centric lifestyle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is untiringly working in all levels, in all dimensions, from grassroots level right up to the top levels, working with decision makers, social media influencers, with people from all over the world of different strata to revive the enlightened civilization that existed once upon a time on the planet. His agenda is too pure, with no distractions whatsoever, evidenced by his own life right from his childhood, where not a single eyewitness during his childhood years has shared that there has been any other activity in his life in his childhood years other than worship, temple based lifestyle, and worship related revival activities. and other dimensions and celebrations of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. We have not been able to capture one interview in Tiruvannamalai from one person who says he had any other form of entertainment, any other form of activity in his life, except activities related to the revival of Kailasa. Out of his infinite compassion and love for the whole of humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has thrown open a series of social media platforms for humanity at large, for human beings to offer their prayers at the feet of Paramashiva, which the living manifestation, Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will bless and grace to fulfill and support all the beings in fulfilling all their prayers. In the Instagram platform, you may submit your prayers as comments in the live comment section of instagram.com/Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. I repeat, in Instagram, the platform to submit your comments, your prayers as comments in the live comment section is instagram.com/Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. And in the YouTube platform, you may comment your prayers in the live chat section of youtube.com/@Nithyananda TV, youtube.com/@Nithyananda TV, NITHYANANDA. And on your phone, on the WhatsApp, you can join the WhatsApp group and send your prayers. The WhatsApp group is Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda. Or you can join the WhatsApp community at kailasa.org, KAILASA.org. On Twitter, you can go to the twitter.com/Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA, and go to the topmost pinned post and click the reply icon and post your prayers along with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, ASKTHEAVATAR. And on Facebook, you may go to facebook.com/Paramahamsa Nithyananda, PARAMAHAMSA, Paramahamsa Nithyananda. And you may leave your prayers as comments in the live comment section. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has thrown open these series of social media platforms for us to continuously post our prayers and receive His blessings, grace, and support to manifest these prayers as a reality in our life. And also, through this, to take us beyond our mundane desires and align us to the cosmic principles where our ultimate desire must be living enlightenment itself.
मूषिकवाहन मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर शिव शक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शंभो शंकर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि
Aushadha Annadhan Seva in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai from both the locations at Annamalai and on Thiruvural Street. It has crossed serving of over 44,000 meals.
नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुण सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर सत्य सनातन नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चंद्रकलाधर गौरी मनोहर परम कृपाकर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गोकुलनंदन गोपी मनोहर
We are able to see the Girivala path, the mountain path around Arunachala, starting to be flooded by Annamalaya devotees As we proceed into the full moon night, on this sacred occasion of Purnima, full moon night celebrations,
बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतितपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मातपिता गुरुदेव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा 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 அலகோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்தியன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிடி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும்
Kailasa's supreme aim is to serve the religious and spiritual needs of the 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity through micronations, Hindu universities, spiritual embassies, temple monastery complexes and nunneries, food banks, which are the Anna Mandirs, the Annalayas, animal shelters, the Goshala, libraries, Jnanalaya, organic agriculture, protecting indigenous nations, recognizing gender equality, global peace, protecting ancient sciences, empowering women, eradicating poverty and illiteracy, protecting ancient heritages, teaching religious tolerance, and Kailasa creates strong diplomatic networks with national governments and international organizations to develop and administer humanitarian projects aligned with the world's needs.
குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம் குணம் தாண்டி உருவம்
Kailasa represented the global Hindu diaspora of 2 billion at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues in the December of 2021. The United Nations has recognized the multi-level persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashiva, and of the ethnocide and genocide of Hindus. This is a monumental milestone in the history of Hindus and humanity, as the centuries of injustice and violation of fundamental human rights have finally come to light on a global stage. The Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Kailasa spoke on behalf of persecuted Hindus at the 14th Forum on Minority Issues at the United Nations Forum. The United Nations Office of the High Commission of Human Rights has published over 12 reports submitted by Kailasa on aspects of Hindu genocide thus far, which include the rights of indigenous women, prevention of femicide, COVID-19 and multilateralism, women and girls' enjoyment of human rights, gender, justice, and freedom of opinion and expression, elimination of discrimination against women, special report on violence against women, causes and consequences, special report on freedom of opinion and expressions, enforced disappearances, abuse and exploitation of children, the right to education advances and challenges, indigenous peoples and the right to freedom of religion or belief. Kailasa works to unite all nations for common values, common human values such as global peace, eradicating poverty, religious tolerance, gender equality, women empowerment, child welfare, eradicating illiteracy, sustainable development, animal protection, establishment and support of food banks, holistic healthcare, the revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism, protecting and reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, democracy and uncorrupt elections, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, recovery of drug abuse, sexually abused victims, vegetarianism, and climate change. Towards this goal of uniting nations, Kailasa has established over 108 organizations and initiatives around the world, such as Kailasa Uniting Nations for Nonviolence and Global Peace, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment and Gender Equality, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Mental Health and Development, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Nutritious Food and a Hunger-Free World, and so on. The United Nations, the United States of Kailasa is committed to global peace by building bridges of understanding and deepening ties of friendship between nations through spiritual and cultural diplomacy, as per the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Kailasa achieves this by supporting forums of discussion and representation over the years. Representatives have attended forums on focused issues. They have voiced out the concerns of the 2 billion Hindu diaspora and advocated for Hindu solutions to countries across the world to implement in their policies, as Hindu solutions are cosmic principle based solutions and therefore universal and best. Over 50 cities across the globe have declared the 3rd of January as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Nithyananda Day in recognition of the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the world. To understand, to even start understanding the colossal work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we first need to understand Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its original purpose. The word Hindu Dharma has originated from Paramashiva himself. In the Meru Tantra, one of the sacred texts revealed by Paramashiva to Devi Paramashiva Shakti, Paramashiva describes, in Kali Yuga, by chanting the Paschimam Nyaya mantra 80,008 times will manifest as power for the kings to fight 5 Khana, 7 Maura, and 9 Shaka who come to destroy the Hindu Dharma. O Devi, the word Hindu literally means whole, those who defeat the evil. This Paramashiva has revealed in the Meru Tantra, in the 33rd Prakasha, in the Shabdakalpa Druma. So much before Hindu Dharma became a religion as we cognize it today, Hindu Dharma was a defining aspect of a person who was keenly intent on destroying evil, not just externally, but by breaking the bondage of Maya or delusion within. Hindu is therefore a quality of a person who recognizes the internal spiritual quest for the experience of oneness with Paramashiva and powerfulness as a more tangible journey than what we are in the modern day venture to achieve in our material life. As a philosophy, as a civilization, and as a lifestyle, Hindu Dharma emerged from Paramashiva. Over time, it has undergone countless cycles of creation, destruction, revival, and expansion in all directions, but it has never died. And therefore, it has earned the prefix Sanatana or eternal and became Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It encompasses a pantheon of tradition, lineages, and heritages that are still living today after its origin many, many thousands of years ago. Sanatana Hindu Dharma was never just one philosophy, one god, or one tradition. It was always vast and expanding. உலகம் முழுவதிலிருந்தும் நித்யானந்தா தொலைக்காட்சியின் வழியாகவும் யூடியூப் பதிப்பகம், கட்செவி போன்ற சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாகவும் எங்களோடு இணைந்திருக்கும் அன்பர்கள், பக்தர்கள் மற்றும் நேயர்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றோம். நீங்கள் அனைவரும் இப்பொழுது கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையிலிருந்து நிகழும் நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பை பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றீர்கள். கைலாசத்தின் குருமகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் பேரருளாலும் நேரடி வழிகாட்டுதலின் படியும் கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையில் பௌர்ணமி திருநாள் வெகு சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இந்த பௌர்ணமி திருநாள் அன்று அண்ணாமலையானை கிரிவலம் வந்து கொண்டிருக்கும் லட்சக்கணக்கான அண்ணாமலையாரின் பக்தர்களும் சிவனடியார்களுக்கும் சிறப்பு ஔஷத அன்னதானம் இலவசமாக அளிக்கப்படுகின்றது. திருவண்ணாமலையில் 2 இடங்களில் அன்னதானம் அளிக்கப்படுகின்றது. அண்ணாமலையார் ஆலயத்தின் 6வது பிரகாரமான திருவூடல் தெருவில் அமைந்திருக்கும் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமியிலும், 7வது பிரகாரமான கிரிவல பாதையில் உள்ள ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமி க்ஷேத்திரமான கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையிலும் 24 மணி நேரத்திற்கும் மேலாக தொடர்ந்து ஔஷத அன்னதானம் இந்த பௌர்ணமி திருநாள் அன்று நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. தமிழ்நாட்டில் உள்ள திருவண்ணாமலை எனும் இந்த திருநகரம் ஒரு கோவில் பெருங்குடியாகும். இந்த திருத்தலத்திலேயே கைலாசத்தின் குருமகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் அவதாரம் செய்தார். பகவான் அவர்கள் அவதாரம் செய்த இல்லம் இன்று ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமி எனும் புனித தலமாக திகழ்கின்றது. திருவண்ணாமலையில் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் அண்ணாமலையார் மற்றும் அருணாச்சலேஸ்வரர் என்ற திருநாமங்களில் வழிபடப்படுகின்றார். அருணாச்சலா எனும் நாமத்தை ஒரு முறை உச்சரிப்பதன் பலனை பற்றி சிவபெருமானே அருணாச்சல புராணத்தில் மிக அழகாக விவரிக்கின்றார். அவர் கூறுகின்றார், அருணாச்சலம் என ஒரு தரம் சொன்னவர்க்கு பஞ்சாட்சரத்தை 3 கோடி தரம் உச்சரித்த பலன் கிட்டும் என்று சிவபெருமானே அருளியுள்ளார். திருவண்ணாமலையில் மலையே சிவன், சிவனே மலை. அருணாச்சல மலையானது திரேத்த யுகத்தில் அக்னி மலையாகவும், திரேத்த யுகத்தில் மாணிக்க மலையாகவும், துவாபர யுகத்தில் மலையாகவும் இன்று கலியுகத்தில் கல்மலையாகவும் காட்சியளிக்கின்றது. பகவான் அவர்கள் அருணாச்சல மலையை பற்றி குறிப்பிடும் பொழுது அது பரமசிவனின் திருமேனி என்றும் வடிவம் தாங்கிய உயிர்களுக்கு முக்தி அளிப்பதாக வடிவமற்ற பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் தாங்கிய வடிவமே அருணாச்சல மலை. அதனால் அருணாச்சல மலையை தியானியுங்கள் என்றும் வெளிப்படுத்தினார். இந்த மொத்த திருவண்ணாமலை நகரமுமே அருணாச்சல மலையை மையமாக கொண்டு அமைந்த நகரமாகும். அண்ணாமலையார் ஆலயம் அண்ணாமலையார் லிங்கத்தை மையமாக கொண்டு கட்டமைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. மொத்த திருவண்ணாமலை நகரும் அருணாச்சல மலையை மையமாக கொண்டு கட்டமைக்கப்பட்டது. கிரிவலம் என்பது அருணாச்சல மலையை சுற்றி அமைந்துள்ள 14 கிலோமீட்டர் தூரமுடைய அந்த கிரிவல பாதையை கால்களால் நடந்து வலம் வருவதாகும். இது திருவண்ணாமலையில் உள்ள மிக தொன்மையான ஆன்மீக பயிற்சிகளில் ஒன்றாகும். நினைக்க முக்தி தரும் அண்ணாமலையானை ஒருவர் வலம் வரும் பொழுது அவருடைய மனம் தேவையற்ற எண்ணங்களை துறக்குகிறது. மேலும் அனைத்து எண்ணங்களையும் கடந்த பெருநிலையான நிர்விகல்ப நிலையை அனுபவமாக உணர்கின்றது. ஆடிப்பாடி அண்ணாமலை கைத்தொழ ஓடிப்போகும் உள்ள வினைகளே என்று திருஞான சம்பந்த பெருந்தகை சொல்வதை போன்று சிவநாமத்தை பாடிக்கொண்டும் அவரை நினைந்து ஆடிக்கொண்டும் கிரிவலம் செய்யும் பொழுது நமது வாழ்வில் உள்ள எல்லா துக்கங்களும் கரைந்து விடுகின்றது. உயிர் சிவோகம் எனும் நிலையை அனுபவமாக உணர்கின்றது. இந்த புனிதமான திருத்தலத்தில் வாழும் ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் மற்றும் அண்ணாமலையார் நம்மை பார்த்துக் கொள்வார் என்ற நம்பிக்கையோடு இங்கு வருகை தந்து அண்ணாமலையாரை சரணடையும் சாதுக்கள், சந்நியாசிகள் மற்றும் அண்ணாமலையாரின் கோடிக்கணக்கான பக்தர்களுக்கும் உணவளித்து அவர்களை கவனித்துக் கொள்வதற்காக மட்டுமே பரமசிவனின் நிஜாவதாரமான கைலாசத்தின் குருமகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை க்ஷேத்திரத்தை ஸ்தாபித்தார். ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமி க்ஷேத்திரமான கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையின் உண்மையான நோக்கம் அண்ணாமலையானை நம்பி வந்த அனைவருக்கும் 24 மணி நேரமும் உணவளித்து அவர்களின் அடிப்படை தேவைகளான உணவு, குடிநீர், இருப்பிடம் போன்ற அனைத்து வசதிகளையும் பூர்த்தி செய்து அவர்களை உடல், மனம் மற்றும் உணர்வு ரீதியாகவும் ஆன்மீக ரீதியாகவும் உயர்த்துவதற்கான ஞான சத்தியங்களையும் தியான நிகழ்ச்சிகளையும் தீட்சைகளையும் இலவசமாக அளிப்பதாகும். திருவண்ணாமலையில் கைலாசத்தின் குருமகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் அவதாரம் செய்த இல்லமான திருவூடல் தெருவில் உள்ள ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமியிலும் கிரிவலப்பாதையில் உள்ள கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையிலும் தினந்தோறும் நாள் முழுவதும் ஔஷத அன்னதானம் நிகழ்த்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. பௌர்ணமி சிறப்பு நாட்களில் மலை வலம் வரும் அனைத்து அடியார்களுக்கும் ஔஷத அன்னதானம் அளிக்கப்படுகின்றது. இரு இடங்களிலும் தினந்தோறும் ஔஷத அன்னதானம் நிகழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மேலும் ஒவ்வொரு பௌர்ணமி திருநாளன்றும் 24 மணி நேரத்திலிருந்து 36 மணி நேரம் வரை இவ்விரு இடங்களிலும் தொடர்ந்து ஔஷத அன்னதானம் நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டே இருக்கின்றது. இதில் குறிப்பிடத்தக்க ஒரு விவரம் என்னவெனில், திருவண்ணாமலை நகரிலேயே அண்ணாமலையார் ஆலயத்திற்கு பிறகு அதிக மக்கள் வருகை தரும் ஒரே தலம் நம்முடைய கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை க்ஷேத்திரத்திற்கு தான். உலக மக்கள் அனைவருக்கும் உணவளிக்க வேண்டும் என்று பகவானுடைய ஆழமான விருப்பம் மற்றும் நோக்கத்தின்படி அன்னதான சேவை என்பது கைலாசாவினுடைய 5 மாபெரும் தூண்களில் ஒன்றாகும். உணவு என்பதும் நம்முடைய அன்றாட வாழ்வில் ஒரு இன்றியமையாத பாகமாகும். அனுதினமும் 3 வேளையும் உணவை உட்கொள்வது பெரும்பாலான மக்களின் வாழ்க்கை முறையாக உள்ளது. அதில் நாம் யாரிடமிருந்து உணவை உட்கொள்கிறோம் என்பது மிகவும் குறிப்பிடத்தக்கது. ஏனெனில் நாம் யாரிடமிருந்து நாம் உட்கொள்கின்றோமோ அவருடைய எண்ண ஓட்டமும் அவருடைய சங்கல்பமும் அந்த உணவிற்குள் செல்கிறது. மேலும் அந்த உணவை உண்பவரின் உயிருக்குள்ளும் அது செல்கிறது. இதுவே ஔஷதத்தின் அறிவியல் என்று பகவான் அவர்கள் வெளிப்படுத்துகின்றார். உதாரணத்திற்கு மகாபாரதத்தில் மகாபாரத யுத்தம் முடிந்த பிறகு தர்மராஜா யுதிஷ்டிரர் ஆசீர்வாதங்களை பெறுவதற்காகவும் எப்படி ராஜ்யத்தை பரிபாலனம் செய்வது என்பதற்கான ராஜ நீதிகளை கேட்பதற்காகவும் அம்பு படுக்கையில் இருக்கும் பீஷ்மரிடம் செல்கின்றார். ராஜநீதிகளை பற்றி பீஷ்மர் சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கும் பொழுது பெண்களுக்கான உரிமைகள் மற்றும் சுதந்திரத்தை பற்றிய அத்தியாயங்களை பீஷ்மர் உரைக்கின்றார். அதை கேட்கும் திரௌபதி தன்னை கட்டுப்படுத்த இயலாமல் பீஷ்மரை பார்த்து சிரிக்கின்றார். திரௌபதி சிரிப்பதன் காரணத்தை பீஷ்மர் கேட்கின்றார். அதற்கு திரௌபதி, பிதாமகரே, மன்னித்து விடுங்கள், என்னால் என்னை கட்டுப்படுத்த இயலவில்லை. நீங்கள் இன்று உரைக்கும் உங்களுடைய அனைத்து விதிகள், ஞானம், போதனை இவையெல்லாம் அன்று எங்கு போனது? அன்று உங்கள் ராஜசபையில் துயோதனும் துஷ்சாதனனும் என்னை துயில் உரியும் பொழுது நீங்கள் ஏன் துரியோதனையும் துச்சாதனையும் நிறுத்த ஒரு வார்த்தை கூட சொல்லவில்லை என்று கேட்கிறார். அதற்கு பீஷ்ம பிதா சொல்கிறார், மகளே, நீ யாருடைய உணவை உண்கிறாயோ, எவர் அளிக்கும் உணவை உட்கொள்கிறாயோ அவர்களுடைய குணத்தை நீ உள்வாங்குகின்றாய். அன்று உன்னை காக்க இயலாததற்கு 2 காரணங்கள் உள்ளன. ஒன்று, துரியோதனன் ஒரு அரசன், அதனால் நான் அவருக்கு எதிராக எதுவும் சொல்ல இயலாது. இரண்டாவது, நான் அந்த ராஜசபையை விடுத்து வெளியேறியாவது இருக்கலாம். அதன் மூலமாக என் விருப்பமற்ற தன்மையை தெரிவித்திருக்கலாம். ஆனால் நீங்கள் ஒருவருடைய உணவை உண்ணும் பொழுது உங்களுடைய அடிப்படை தேவைகள் ஒருவரால் பூர்த்தி செய்யப்படும் பொழுது நீங்கள் அவருடைய குணத்தை உள்வாங்குகின்றீர்கள். அன்று அதுதான் எனக்குள் நிகழ்ந்தது. இன்று பகவான் ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணர் அர்ஜுனனின் அம்புகள் மூலமாக அவருடைய அனைத்து இரத்தத்தையும் வெளிப்படுத்தி விட்டார். இப்பொழுது என்னுடைய தாயாலும் தந்தையாலும் அளிக்கப்பட்ட எலும்பும் மஜ்ஜையுமே இருக்கின்றது. அதனால் ராஜநீதியை பற்றிய என்னுடைய அனைத்து ஞானத்தையும் திரும்ப பெற்று உங்களுக்கு உரைக்கின்றேன் என்று விவரிக்கின்றார். அதனால் உணவு என்பது நம்முடைய வாழ்வில் மிக முக்கியமான பங்காற்றுகின்றது. நாம் இருக்கும் விதத்திலும் நம்முடைய குணங்களிலும் நம்முடைய உயிரிலும் நாம் நம்மையும் இறைவனையும் இந்த உலகத்தையும் எவ்வாறு உணர்கின்றோம் மற்றும் மற்றவர்கள் நம்மை எவ்வாறு உணர்கின்றார்கள் என்பதில் எல்லாம் மிக முக்கியமான பங்கு வகிக்கின்றது உணவு. அதனால்தான் வேத பாரம்பரியம் சொல்கிறது, நாம் குருவின் உணவை உண்ண வேண்டும். அப்பொழுது அவருடைய குணங்களையும் உணர்வையையும் நாம் உள்வாங்குவோம் என்று. ஔஷத அறிவியல் என்பது இந்த அறிவியல்கள் பாரம்பரியம் மற்றும் வாழ்க்கை முறைகளுள் ஒன்றாகும்.
நித்ய
பகவான் சொல்கின்றார், நம் மனமானது நம்முடைய மூளையை சார்ந்து உள்ளது. அது புரிந்துணர்வதற்கும் இயங்குவதற்கும் மூளையை உபயோகிக்கின்றது. அதனால் நீங்கள் ஒரு பொறுப்புணர்வுடனான முதிர்ச்சியடைந்த மனரீதியான வாழ்வை வாழ்வதற்கு மூளையின் ஸ்தூல ரீதியான அளவும் வடிவமும் மற்றும் ஆற்றல்களும் மிகவும் முக்கியமாகும் என்கின்றார். திருவண்ணாமலையில் உள்ள ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமியிலும் கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையிலும் வழங்கப்படும் ஔஷத உணவை நீங்கள் உண்ணும் பொழுது, தொடர்ந்து உண்ணும் பொழுது, உங்களுடைய உடலிற்கும் மனதிற்கும் இடையில் எந்தவிதமான ஒரு முரண்பாடும் இருக்காது. ஏனெனில் மூளையின் வளர்ச்சி மிகவும் முழுமையாக இருக்கும். உங்கள் மூளையினால் மனதினுடைய முதிர்ச்சி அடைந்த புரிந்துணர்வுகளை தக்க வைக்க இயலும். நீங்கள் செயற்கை உணவுகளையும் பிளாஸ்டிக் உணவுகளையும் உண்ணும் பொழுது நீங்கள் வாழும் வாழ்க்கை முறை, உருவாக்கும் நோய்கள், இவை அனைத்துமே உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை முழுவதும் உங்களுக்கு தொடர் மருத்துவ கவனிப்பும் மற்றும் மருந்துகளே உங்கள் உணவாக மாறும் நிலையையும் உண்டாக்குகின்றன. ஏனெனில் இன்று மக்கள் உட்கொள்ளும் செயற்கை உணவுகள் மூளையின் ஆற்றலை முழுமையாக குறைத்து விடுகின்றது. உங்கள் உடல் மிகுந்த சோர்வடைகின்றது. இது தினந்தோறும் உங்களை அடித்து உறங்க வைப்பதை போன்றதாகும். இந்த செயற்கை உணவுப் பொருட்களினால் மட்டுமே உங்கள் மனதில் சலிப்புத்தன்மை ஏற்படுகின்றது. ரசாயனங்கள் கலந்த செயற்கையான நச்சு உணவுகளால் உங்கள் உருவான ஓட்டுண்ணிகளையும் உயிருண்ணிகளையும் இந்த ஔஷதங்கள் முழுமையாக நீக்குகின்றன. மகா சதாசிவ உணர்வை நிலையாக தக்க வைத்துக் கொள்வதற்கு ஔஷதங்கள் உங்கள் மூளையை விரிவடைய செய்கின்றன மற்றும் உடலை தூய்மைப்படுத்துகின்றன. மேலும் அது உங்களுக்குள் ஆழமாக மலர்ந்து உங்களுடைய இந்த மனித உடல் எந்த நோக்கத்திற்காக கட்டமைக்கப்பட்டதோ அந்த உண்மையான நோக்கமான மகா சதாசிவ சக்திகளை நீங்கள் வெளிப்படுத்துவதற்கான அந்த ஸ்ரத்தையை உங்களுக்குள் விழிப்படைய செய்கிறது. இது போன்று ஔஷதத்தின் பற்பல சக்திகளையும் நன்மைகளையும் பலன்களையும் பகவான் அவர்கள் தொடர்ந்து நித்திய சத்சங்கள் மூலமாக உலகிற்கு வெளிப்படுத்திக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். மேலும் உலக மக்கள் அனைவரும் இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தை உண்டு பயனடைய வேண்டும் என்று ஒரே நோக்கத்திற்காக பகவான் அவர்கள் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் தொடர்ந்து ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தை அளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். நீங்கள் உண்ணும் இந்த ஔஷத உணவில் ஞானத்தின் அறிவியலும் மற்றும் அதன் தத்துவங்களும் உட்செலுத்தியே அளிக்கப்படுகின்றது. அதனால் இந்த புனிதமான ஔஷத உணவை உண்ணும் ஒவ்வொருவருக்குள்ளும் அது அனுபவமாக மலர்ந்து வெளிப்படுத்துவங்கும். உங்களுடைய அன்றாட வாழ்வில் நீங்கள் இந்த ஞான சத்தியங்களையும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளையும் வெளிப்படுத்துவீர்கள். கைலாசத்தின் குருமகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் சைவ உணவின் மகத்துவத்தை பற்றியும் நாம் உடல் அளவிலும் உணர்வளவிலும் ஒரு இனிமையான வாழ்வை வாழ்வதற்கு சைவ உணவு எத்தனை முக்கியம் என்பதை பற்றியும் தம்முடைய சத்சங்களின் வாயிலாக பல முறை விளக்கியுள்ளார். மனிதர்களாகிய நாம் பூமியில் உள்ள அனைத்து உயிரினங்களுடனும் ஒன்றிணைந்து வாழ வேண்டும் என்பதை பகவான் அவர்கள் மீண்டும் மீண்டும் வலியுறுத்துகின்றார். மேலும் புவியின் வெப்பநிலை அதிகரிப்பதற்கு அசைவ உணவை உற்பத்தி செய்யும் நிறுவனங்களே காரணம் என்பதையும் விளக்குகின்றார். இந்த விவரம் இணையதளத்தில் உள்ள புள்ளி விவரங்களின் படியும் உண்மையானதாகும். சைவ உணவின் மகத்துவத்தை பற்றியும் ஔஷத உணவுப் பொருட்களால் சமைக்கப்பட்ட சுத்தமான சைவ உணவு எவ்வாறு உங்களுடைய குண்டலினி சக்தியை விழிப்படைய செய்கிறது என்பது அவருடைய வார்த்தைகளிலேயே கேட்போம். பகவான் அவர்களுடைய வார்த்தைகள் நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நம்முடைய இந்த உடல் வெறும் ஒரு சதைப்பிண்டம் அல்ல. நம்முடைய இந்த உடல் வெறும் இரத்தம், சதை மற்றும் எலும்புகளால் மட்டும் ஆனது கிடையாது. அதை தாண்டி இந்த உடலை இயக்குவதற்கான ஒரு மென்பொருள் உள்ளே இருக்கின்றது. நம்முடைய உடல் ஒரு பெரிய தனி சுதந்திரமுடைய அறிவு இயந்திரம். திருமூலர் திருமந்திரத்தில் மிக அழகாகச் சொல்கிறார், உடல் வளர்த்தேன் உயிர் வளர்த்தேனே. உள்ளம் பெருங்கோவில் ஊன் உடம்பு ஆலயம், தெள்ளத் தெளிந்தார்க்கு சீவன் சிவலிங்கம். நம்முடைய உடல் ஒரு சுய அறிவு பெற்ற தனித்து இயங்குகின்ற அறிவு இயந்திரம். நம்முடைய உடல் வெறும் தசை எலும்புகளால் ஆனது மட்டுமல்ல, தசைகளை இயக்கும் தசை நினைவுகளும் சேர்ந்தது. வெறும் உணர்வால் ஆனது அல்ல, உணர்வை இயக்கும் உணர்வு நினைவுகளை சார்ந்தது. நம்முடைய தசை நினைவுகளைத்தான் மசில் மெமரி என்று சொல்கிறோம். உயிர் நினைவுகளைத்தான் பயோ மெமரி என்று சொல்கிறோம். தசை நினைவு, உயிர் நினைவு, இதை இரண்டையும் இயக்கின்ற உயிர் சக்தியை தான் ஆன்மா என்று சொல்கிறோம். சைவ உணவு நமக்கு உடல் நலத்தையும் மனநலத்தையும் தருகின்றது என்று பல பெரிய பெரிய பிரபலமான பல்கலைக்கழகங்கள் ஆராய்ச்சிகள் செய்து அவர்களுடைய முடிவுகளை புள்ளி விவரங்களாக இணையதளத்தில் வெளியிட்டுள்ளார். சைவ உணவு நமக்கு அளிக்கும் உடல் நலம், மனநலம் போன்றவைகளை பற்றிய அசைக்க முடியாத ஆதாரங்கள் வெளியிடப்பட்டுள்ளன. அடிப்படையான சில உண்மைகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். சைவ உணவு முறை நமக்குள் இருக்கும் அளப்பரிய ஆற்றலான குண்டலினி சக்தியை உயிர்ப்பிக்கின்றது. நம்முடைய சித்தர்கள் இந்த குண்டலினியை பற்றி ஆயிரக்கணக்கான பாடல்களை எழுதியிருக்கின்றார்கள். தமிழ் மொழியில்தான் இந்த குண்டலினியை சார்ந்த மிக பெரிய ஆராய்ச்சிகள் செய்யப்பட்டு இருக்கின்றன. தமிழ் சாதாரணமான ஒரு மொழி அல்ல, அது வாழ்க்கை முறைக்காக உருவாக்கப்பட்ட சப்த தொகுப்பு. தமிழ் ஒரு வாழ்க்கை முறையை வாழவும் மற்றவர்களுக்கு சொல்லவும் உருவாக்கப்பட்ட ஒரு சப்த தொகுப்பு. குண்டலினி சக்தியை பற்றி சித்தர் சிவவாக்கியர் பாடும் ஒரு அருமையான பாடல். மூல நாடி தன்னிலே முளைத்தெழுந்த சோதியை நாலு நாடி உம்முளே நாடி நாடி நாடியே இருந்த பின் பாலனாகி வாழலாம் பரபிரம்மமாகலாம் ஆலமுண்ட கண்டராய் அம்மை ஆணையே உண்மையே. தசை நினைவு பகுதி மசில் மெமரி, உயிர் நினைவு பகுதி பயோ மெமரி, இரண்டையும் உயிர்ப்பிக்கின்ற சக்தி இந்த மூல நாடிக்கு உண்டு. மேலும் அடிப்படையாக இந்த குண்டலினி சக்திக்கான விளக்கத்தை ஆழ்ந்து உள்வாங்குங்கள். நம் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்ற சிந்தனையையும் உணர்ச்சிகளையும் உணர்வையும் உயிரோடு வைக்கின்ற சக்தியான குண்டலினி சக்தி சிந்தனை, உணர்ச்சி மற்றும் உணர்வுகளை உயிர்ப்பிக்கின்ற மூல சக்திதான் குண்டலினி சக்தி. நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நமக்குள் உணர்ச்சியின் வேகம் இல்லாமல் உள்ளுக்குள் ஒரு வார்த்தையோ அல்லது சிந்தனையோ நடந்தால் அது நிஜமாவதில்லை. ஆனால் ஒரு வார்த்தையோ சிந்தனையோ உணர்ச்சி வேகம் கலந்து வெளிப்படுமானால் அது உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் உங்களுக்குள்ளும் மற்றவர்களுக்குள்ளும் பெரும் மாற்றத்தை ஏற்படுத்துகிறது. உங்கள் வார்த்தைகளுக்கும் சிந்தனைக்கும் உயிர் கொடுக்கும் சக்தி உங்கள் உணர்ச்சிக்கு உண்டு. அந்த உணர்ச்சிக்கே உயிர் கொடுக்கும் சக்தி குண்டலினிக்கு உண்டு. அந்த உணர்ச்சிகளுக்கு உயிர் கொடுக்கின்ற சக்தியான குண்டலினி, அந்த குண்டலினி சக்தி அசைவ உணவினால் மிகுந்த பாதிப்புக்குள்ளாகின்றது. ஆனால் சைவ உணவினால் உயிர் பெற்று விழிப்படைகின்றது என்று சைவ உணவின் மகத்துவத்தை பற்றி விளக்குகின்றார் பகவான் அவர்கள். கைலாசாவின் அடிப்படை தத்துவம் அஹிம்சா பரமோ தர்மக, வன்முறை இல்லாமையே மிக உயர்ந்த உன்னதமான பிரபஞ்ச விதி. கைலாசத்தினால் அளிக்கப்படும் இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதானம் முற்றிலுமாக சாத்விகமான சைவ உணவாகும். மேலும் உயிர் உணர்வின் சக்தி உட்செலுத்தப்பட்ட அதை உண்ணும் ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் ஆத்ம சித்தி மலர வேண்டும் என்று ஆழமான நோக்கத்துடன் சமைத்து பரிமாறப்படும் சக்தியூட்டப்பட்ட பிரசாதமாகும். கைலாசத்தின் குருமகா சன்னிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களே இந்த முழுமையான ஔஷத அன்னதானத்திற்காக தம்முடைய உயிரில் உணர்வை தாங்குபவராவார். அதனால் அதை உண்ணும் உங்கள் அனைவருக்குள்ளும் பகவானுடைய உணர்வே மலர்ந்து வெளிப்படும் என்பதே உங்களுக்கான நற்செய்தி. பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் வாழும் வெளிப்பாடான பகவான் அவர்களுடைய உணர்வு எப்பொழுதும் பரமாத்வைத உணர்வான, சுத்தாத்வைத சுகபோக உணர்வான சிவோகம் என்பதே ஆகும். அதனால் அவர் அளிக்கும் உணவை உண்ணும் அனைவருக்குள்ளும் அந்த சிவோகம் உணர்வே மலர்ந்து வெளிப்படும். ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தை தொடர்ந்து உட்கொள்வதன் மூலமாக ஒரு தனி மனிதர் தமக்குள் அக அமைதியையும் மொத்த மனித குலமும் உலக அமைதியையும் அடைய முடியும். ஔஷத அன்னதானம் ஒரு மனிதரை வன்முறை உணர்விலிருந்து விடுவித்து அஹிம்சை உணர்விற்கும் ஆத்ம சித்தியின் அனுபவத்திற்கும் வழிநடத்துகின்றது. தனி மனித அமைதி மட்டுமே உலக அமைதிக்கு வழிவகுக்க இயலும். உபநிடதம் மிக அழகாகச் சொல்கின்றது, கோ பிராமணேபிய சுபமஸ்து நித்யம் லோகா சமஸ்தா சுகினோ பவந்து. கோ என்றால் பசு மட்டும் அல்ல, அனைத்து விலங்குகளையும் குறிக்கின்றது. பிராமணா என்றால் விலங்குகளை உண்ணாதவர், ஆனால் அவற்றை பாதுகாப்பவர். இவர்கள் இருவரும் மகிழ்வுடன் ஆனந்தமாக வாழ வேண்டும். பிறகே நமக்கு ஒரு எதிர்காலம், ஆனந்தமான எதிர்காலம் உண்டு. இதுவே இந்த வரிகளின் அர்த்தம். மேலும் பகவான் அவர்கள் சொல்கிறார், பரமசிவனாலே அருளப்பட்ட காமிக ஆகமத்தில் ஒரு சூழலியல் எவ்வாறு இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உதாரணம் அளிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. காமிக ஆகமம் சொல்கிறது, ஒரு இல்லத்தில் முருங்கை மரம், பப்பாளி மரம் போன்ற மரங்களை வளர்ப்பதும் பசுவை பராமரிப்பதும் அக்குடும்பத்திற்கு ஒரு நிலையான ஆதாரமாக இருக்கும். அது அவர்களுடைய அனைத்து அடிப்படை தேவைகளையும் பூர்த்தி செய்துவிடும். பசியோடு உறங்க வேண்டிய தேவை ஒரு நாளும் அவர்களுக்கு நேராது. மேலும் பகவான் அவர்கள் திருவண்ணாமலையில் சில தசாப்தங்களுக்கு முன்பு கூட தன்னுடைய பாட்டனார் திரு ராஜு முதலியார் அவர்கள் ஒரு மூட்டை நிறைய பஞ்சுக்களையும் பஞ்சு விதைகளையும் அளித்து அதற்கு மாற்றாக துணிகளை வாங்கி வருவதை கண்டிருக்கின்றதாக நினைவு கூறுகின்றார். இது நம்முடைய பாரம்பரியத்தில் பண்டமாற்ற முறை என்று அழைக்கப்படும். ஒரு பொருளுக்கு மாற்றாக இன்னொரு பொருளை பெறுவது. இதன் மூலமாக ஒரு சிறிய சமூகமானது தன்னுடைய அனைத்து தேவைகளையும் தாமாகவே பூர்த்தி செய்து கொள்வதற்கான நிலையான ஆதாரமாக மாறிவிடுகின்றது. அக்காலங்களில் பாரதத்தை ஆட்சி புரிந்து பாரத நாட்டையும் அதன் சூழலியலையும் அடிமைப்படுத்துவதற்கான திட்டங்களை தீட்டிக் கொண்டிருந்த பிரிட்டிஷ் ஆட்சியாளர்கள் நம்முடைய இந்த பண்டமாற்ற முறையை கண்டு அதிர்ச்சியுற்றனர். பகவான் அவர்கள் மேலும் விவரிக்கின்றார், பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் ஆகமங்களில் அருளியபடியான ஒரு சூழலியலையே கைலாசா மூலமாக புனரமைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். கைலாசாவில் சமைக்கப்படும் தூய இயற்கையான உணவினால் சமையற்கூடத்திலிருந்து வெளியேறும் நீரை கூட பறவைகளால் அருந்த முடிய வேண்டும். அந்த அளவிற்கு உணவானது இயற்கையாக விளைந்த பொருட்களாலும் ரசாயனங்கள் கலக்காமலும் சமைக்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்கிறார். ஒவ்வொரு கிராமத்திலும் இயற்கையாக தோன்றிய தேன் கூடுகள் இருக்க வேண்டும். ஒரு தேனி உயிரோடு இருப்பதற்கு 4 விஷயங்கள் அடிப்படை தேவை. அந்த நிலம் மாசடையாது இருத்தல் வேண்டும். மாசுபடிந்த நிலத்தில் விளைந்த மலர்களில் உள்ள தேனை பருகினால் அந்த தேனி ஒரு சில நொடிகளில் இறந்துவிடும். 2வது, மலர்கள் தூய்மையாக இருப்பதற்கு காற்று தூய்மையாக இருக்க வேண்டும். 3வது, நீர்நிலைகள் தூய்மையாக இருக்க வேண்டும். பிறகுதான் மலர்கள் தூய்மையாக இருக்கும். தேனீக்கள் அந்த மலரிலிருந்து தேன் அருந்தினால் அவை செழித்து தேன் கூட்டுக்களை கட்டும். மேலும் பரமசிவன் சொல்கிறார், நாம் மாங்காய் மலர்களையும் வேம்பப்பூவையும் அரிசி நெல்லையும் நம்முடைய வீட்டின் வாயிற்கதவில் கட்டி தொங்கவிட வேண்டும். சிட்டுக்குருவிகள் அதை உண்ண வேண்டும். அப்பொழுதுதான் நீங்கள் வாழும் அந்த இடத்தின் காற்றானது சுவாசிப்பதற்கு ஏற்றது, அந்த இடம் வாழ்வதற்கு ஏற்றது. ஏனெனில் சிட்டுக்குருவிகளின் நுரையீரல் மிகவும் மென்மையானது. காற்றில் மாசு குறைவாக இருந்தால் மட்டுமே அந்த காற்று தூய்மையாக இருக்கிறது என்று அர்த்தம். அங்கு மட்டுமே சிட்டுக்குருவிகள் வந்து வாழ முடியும். சிட்டுக்குருவிகள் ஒரு இடத்தில் வாழ்ந்தால் அது அந்த இடத்தில் உள்ள காற்று சுவாசிப்பதற்கு உகந்த காற்று என்பதற்கான அறிகுறி ஆகும். பிறகு பரமசிவன் சொல்கிறார், ஒருவர் பாதுகைகள் அணியாமல் வெறும் காலோடு தங்கள் பாதங்கள் பூமித்தாயின் மீது படும்படி நடக்கும் பொழுது, அப்பொழுது பூமித்தாய் உங்களின் உடலை பரிசோதித்து உங்களுக்கு தேவையான ஊட்டச்சத்துக்கள், மினரல்கள், உங்கள் உடலிற்கு தேவையான பொருட்களை அந்த பகுதியில் விளைவிப்பாள். அதனால் அங்கு விளையும் பொருட்களே உங்கள் உடலில் குறைவாக உள்ள ஊட்டச்சத்துக்களுக்கு உகந்த மருந்தாக அமையும். பகவான் அவர்கள் மிக அழகாக சொல்கிறார், இந்து மதத்தில் பூமி என்பது ஒரு புவியியல் அல்ல, அது ஒரு உயிரியல். அதனால்தான் பூமியை நாம் பூமி தேவி என்றும் பூமாதா என்றும் அழைக்கின்றோம். அவர் உயிர்ப்படனான உயிர். நமக்கு தேவையான அனைத்தையும் அவளே செய்கின்றாள். இந்து மதத்தில் பூமித்தாய் பாரம்பரியமாக வழிபடப்படுகின்றாள் என்கிறார் பகவான் அவர்கள். ஔஷதத்தின் அடிப்படையிலான ஒரு வாழ்க்கை முறையானது. சிவோகம் எனும் உணர்வை நாம் அனுபூதியாக அடைவதற்கான ஒரு வாதாவரணம், சூழலியல் என்று பகவான் அவர்கள் வெளிப்படுத்துகின்றார். இந்த ஔஷத அறிவியல் ஆதிசித்தரான பரமசிவனிடமிருந்து தோன்றி அவருடைய திருவாகனமான நந்தியம்பெருமானுக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்டது. ஏனெனில் நந்தியம்பெருமானுக்கே அனைத்து மூலிகைகளும் தெரியும். அவர் எப்போதும் கைலாயத்தை சுற்றி வந்து கொண்டே இருப்பார். அவருக்கே கைலாயத்தில் உள்ள அனைத்து இயற்கை மூலிகளையும் தெரியும். பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் அன்னை பரமசிவ சக்திக்கு அவருடைய அனுபவங்களான பரமசிவ விஞ்ஞானத்தை அருளி அவரின் மூலமாக உலகிற்கு வழங்குகின்றார். முருகப்பெருமான் மூலமாக ஒரு நாகரிகத்தை உருவாக்குவதற்கான ஞானத்தை உலகிற்கு வழங்கினார். அந்த ஞானத்தின் அடிப்படையிலேயே முருகப்பெருமான் தெற்கு பகுதிகளில் நாகரிகங்களை உருவாக்குகின்றார். சப்த ரிஷிகள் மூலமாக நம்முடைய பரந்த ஞானத்தினுடைய புதிரான பரிமாணங்களை உலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் வழங்குகிறார். கபில மாமுனிவரின் மூலமாக தம்முடைய தர்க்க ரீதியான சிந்தனையின் அறிவியலான சாக்கிய அறிவியலையும் உலகிற்கு வழங்குகிறார். பரமசிவனுடைய ஞானத்தின் முழுமையான அறிவியலான 4 வேதங்களும் பிரம்மாவின் புத்திரர்களான சனகாதி ரிஷிகளால் உலகிற்கு வழங்கப்பட்டது. பரமசிவனுடைய ஒவ்வொரு சீடரும் பரமசிவனுடைய ஞானத்தின் ஒரு கிளையை நிபுணத்துவம் செய்து அதை உலகம் முழுவதிலும் பரப்பினார்கள். அதே போன்று இந்த ஔஷத அறிவியலை, ரசவாத அறிவியலை நிபுணத்துவம் செய்தவர் நந்தியம்பெருமான் ஆவார். அதனால் நந்தியம்பெருமானிடமிருந்தே சித்தர்களின் சம்பிரதாயம் இந்த அறிவியலை உலகிற்கு எடுத்து வந்தார்கள். இன்று வாழும் சித்தரான பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களால் இந்த மொத்த அறிவியலும் மீண்டும் புனரமைக்கப்பட்டு ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தின் மூலமாக உலகிற்கே வழங்கப்படுகின்றது. கைலாசத்தின் குருமகா சன்னிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் இந்த ஔஷத அறிவியலின் புனரமைப்பை தம்முடைய குருவான திரு நாராயணசாமி பிள்ளை அவர்களோடு துவங்கினார். தன்னுடைய பால பருவத்தில் திருவண்ணாமலையில் திரு நாராயண சுவாமி தாத்தா அவர்கள் சில தாசப்தங்களுக்கு முன்பாக திருவண்ணாமலையில் வாழ்ந்தவர். இவரை அங்குள்ள மக்கள் தோட்டக்கார தாத்தா என்றும் அழைப்பார்கள். இவர் வெற்றிலையில் மை தடவி பார்த்து, நீங்கள் வேண்டிய விஷயங்களை உங்களுக்கு அப்படியே காட்டும் சக்தி வெளிப்பாட்டிற்கும் பலதரப்பட்ட மூலிகைகளை கொண்டு வைத்தியம் செய்வதற்கும் திருவண்ணாமலை வாசிகளால் மிகவும் அறியப்பட்டவர். பகவான் அவர்களுக்கு இன்று அவர் உலகம் முழுவதும் புனரமைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் ஔஷத ஞானத்தை வழங்கியவர். அவரை பற்றி பகவானுடைய வார்த்தைகளிலேயே கேட்போம். நாராயண சுவாமி தாத்தா என் வாழ்க்கையிலே மிக முக்கியமான பங்கை வகித்தவர். உள்ளூர் மக்கள் தோட்டக்கார தாத்தா என்று அவரை அழைப்பார்கள். அவருக்கு தோட்டக்கார தாத்தா என்ற பெயர் வந்ததன் காரணம் என்னவெனில், அருணாச்சல மலையில் இருக்கின்ற மொத்த காடும் அவருக்கு அத்துப்படி. எந்த மூலிகையாக இருந்தாலும் நடந்தே சென்று எடுத்து வந்து விடுவார். அருணாச்சல மலையில் இருக்கின்ற அத்துணை மூலிகைகளும் அவருக்கு தெரியும். அது மட்டுமன்றி மூலிகைகளை உபயோகிக்கின்ற விதமும் அவருக்கு தெரியும். ஒரு ஆட்டுக்கு குறிப்பிட்ட மூலிகையை கொடுத்து அதை சாப்பிட வைத்து அதற்கு பிறகு இடுகின்ற அந்த ஆட்டுப்புழுக்கையை எடுத்து வரட்டியாக தட்டி அதை எரிய வைத்து அந்த சாம்பலை மருந்தாக உபயோகப்படுத்துவார். அந்த அளவிற்கு எல்லா விதமான நுணுக்கமும் தெரிந்தவர். இவர்கள் ஒவ்வொருவரும் என் வாழ்க்கையில் ஆற்றிய பங்கு விவரிக்க இயலாது என்கிறார் பகவான் அவர்கள். இவ்வாறு பகவான் அவர்கள் திருவண்ணாமலையில் திரு நாராயண சுவாமி பிள்ளை அவர்களிடமிருந்து பெற்ற ஞானத்தை இன்று உலகம் முழுவதற்கும் அளித்து வருகின்றார். பகவான் அவர்கள் தம்முடைய குருவிடமிருந்து கற்றுக்கொண்டதை போன்று தாமே தம் திருக்கரங்களால் பற்பல ஔஷதங்களை செய்து உலகிற்கு வழங்கியுள்ளார். ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட நோக்கத்திற்காகவும் ஆன்மீக வெளிப்படைவதற்காகவும் நாம் உட்கொள்வதற்கான ஔஷதங்களையும் தேகத்தின் மீது பூசிக்கொள்வதற்கான ஔஷதங்களையும் தாமே செய்து உலகிற்கு வழங்கியுள்ளார். பகவான் அவர்களே செய்தளித்த சில ஔஷதங்கள்: குண்டலினி சக்தி வெளிப்படைவதற்கான ஔஷதம், 3ஆம் கண் வெளிப்படைந்து பரமசிவனின் அனைத்து சக்திகளையும் வெளிப்படுத்துவதற்கான ஔஷதம், அமரத்துவத்தை அடைவதற்கான ஔஷதம், முதுமையை தடுப்பதற்கான ஔஷதம் போன்ற இன்னும் பல ஔஷதங்களாகும். மேலும் உணவே மருந்து எனும் பழமொழிக்கேற்ப ஔஷத குணமுடைய பொருட்களான மஞ்சள், மிளகு, இஞ்சி, கடுக்காய், எலுமிச்சை, வேம்பு, சுக்கு, அதிமதுரம், ஏலக்காய் போன்ற பொருட்களை அனுதினமும் உணவில் சேர்த்து கொள்ளுமாறும் தம்முடைய சத்சங்கங்களின் மூலமாக பகவான் அவர்கள் தொடர்ந்து அறிவுறுத்தியிருக்கின்றார். இந்த ஔஷதங்களின் அற்புத சக்தியை உலகிற்கு நிரூபிக்கும் வகையில் பகவான் அவர்கள் 23 அக்டோபர் 2017 அன்று புனிதமான சக்தி வாய்ந்த ஔஷதங்களை உபயோகித்து இந்து பாரம்பரியத்தில் மிக தொன்மை வாய்ந்த யாகமான புத்திரகாமேஷ்டி யாகத்தை தாமே நிகழ்த்தினார். புத்திரகாமேஷ்டி யாகம் என்பது பொதுவாக இந்து மதத்தில் தெய்வீக குழந்தைகளை ஈன்றெடுப்பதற்காக செய்யப்படும் புனித சடங்காகும். முருகப்பெருமானுடைய சக்தியை தாங்கிய குழந்தைகளை பூமியில் பிறக்கச் செய்வதற்காக குறிப்பிட்ட மூலிகைகளை கொண்டு பகவான் அவர்கள் அன்று இந்த புத்திரகாமேஷ்டி யாகத்தை செய்தார். மேலும் இந்த யாகத்தின் பலனாக பிறக்கும் குழந்தைகள் தங்களுடைய உடலில் முருகப்பெருமானுடைய ஏதாவது ஒரு அடையாளத்தை மச்சமாக பெற்றிருப்பார்கள். அது அவருடைய ஆயுதமான வேலின் வடிவமோ, கையிலோ அல்லது காலிலோ 6வது விரலாக ஒரு அதிகமான விரலோ, அல்லது புருவ மத்தியில் 3ஆம் கண் இருக்கும் இடத்தில் ஒரு தெளிவான குழியோ இருக்கும் என்று விளக்கினார். முருகப்பெருமானின் இந்த 3 அங்க இலட்சணங்களையும் பிறக்கும் குழந்தைகளின் உடலில் கண்டறியலாம் என்றும் சொன்னார். 2017 வருடம் நவம்பர் மாதம் 5ஆம் தேதி அன்று பகவான் அவர்கள் தன ஆகர்ஷண பைரவ ஔஷதத்தை அருளினார். இது செல்வத்தின் அடிப்படையிலான உணர்வுகளின் உயர்ந்த எண்ண ஓட்டங்களை உட்செலுத்தி செய்யப்பட்ட ஔஷதம். இந்த ஔஷதத்தை உறங்குவதற்கு முன்பாக பூசிக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். அதன் மூலமாக உறங்கும் பொழுதும் கூட செல்வத்தை உருவாக்குவதற்கான நேர்மறை எண்ண ஓட்டங்கள் உங்களுக்குள் ஆழமாக பதியும் மற்றும் உங்கள் உறக்கம் கூட செல்வத்தை உருவாக்கும் வகையில் இருக்கும் என்று மனித குலத்தை ஆசீர்வதித்தார். 2017 ஆண்டு வரும் செப்டம்பர் 3 அன்று பகவான் அவர்கள் தலைமை பண்பை, ஈஸ்வரத்துவத்தை வெளிப்படுத்துவதற்கான ஔஷதத்தை உலகிற்கு வழங்கினார். இதன் மூலமாக உங்களுடைய உணர்வானது இயற்கையாகவே 4 மாபெரும் தத்துவங்களான ஒருங்குவித்தல், சிரத்தை, பொறுப்பெடுத்தல் மற்றும் வளப்படுத்துதலுடன் இயங்கத் துவங்கும். மேலும் அந்த ஆண்டுகளில் மிக மோசமாக உலகில் பரவி மக்களை பலவீனமாக்கி உயிர்களை பழிவாங்கிக் கொண்டிருந்த ப்ளூ வேல் எனும் இணையதள விளையாட்டிலிருந்து உலகை காப்பதற்கான மாற்ற மருந்தாக வழங்கினார். இந்த ஔஷதங்கள் எவ்வாறு உங்கள் உடலின் வேலை செய்து உங்களுக்கு 100% பலனை அளிக்கிறது என்றும் விளக்கினார். மேலும் அனைத்திலும் உன்னதமான மற்றும் இறுதி அனுபவமான நிர்விகல்ப சமாதி நிலையை நம்முள் உணர்வதற்கான அற்புதமான ஔஷதத்தையும் உலகிற்கு அருளினார். நிர்விகல்ப சமாதி நிலையே ஒருவர் அடைய வேண்டிய உன்னத நிலையாகும். இந்த சமாதி நிலையை பற்றி பகவான் அவர்கள் பல்வேறு சத்சங்கங்களில் விளக்கியுள்ளார். சமாதி பழகுவதை தீட்சையாகவும் உலகிற்கு வழங்கியுள்ளார். அந்த சமாதி நிலை பற்றிய அறிமுகத்தை பகவானுடைய வார்த்தைகளிலேயே கேட்போம். ஆழ்ந்து புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்களுக்குள் அழியாத, காலாவதி தேதி இல்லாத ஒன்று இருக்கிறது. அழிகின்ற விஷயங்களை நம்முடைய உடலும் மனமும் உணர்ச்சிகளும் மாறிக்கொண்டே இருக்கும். இவை அனைத்தும் என்றாவது ஒரு நாள் அழிந்துவிடும். ஆனால் இதையெல்லாம் தாண்டி அழிவில்லாத ஒன்று, காலாவதி தேதி இல்லாத ஒன்று நம் அனைவருக்குள்ளும் உள்ளது. அதுதான் ஆன்மா. அந்த ஆன்மாவில்தான் பரமாத்மாவான நம் எல்லோருடைய ஆன்மாவின் மொத்த தொகுப்பான பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் பிரதிபலிக்கின்றார். தன்னையே தன்மயமாக தனக்குள் நிறைந்து நான் 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 என்று நம் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்ற அந்த ஆன்ம உணர்விற்குள் அவர் மலர்கின்றார், பிரதிபலிக்கின்றார். அந்த காலாவதி தேதி இல்லாத நிரந்தரமான ஆன்மாவோடு பரமசிவனோடு ஒன்றி இருப்பதுதான் சமாதி நிலை என்கிறார் பகவான் அவர்கள். பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் நிஜாவதாரமான பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் உலகிற்கு வழங்கும் ஔஷதங்கள் சாதாரண உடல் மன பிரச்சனைகளை தீர்ப்பதனை மட்டும் அல்ல, அவை உயிரையே மலரச் செய்து பரமசிவனோடு ஒன்றி இருக்கும் சமாதி நிலையை அருள்பவர்களாகும். தொடர்ந்து நாம் ஔஷத அன்னதான சேவையை கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமியிலும், கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமி க்ஷேத்திரத்திலும் நடந்து கொண்டிருப்பதை பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இதுவரை கடந்த சில மணி நேரங்களாக நடந்த ஔஷத அன்னதானம் மூலம் 50,000-த்திற்கும் மேற்பட்ட அண்ணாமலையார் பக்தர்களுக்கு இந்த ஔஷத அன்னம் வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது, தொடர்ந்து வழங்கப்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. Nithyananda. We are continuing to watch the live relay from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, where the Aushadha Annadhan Seva, serving of food infused with conscious energy, called the Aushadha food, is being served continuously to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala in Girivala around the mountain path of 14 kilometers on this sacred Purnima day, the full moon night. We can see the Aushadha Annadhan being served in two locations. One at Adi Annamalai, on the mountain path itself, from the temple monastery complex established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, on the 19th of April 2008, and the second location being the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, located on Tiruvudal Street, which is on the 6th circumambulation path of the Arunachaleshwara temple. Tiruvannamalai is the birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, and Bhagwan's own parental home, where he was born and lived the first 17 years of his life, on Tiruvudal Street, has now been acquired officially by Kailasa Bharat last year, and ever since then, non-stop socio-spiritual services have been happening from Bhagwan's own parental home to the citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai. Today, Tiruvannamalai is an emerging spiritual tourism center. And next to the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai, it is Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, which is the second most preferred destination, most frequently visited tourism spot. And we can see here the Annamalaya devotees thronging the two Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai to receive their Aushadha meal as they perform the Girivala around Arunachala on the sacred full moon night. And over 51,000 meals have been served till now, just over the last 7 to 8 hours. And we are entering into the peak of the full moon night, and we are going to see more and more people thronging the two Kailasa locations to have their Aushadha meal as they perform their Girivala around Arunachala. It is the divine vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that everywhere where Kailasas are located around the world, the people living in its vicinity should not find the need to light their kitchen fire, as they should be completely assured of their meals at the Kailasa campuses nearby. Therefore, it is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to serve Aushadha food, food for enlightenment, 24/7, continuously, where people feel assured that they will receive their meal at any time of the day or night. And the followers and sannyasis of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worldwide, who have taken responsibility for the various Nithyananda Annalayas, the 4 temples of Kailasas worldwide, execute this vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism untiringly, inspired by his colossal effort in reviving Kailasa, the Kailasa lifestyle, the enlightening lifestyle that existed on the planet just a few hundred years ago. The sannyasis and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been serving the Aushadha Annadhan untiringly to the Annamalai devotees and will be continuing to serve this Aushadha Annadhan over the next 30 hours. Kailasa has 5 main pillars in its service to humanity. The first pillar being temples, the second being Annadhan or free food distribution, the third being education, the fourth being the monastery, and the fifth being organic agriculture combined with the goshalas or cow shelters. Therefore, this Aushadha Annadhan forms the second pillar of Kailasa, the free food distribution worldwide, distributing food infused with conscious energy. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has given his vision statement for running the Nithyananda Annalayas worldwide. He has said, "Let us create and share food. Let no hungry stomach be denied food. Let all the hungry stomachs be fed. Let us not waste the food by dropping it in the stomach that is not hungry or in the dustbin outside, neither outside nor inside. That is being authentic with food." All the Kailasas worldwide serve sattvic food to the people in the vicinity, and at large festival congregations in public places such as temples. Every full moon night, in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai alone, through both these locations, almost 2 lakh people are served meals. The Hindu diaspora and the global diaspora recognize the untiring services of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the nation of Kailasa, continuously contribute groceries, condiments to Kailasa's food banks all over the world. The annual global aid of Kailasa for the service of food security and assistance is $20 billion. The food distribution, Aushadha Annadhan, happens from all the Kailasas worldwide, directly under the guidance and micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. During all the programs that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally conducts, that he has conducted over the last 2 to 3 decades, whether it is the meditation programs or the yatras, the pilgrimages, amidst 20-hour-long sessions of sitting without a break and spending time with the participants, guiding them, giving them the powerful meditation techniques and the powerful cognitions, truths from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism never misses serving them food with his own divine hands. And we have beautiful photographs capturing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally serving food to his devotees and followers during the various meditation programs and pilgrimages over the last 2 to 3 decades. The fifth pillar of Kailasa is practicing organic farming and caring for cows and other animals through the goshalas, the cow shelters. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 10th of February 2020, he says, "Start growing organic agricultural products, food, vegetables, grains, rice, everything organically, natural way as per Veda Agamic tradition, and start making it freely available for first come, first served. All my sannyasis, Kailasavasis, should take this as priority. Do agriculture and goshala, and whatever is produced should be shared freely on a first come, first served basis. Set a trend, a model, inspire the governments, bigger organizations to follow this and start educating the whole world about the right food. Let us take this responsibility in educating the whole world to teach the right knowledge about food and growing food organically, sattvically, as per Veda Agamic tradition, sharing it freely to the world. Further, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has spoken on the 4th of January 2020 in his words, anything which can suffer should not be killed for your food. Even milk, the cows should be treated with a lot of respect, devotion. Drink milk only from that kind of goshalas. I wanted all our goshala in charges all over the world to read the agamas and understand the spirit with which cows need to be treated. I am trying to achieve the agamic perfection in our goshalas. These are the words of the Supreme Council of Hinduism on organic agriculture and goshalas, cow shelters. The Adi Shaiva Vedalar community, which is the biological community of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is an agriculture-based community with vocation primarily related to farming or trade of amenities. This lifestyle is important to the tradition of Shaivism and holds a profound spiritual context. This same spiritual context and lifestyle is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving at Kailasa. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 27th of July 2017, he says, just like Goshala, if you work physically on the sand, on the earth, prepare the soil, grow things, most subtle parts of your brain awakens. I think every day, every Adinavasi should spend at least 1 or 2 hours. While you do that, keep your inner space in oneness. Let your inner space be with Shiva and body do the agriculture. In Tamil, he says, Unarvil Shaivamum, Udalal Vedanmayum, Shaiva Vedanmayum. The Adi Shaivites are traditionally known as people of the land. As per this tradition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made organic agriculture the standard of every Kailasa ecosystem, whether in a small-scale home garden or a full-fledged farm. Kailasa Tiruvannamalai has multiple organic farms operated by sannyasis and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The organic food grown here is used for the huge food charity services of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai for feeding the people of Tiruvannamalai and the Annamalaya devotees who visit Tiruvannamalai on festivals. Kailasa's primary health care services are based on holistically Hindu-based Ayurveda and Siddha texts and implementation of a sattvic organic food plan. Kailasa offers over 108 alternative solutions for different ailments afflicting humanity, from migraine to cancer. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has devised guided health programs, coupling intermittent fasting and powerful visualizations to combat food-related diseases such as diabetes, obesity, bulimia, and anorexia. We are well into the Panguni night, the full moon night in Tiruvannamalai, and the Annamalaya devotees are continuously coming in to receive the Aushadha food at both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai. Over 53,000 meals have been served to both the locations in Tiruvannamalai in just over the last 8 hours. And we have the long Purnima night ahead of us. And the Aushadha Annadhan will continue till tomorrow, till the last Annamalaya devotee completes the circumambulation around Arunachala.
चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्यपुरी नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
This Aushadha Annadhan Seva, serving of food for enlightenment, is happening from two Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai, from Tiruvudal Street, where the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is located, and from Adi Annamalai, which is located on the mountain path. And we are just a few hours away from the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, which is going to happen at 12 midnight Indian Standard Time. We will be receiving the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who will be manifesting the energy of Kalyana Sundara Murti, one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva, on this grand occasion of Panguni Uttiram today, the day of relationships, where the celestial marriages happened, the celestial marriages of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti, the celestial marriage of Lord Subramanya, Lord Muruga, and his wife, his divine consort Valli, and the celestial marriage of Lord Venkateshwara with his divine consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi, and the divine celestial marriage of Sri Ranganatha with his divine consort Taya Ranganayaki. All these divine celestial marriages happened on this day, Panguni Uttiram. Therefore, today we will be witnessing all the Kailasa temples worldwide conducting this marriage ceremony, a grand Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, which means the marriage ceremony of all the celestial beings. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared that merely by witnessing these marriage ceremonies today will give us the space of completion inside us, and it will give us fulfilling relationships in our life. Today is the day for relationships. When the celestial marriages happened eons ago, and which is celebrated today as the constellation is repeating itself today. And on this auspicious occasion, the Kailasa temples worldwide will be offering the Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam. The celestial marriage ceremonies will be conducted duly by the Kailasa temples worldwide. And the minimum effort on our part is log in, tune in live, and witness this grand cosmic marriage ceremony of the celestial couples, and receive the very space of completion as the prasada, as the takeaway gift from this grand celebration today. And we will be having the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, manifesting as Kalyana Sundara Murti, one of the 64 superconscious manifestations of Paramashiva, who radiates the blessing and boon of fulfilling relationships. And further, we will be witnessing the grand procession of Annamalayar and Unnamalai Amman from the Tiruvannamalai Arunachaleshwara temple. They will be traveling in procession after the grand marriage ceremony on the Madaveedi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. And we will be witnessing the offering of the Mandagapadi on Tiruvudal Street, right at the doorstep of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, offering of Mandagapadi to Annamalayar when he comes on procession on the Madaveedi. The Mandagapadi is the offering of all the ritualistic worship items that are used as offerings to the Lord, that include the flower garlands, his royal clothing, and the various offerings such as fruits, flowers, coconuts, incense, camphor, and so on. It is an extended night of celebrations today for Kailasa and for the whole of humanity. and the least effort on our part to get the maximum benefit from this day long and night long celebration is just be present and watch the live proceedings, and we will be completely blessed through all of these divine happenings. And continuing the celebrations, tomorrow is the grand celebration of the Hindu festival of Holi. Holi is one of the most important spiritual celebrations in Hindu tradition. In the Vaishnava tradition, it is celebrated as the day that Radha and the Gopikas united with Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the Rasa Leela, and Bhagavan Sri Krishna gave them the experience of the Sahasrara, which means all of them had their Sahasrara chakra blossom on the crown center and experienced enlightenment. Each Gopika experienced her own Krishna, meaning realizing that your soul, Krishna, is your own soul. Therefore, Holi, which falls tomorrow, is such a day of spiritual ecstasy. So stay tuned in continuously, watching the live channels of Kailasa on the various social media platforms and continuously receive these extraordinary spiritual gifts from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through these multivarious celebrations. Over 54,000 meals have been served in just over the last 8 hours, marking the onset of the full moon celebrations. Multiple food counters have been laid out at both the Kailasa locations, and in the mountain path, the Kailasa campus and the mountain path, multiple counters are present, as we can see, inside and outside. The counters are laid out outside for the convenience of the Annamalaya devotees who choose not to come inside the campus but just step aside from the Girivala path, have their meal quickly, and move on in the circumambulation of Arunachala. And for those who want to come in and take shelter, have their shelter for a few minutes and rest their feet, have the Aushadha Annadhan, and then resume the Girivala, they're coming inside and receiving the Aushadha Annadhan. The Supreme Court of Hinduism has always urged his followers to be of service to people in the most user-friendly fashion possible, where Hinduism and its truths are taken to the people in the most user-friendly way. And this is applied right down to the most grassroots level of taking care of people. And today, in Tiruvannamalai and world over in all the Kailasas, the one-day Kalpataru meditation program is happening as part of the Purnami celebrations, as part of the ongoing full moon celebrations. Every month, the Kalpataru program happens here in Tiruvannamalai at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram on the mountain path, where the Aushadha Annadhan is also happening. And today, as we speak, the Kalpataru meditation program is already happening for the Annamalaya devotees. In this powerful one-day program, The science of manifesting our reality is taught to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through his initiated acharyas or teachers. And the Samaya Diksha, the initiation, the first level initiation that connects us in Shaivism to the space of Paramashiva. In Shaivism, the first level initiation is the Samaya Diksha, which awakens in us the space of oneness with Paramashiva. This powerful Samaya Diksha is given along with the Kalpataru program. And this initiation also includes the initiation to awaken our third eye. Therefore, at the end of this one-day program, the participants start manifesting the third eye powers of Paramashiva, where through closing both the normal eyes, just through the power of the third eye, we start getting the divine visions. And also ongoing as a 21-day program that happens back to back around the year is the Paramashivoham program. Paramashivoham literally means I am Paramashiva. Aham, I. It refers to realizing the space of oneness within us with Paramashiva. This 21-day Paramashivoham program happens in 3 levels, level 1, 2 and 3. And every day in the Paramashivoham program is designed to teach us one important aspect or component of the cosmic principles. Today, in the Paramashivoham 3 levels of program, which is day 8 of the 21 days, participants are learning the cosmic secrets related to wealth consciousness, how to manifest prosperity, how to manifest abundance, how to manifest wealth, how to awaken the wealth consciousness in us. We are always stuck because of our restrictive beliefs, our internal barriers, and unproductive habits and mental patterns. It is only these that prevent us from creating not only wealth, from creating anything that we want in our life. And due to all of these, we keep ourselves in a state of scarcity. With the right processes and the right guidance, we can overcome these obstacles and create the life that we want. Today in the Paramashivoham program of level 1, the participants are getting initiated into the secret science of attracting wealth and manifesting whatever we desire. In the Paramashivoham level 2 program of today being unleashing of the science of wealth consciousness, the participants delve deep into the essence of wealth consciousness. They learn to be free from base emotions such as comparison and jealousy, and the perception of impossibility, which stifles our wealth creation potential. Today's sessions are designed to awaken our innate creativity, enabling us to break free from the chains of limitations and enable us to embrace prosperity. And in the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, today's sessions reveal the principles of wealth consciousness, helping us to realize our true potential and solve all of our economic problems. It makes us understand that wealth is not something separate from us. It directly only reflects the very life energy that we express. We invite each and every one of you to be part of this ongoing Paramashivoham program in any of its three levels. Today being day 8, the program will conclude on day 21.
நான்மறை போற்றிடும் நாயகன் நித்யனின் ஆனந்த காட்சியைக் கண்டவுடன் கூடிய பக்தர்கள் யாவரும் சேர்ந்திங்கு கேட்டிட வேறென்ன வேண்டும் வரம். பூமி முதலான புவனங்கள் யாவும் நித்யன் அருட்கண்ணில் உருவானது. நித்யன் அருட்கண்ணில் உருவானதாலே தோன்றும் உயிர் யாவும் அவனானது. ஜகமே நித்யானந்த மயமானது. இதுபோல் வருமோ புவியில் இதுவே உயர்வானது. வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம். அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம். அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்.
Over 54,000 meals have been served to the Annamalaya devotees from both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai on the sacred Purnima night, the full moon night. Through the entire night, the Annamalaya devotees will continue to perform the sacred Girivala, the walk around the mountain. And through the night, continuing tomorrow morning as well, both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai will continue to offer the Aushadha Annadhan. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai that existed in the 1980s as the model ecosystem for the entire nation of Kailasa. In his own words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, Kailasa is Tiruvannamalai gone right. Taking the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, reviving it and taking it to the global level on a large scale is the Kailasa nation, as per the revelations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, as part of his vision, to give to at least 10,000 children minimum the lifestyle that he himself lived here in Tiruvannamalai, to give it as an experience to at least a minimum of 10,000 children, so they may experience what he himself experienced in this beautiful ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai during what he describes as his golden childhood here in Tiruvannamalai. Because education is an equally important pillar of Kailasa for re-establishing the enlightened civilization of Kailasa that existed just a few hundred years ago. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient system of education, the Gurukul. The Gurukul, Gurukula means literally family of the Guru. Kula means family, where the children live as one family with the Guru and learn the truths without deprogramming by society until they are able to irreversibly understand the truths and radiate the truths for themselves and for others. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has spoken on the physics of the Guru-disciple relationship, where he has explained how the holistic lifestyle, covering all dimensions from food to clothing to everyday conversations, need to be addressed for the children which is why they need to be physically with the Guru. The vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is to make as many millions of children live the life that he lived in Tiruvannamalai as a child and manifest spiritual powers and live powerfully as delightful manifestations of Paramashiva. In the Gurukul system of education, by the age of 7, the child is given the Gayatri initiation. The Gayatri mantra awakens the inner intelligence of the child to be its guiding force from within. The child grows up repeating the Gayatri mantra. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives the direct cosmic principles to the children who are able to grasp them and live them. The children effortlessly mirror the neuron activity happening in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his very brain, and live the truths effortlessly beyond mundane societal understandings and struggles. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, quote, our Gurukul system of education is nothing but awakening the non mechanical parts of the brain and giving the internet access through it. The conventional education system is a book based education system, the information based education system, which teaches you how to use your brain as a computer, personal computer. But the Gurukul system, which I am creating, teaches you how to use your brain, use your computer as the internet access system. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously creating the world's largest spiritual literature repository, Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya. As part of this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism collects hard copies and scanned copies of palm leaf manuscripts, ancient scriptural, spiritual, and Hindu sciences and lifestyle related books from old monasteries, libraries, bookstores, and individuals' home collections. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 24th of May 2014, he says, still Hindus have not left the habit of reading books and learning Hinduism. So, as long as that reading books and learning Hinduism is there for Hindus, we should keep a huge library. Digitizing, we will continue to do, but the huge library, physical library, is required. Please understand the first priority should be knowledge transferring, educating apparatus, tools, systems, methodologies, accessories, things necessary. All the libraries should be called as Grantha Samadhi, means energy centered of spiritual books. The Granthas, spiritual literature, are kept as a Samadhi here. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. He is asked on multiple occasions what is the purpose of creating these ecosystems, these temple monastery complexes. On the 15th of July 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained, understand, the life human beings are living on the planet Earth is not a complete system. It is evolving. It is a happening, evolving mechanism. The life on planet Earth, even the introduction about you to you, from that to introduction about pain, about pleasure, good, bad, fear, greed, are all fundamental principles, tattvas you are introduced to. All of them are not a complete system. They are an evolving organism. Basically, a few people who are dedicated for evolving the human consciousness, doing this research, should be left to do their job without being constantly harassed and interfered by society. That is why Paramashiva evolved these adhinams for them to explore consciousness and give consciousness. Breakthrough continuously. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The religious and spiritual seat of Tiruvannamalai is known as Kailasa Paramparagata Arunagiri Yogeshwara Arunachala Sarvagnya Peetham. It originated from Paramashiva in his incarnation as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. With spiritual origins from the Big Bang and the creation of the universe, Paramashiva promised to be eternally available to his devotees in three forms in Tiruvannamalai: in the form of the hill Arunachala, in the form of the Arunachaleshwara Linga, and in the human form as the avatar. And the living manifestation of Paramashiva is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Arunachala Sarvagnya Peetham has had a continuous living stream of incarnations who have continuously guided humanity on the path to enlightenment. The enlightenment ecosystem of Arunachala Sarvagnya Peetham is eternally protected by Paramashiva. In this lineage are some of the most notable incarnations, including Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi and Sri Sheshadri Swamigal and Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal. Directly initiated by Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the
मूषिकवाहन मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शम्भो शङ्कर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंसीधर हर श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर हे मधुसूदन भवभयभञ्जन मङ्गल पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणसागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर सत्य सनातन नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चंद्रकलाधर गौरी मनोहर परम कृपाकर नित्य नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपीमनोहर हरिनारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतितपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मातपिता गुरुदेव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
Aushadha Annadhan Seva is continuing, and we are watching the live relay from Tiruvannamalai, where the Aushadha Annadhan, the food infused with conscious energy, is being served continuously to the Annamalaya devotees on the occasion of the full moon celebrations, the Purnima night. And over 57,000 Annamalaya devotees have been fed with the Aushadha food. The Annadhan is happening from Tiruvudal Street, from the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and from the second location, on the mountain path in Adiyannamalai, where the Kailasa temple monastery complex is located. With the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this Aushadha Annadhan Seva is happening every full moon night from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, serving close to 2 lakh people every month, just on this one day of full moon celebrations. And besides this, the everyday Annadhan also happens in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai for the sadhus, the sannyasis, and the citizens of Tiruvannamalai. The religious and spiritual seat of Tiruvannamalai is known as the Kailasa Paramparagata Arunagiri Yogeshwara Arunachala Sarvajna Peetham. It originated from Paramashiva in his incarnation as Lingodbhava, with spiritual origins from the Big Bang and the creation of the very universe. Paramashiva promised to be eternally available to his devotees in 3 forms in Tiruvannamalai, as the form of the Arunachala hill, as the form of the Arunachaleshwara Linga, and in the human form as the living incarnation, through a continuous unbroken stream of incarnations. And the current living incarnation of Paramashiva is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Arunachala Sarvajna Peetham has had a continuous living stream of incarnations, continuously guiding humanity on the path of enlightenment. Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, remains a spiritual nerve center for the entire universe, attracting sincere seekers from all over the world. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, inaugurated this temple monastery complex on the mountain path in Annamale on the 19th of April 2008 to revive all the four components of the Agamas, the Yoga Pada, the Jnana Pada, the Kriya Pada, and the Charya Padas. On the auspicious occasion of Chitra Purnima, the 19th of April 2008, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurated the temple monastery complex on the mountain path. This Kailasa campus on the mountain path is located in a highly spiritually significant location in Tiruvannamalai. It is here that the Gautama Ashrama is located, right opposite our temple monastery complex of Kailasa, where Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself came down from Kailasa and stayed and learnt under the tutelage of the sage Gautama Rishi, whose ashram is located just opposite Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path. And it is Gautama Muni who gave the spiritual instruction to Devi Paramashiva Shakti to circumambulate the Arunachala hill in order to not only liberate herself from all her past actions, to also live a liberated life in future. Sage Gautama was the first master to give the spiritual instruction of circumambulating Arunachala in Tiruvannamalai. And it is in this location that the Guru, beloved Guru of our Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, his own beloved Guru, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is Paramashiva himself, transmitted to him the entire Hindu cosmology science when he was around 10 years of age, and through the most mystical happening, brought down in front of the very eyes of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the 9 planets which appear as fully alive, conscious figures that obeyed his commands, as he explained the entire Hindu cosmology science to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The 9 planets then changed into 9 gemstones, and Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself transported these 9 gemstones, transported himself and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism along with these 9 gemstones to this very location of this temple monastery complex on the mountain path. He brought the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to this very land and buried the stones in a spot and declared that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would later be building an ashram in this very spot. And in the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on what transpired between him and his beloved Guru on that occasion, in his own words, he says, "He told me very clearly, we need to have his Jiva Samadhi in the land which is going to be available for us to do the worship, meditation and rituals." With that declaration, he brought me to this very land, and under the Vanni tree, he sat and had Jiva Samadhi and showed, "This will be my Jiva Samadhi and I will continue to be available here. We will have the future ashram here." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the 19th of April 2008, true to the words of his Guru, in this very land where Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara had buried the 9 gemstones, inaugurated Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, the campus which we are seeing today, which is offering the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalayar devotees. Therefore, this temple monastery complex has a high spiritual significance, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has installed the Jiva Samadhi of Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara in this Kailasa campus under the very Vanni tree. And ever since its inauguration, this Kailasa campus, withstanding the continuous attacks of the anti-Hindu forces, the Hindu-Mesia forces, has continued to undauntedly serve the people, the Annamalayar devotees, with a host of socio-spiritual services. in the year 2000 when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism completed his spiritual wandering, walking by foot across the length and breadth of India, observing intense austerities, enriching millions of life in the process, spending years of journeying by foot. He traveled southwards from the Himalayan region and reached Tiruvannamalai in the year 2000 to offer his gratitude to his beloved Arunachaleshwara, with whose blessings he had set out, left Tiruvannamalai at the age of 17 to pursue the explosive mission of Kailasa. And in the year 2000, when he re entered Tiruvannamalai, we have historic photographs captured of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai in January of 2000, where he is seated in this very location where this temple monastery complex would be later inaugurated 8 years later in 2008. But he is already seated at the tip of this land, and a series of photographs have been captured in the year 2000. And we have had sharings from the pre-monastic family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who donated this land where this Kailasa campus stands today, where they acquired the land as family property and tried their best to develop the property for various reasons, but they found that none of their efforts were successful. It was as if they were not destined to do any productive work on the land. And finally, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed his vision for Kailasa and Tiruvannamalai, this very pre-monastic family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism placed this land at his feet and offered it to Kailasa. And just within a matter of 2 weeks, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism installed 1008 Shivalingas and installed the Nakshatra, which is 27 trees representing the 27 stars, and the 9 planetary deities and the 8 cardinal Shivalingas, with the central of them all being the divine banyan tree. All of this he established within a period of just 2 weeks and inaugurated the temple monastery complex itself on the 19th of April 2008, to the huge surprise and astonishment of his pre-monastic family, which had tried for years together to develop the property in some way or other. That is the miracle story of the donors of this land, the very pre-monastic family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the inauguration on the 19th of April 2008 was attended by top dignitaries of Tiruvannamalai at that point in time, like Sridharan Ayya, the chairman of Tiruvannamalai municipality, Sri Dhanusu Ayya, chairman of the Annamalai Temple Trust, Sri Muthuswamy, the president of Sheshadri Ashram, and Sri Pichandi, the MLA of Tiruvannamalai constituency, and Sri Gnanashekaran, the MLA of Vellore, and Sri Vishu, the popular Indian movie actor, and Sri Mani Verma, the former MLA. Merely within 2 weeks of accepting the land offering, as a huge miracle is happening, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurated the campus. And since then, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram has been serving the Annamalaya devotees undauntedly with social services and spiritual services. And the highlight spiritual significance of this campus on the mountain path is, it is from this campus that the unique view of the Ajomukha or Adhomukha of the Arunachala hill can be seen. Arunachala itself is not a single hill, but is a hill with 6 faces, 5 faces representing the 5 cosmic actions of Paramashiva, namely creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting into delusion, and giving liberation. And there is a 6th phase of Paramashiva, which is his unmanifest component, This unmanifest component of Paramashiva is represented by the sixth phase of the Arunachala hill. And here, from this Tiruvannamalai campus on the mountain path, the Kailasa campus, we have the beautiful darshan of only this sixth phase of Arunachala called the Ajomukha or Adhomukha, meaning his pure unmanifest presence is what is continuously radiated in this campus. If we have to get a view of any of the other five phases, we have to walk out of the campus, move to the left or right, and walk beyond the compound walls on its two extremes, and only then we will start seeing any of the other phases of Arunachala. Such is the precision engineering of the location of this temple monastery, orchestrated by the cosmos itself, where we have a beautiful darshan of the Ajomukha, the unmanifest face of Paramashiva. And this temple monastery complex is located exactly midway on the 7th kilometer on the 14-kilometer mountain path, where one starts the Girivala at the Arunachaleshwara temple, travels exactly midway at the 7th kilometer, and has their Aushadha meal in the Kailasa campus here, and completes the other half of 7 kilometers, heading back to the Arunachaleshwara temple. Even before the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established this Kailasa campus in the year 2008 in Tiruvannamalai, on the 24th of September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism flagged off a huge procession, the Kodikkan Radayatra, right here in Tiruvannamalai, where the presiding deities of Kailasa, Nithyananda Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, were flagged off, seated on a chariot, from where they travelled for over a period of 2.5 months, giving darshan to over 1 crore pair of eyes, before they were consecrated in the Adi Kailasa temple in Bangalore, Karnataka, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It was here in Tiruvannamalai on the 24th of September 2006 that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, amidst a huge gathering of the entire townspeople and his followers worldwide, flagged off this Kodikkan Radayatra. And throughout the travels of the two presiding deities, services such as free food, books distribution, powerful rituals, and spiritual healing were offered to the people everywhere the chariot went, bringing a flood of positive energy to each individual, to the community, and to the entire region at large. And it is on this occasion, the 24th of September 2006, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was invited as the honoured guest by the Arunachaleshwara temple to officiate the ceremonies of the installation of the Pandakal inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. The Pandakal is a symbolic structure customarily installed to mark the preparations for any grand ceremony, and as a prayer to avoid any obstructions during the ceremony. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was invited as the current ruling spiritual head of Tiruvannamalai to install the Pandakal for the Karthikai Deepam, the flagship festival of Tiruvannamalai, in the month of November, which attracts millions of people from world over. From this campus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has offered a host of spiritual services. Reviving Shaivism as an everyday lifestyle, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism frequently bestows this most ancient Samaya Diksha and Vishesha Diksha, the first and second level initiations, that install in us the space of Shivoham, the space of Paramashiva, and empower us officially to offer everyday worship to Paramashiva. And from this Kailasa campus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated thousands of his followers through Samaya Diksha and Vishesha Diksha. This Arunachala Sarvajna Peetha resonates with innumerable sweet memories from the divine golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Each place in this sacred land is destined to be a temple in its own right, where the penance and presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is to be celebrated and worshipped. The most sacred site in Tiruvannamalai is the Paramashiva Shila, the enlightenment experience place of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he was 12 years of age. When he was seated on a rock in Pavalakkundru, which is a small hilltop in Tiruvannamalai, and he had the profound experience of 360-degree vision all around him, with the profound feeling of oneness with everything around him, where he felt himself in every stone, rock, leaf, tree, sky above, and 360 degrees around him. He felt himself alive in each and everything around him. And the rock on which he sat is celebrated today as the Paramashiva Shila, Shila meaning rock in Sanskrit. The celebration is offered, and every day worship is offered to the rock. And the day that the enlightenment experience happened is celebrated as Nithyananda Purnima by his followers worldwide in loving reverence of the sacrifice for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted the 21-day Inner Awakening program right here in this KAILASA campus on the mountain path for global participants. And the unique one-time program, the Vaalum Varalaru program, was conducted personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism over 3 days here in Tiruvannamalai, where he led a large group of participants from all over the world to these divine spots in Tiruvannamalai, which hold the cherished memories of childhood incidents from his divine life, where he narrated his life stories from the sacred land of Tiruvannamalai during his golden childhood and led the people to the very spots where these divine incidents happened. And it is here in this Kailasa campus on a mountain path, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made himself available continuously for a year and a half on every full moon night, like how we are witnessing today. He made his physical presence available in Tiruvannamalai, delivering live global presidential address, live discourse to the lakhs of Annamalaya devotees gathered on profound truths from Sanatana Hindu Dharma in Tamil language, and at the end of it gave individual blessings to one and all through the entire night of this full moon celebrations, continuing into the wee hours of the next day morning. And this the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did for a period of over 1.5 years, enriching the millions of lives that gather here in Tiruvannamalai on this monthly full moon night. Therefore, this Kailasa Tiruvannamalai has continuously been offering a host of services to the Annamalaya devotees.
जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा
Over 61,000 meals have been served from the two Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai to the Annamalaya devotees on the sacred full moon night celebration. And we are just a few hours away. At 12 midnight today, we will be having the live darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, manifesting as Kalyana Sundaramurti, one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva. Kalyana Sundaramurti is the Lord of relationships. As today being Panguni Uttiram, today is the day, as per the lunar calendar, when the celestial couple's marriage ceremony happened, and therefore today we will be witnessing performing of the marriage ceremony for the celestial couples Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti, Lord Subramanya, his divine consort Valli, Lord Venkateshwara, his divine consort Sri Devi and Bhudevi, Sri Ranganathan and his divine consort Taya Ranganayaki. We will be witnessing the grand marriage ceremonies being conducted in the Kailasa temples today on the sacred occasion of Panguni Uttiram. And we will be witnessing this marriage ceremony being conducted inside the Arunachaleshwara temple for Annamalai Arunachala. Following this, Annamalai Arunachala, as the procession deities will step out on the streets and come on the grand procession on the Madavidhi, the four streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. And we will be witnessing the offering of the Mandagapadi right from Bhagwan's own parental home, Kailasa Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi in Tiruvannamalai. The offering of Mandagapadi to Annamalai. Mandagapadi is the offering of the worship items that we use in worshipping Annamalai as our symbol of love and gratitude to him when he steps out on the streets in procession. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived offering of the Mandagapadi as a mainstream lifestyle for his worldwide followers, where whenever the main deity in the vicinity steps out, the Kailasa in that location offers Mandagapadi to the deity.
जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा.
Every year, the Navaratri celebrations happen in a grand fashion in this Kailasa campus on the mountain path, where the Chandi Homa is performed by the sannyasis here in this campus on all the 9 nights of Navaratri, the powerful Chandi Homa, where the sacred Chandi text, the verses of the sacred Chandi text, over 700 verses are chanted across the 17 chapters or the 13 chapters of the Chandi text are chanted every day 10 times before the Agni Karyam, before lighting of the Homa fire. Every day the Chandi Parayanam, the recitation of the Chandi verses is done 10 times before the fire, the Agni Karyam starts. And the sannyasis witnessed a miraculous happening on one of the Navaratri occasions in this Kailasa campus on the mountain path, where, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was doing, was performing the prana pratishta of the Durga deity as part of the Chandi Homa during the 9 nights. As he was performing the prana pratishta, which is infusing directly the life energy into the Durga deity, the sannyasis saw and captured on video recording Devi coming alive as the Supreme Font of Hinduism was blowing life into the Durga deity as prana pratishta, the method of consecration of deities possible only by incarnations, where, as the embodiment of the pure cosmic energy, they directly infuse the prana or life energy into the deity. And the sannyasis at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai saw the Devi, the Durga deity, coming to life with her eyes continuously blinking, which has been captured on video record. Her eyes fluttering away as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from miles and miles away was blowing life into the Durga deity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has led disciples on the inner forest path around the Arunachala hill. What we are seeing now as the Girivala is the outer path of 14 kilometers. There is an inner forest path right around the hill, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has led disciples around in the inner forest path. And it is here in Tiruvannamalai that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the land for the Divya Shariris in one of Kailasa's properties in Tiruvannamalai at Kacharapattu, a few kilometers away from this main campus on the mountain path. Kailasa in Kacharapattu is this place for the Divya Shariris, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. When they leave their bodies, they become the Divya Shariris through whom the energy continues to radiate. And in Kailasa in Kacharapattu, the samadhis of these Divya Shariris are installed and are offered worship to on special occasions. And it is here in Kailasa and Kacharapattu that every year on the sacred occasion of Mahaparinirvana, which is the anniversary of the attaining of Mahasamadhi by the biological father of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Arunachalamaya, happened. He attained enlightenment and left his body with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and this occasion is celebrated as the Mahaparinirvana Day every year, and it is celebrated by offering food, feeding food to 108 sadhus. Every year, the Mahaparinirvana happens as a grand offering to all the beings that got enlightened and left the body with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And on this sacred occasion, 108 sadhus are fed. Every full moon night, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made himself physically available here in Tiruvannamalai for a period of 1.5 years. The initiated Bala Sants, the child saints of the Nithyananda Gurukul system, sat through the night manifesting the various spiritual powers of Paramashiva and reading the cosmic archives through the Akashic reading power and answering the questions from the public who were queued up in thousands to each one of these Balasants, the child monks of the Nityananda Gurukul, who radiated the power of reading from the cosmic archives and answering questions from the Annamalaya devotees. It is the vision and the declaration of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that he will put back in Tiruvannamalai the minimum of 50 superconscious mutants who existed during his golden childhood in the 1980s, that he will put back 50 superconscious mutants in the form of his initiated disciples who will manifest unabashedly the superpowers of Paramashiva, who will live the enlightened Kailasa lifestyle, and who will revive the entire ecosystem that existed till as late as the 1980s, during the childhood years of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And true to this, every Purnima night, the initiated Balasants, the child monks of the Nityananda Gurukul, continuously radiate spiritual powers, giving answers to the Annamalaya devotees pertaining to their own lives and blessing them continuously.
அருள்மழை பொழியும் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷ வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம் வேண்டும் யாவும் கூடிடும் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் அருள்மழை பொழியும் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷ வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம் வேண்டும் யாவும் கூடிடும் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் தேவியுடன் ஈசனும் மாவனுடன் பூமியில் தேவியுடன் ஈசனும் மாவனுடன் பூமியில் ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் குருநாதரின் உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் குருநாதரின் உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட நித்யானந்த புரியை கண்டிட நித்யானந்தன் ரூபமும் கொண்டிங்கு கல்பவ்ருக்ஷ வாகனம் தன்னிலே கண்குளிர காட்சியும் தந்திட கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும்
In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, he says, life in this enlightenment ecosystem is not a normal human life. It is Kailasa life. It is Salokya Mukti, liberation through living in the Lord's own abode. Each being in Tiruvannamalai is an integral part of this enlightenment ecosystem. People easily live beyond 9500 in Tiruvannamalai. Kanchi, Kashi, Tiruvannamalai, Ayodhya, all these places, even if you just live, you cannot protect yourself from enlightenment. You have to become enlightened. That is why they are called Mokshapuris. And you cannot take a photograph of Tiruvannamalai without a sadhu or some sacred thing falling in the frame. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing this most amazing ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai.
வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்தியம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்தியம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன் வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும் காட்சி அது காண
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes a five-layer ecosystem which encircled him during his golden childhood here in Tiruvannamalai. The first layer are his gurus, the enlightened beings who transmitted the knowledge and prepared his body and awakened him to his mission. The second circle is his acharyas, the esteemed teachers with whom he explored many spiritual subjects at a young age. The third circle is his own immediate biological family. The fourth constitute his friends, siblings, and relatives who were born around the same time as him and who were the very first circle of disciples to be blessed with the darshan of Paramashiva as a young incarnation. And the fifth layer constitutes the entire town of Tiruvannamalai. Right from the person who holds the fire torch for Arunachaleshwara during his processions to the players of the Tirukailaya Vadyam, the drums of Kailasa. Throughout his divine childhood, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism interacted with the beings who made up these five layers through various leelas which will be retold again and again for eternity as the grand next increment of the Purana of Paramashiva in this holy land.
பூமி முதலான புவனங்கள் யாவும் நித்யனருட்கண்ணில் உருவானது நித்யனருட்கண்ணில் உருவானதாலே தோன்றும் உயிர் யாவும் அவனானது ஜகமே நித்யானந்தமயமானது ಜ್ಞಾನಪೀಠ ಮಹಾಸಂಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಿಂಹಾಸನ ದರ್ಶನಂ ದರ್ಶನಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದರ್ಶನಂ ಜ್ಞಾನಪೀಠ ಮಹಾಸಂಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಿಂಹಾಸನ ದರ್ಶನಂ ದರ್ಶನಂ ನಿತ್ಯಂ ದರ್ಶನಂ ದರ್ಶನಂ ದೈವ ದರ್ಶನಂ ದರ್ಶನಂ ನಿತ್ಯಂ ದರ್ಶನಂ ದರ್ಶನಂ ದೈವ ದರ್ಶನಂ.
Over the last 30 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described the first layer of the five-layer ecosystem which encircled him during his divine childhood here in Tiruvannamalai. He has described the divine and delightful presence of his beloved Gurus of Tiruvannamalai, who formed the first layer of protective beings around him, for whom the great Hindu sciences were too sacred, which they lived, loved, and left in the divine hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, their most ardent disciple, whom they knew was none other than the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. Each of the Gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was rooted in the tradition that they stood for, but all of them had high reverence for each other. They were the decision makers of his life during his childhood. They were the ones who made the tattvas, the principles, a parental cognizance for him in his childhood. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes himself in the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai in these following words. I am a mutant from the civilization where the mutants, mystics, enlightened beings, incarnations, and gurus are not faced with hatred, animosity, or fear. They are more revered, respected, worshipped. In my life, I have faced at least 100 mutants who are capable of extraordinary expansion and expression of powers of powerful cognitions. The second layer of people who encircled the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here in Tiruvannamalai are his beloved Acharyas, the teachers who lived in Tiruvannamalai or visited Tiruvannamalai during the various festivals and taught Shaivism, narrated its Puranic stories, sang its sacred verses, and kept the people inspired and connected to the great truths. The third layer of people encircling the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism form his own biological family, his immediate biological family. The biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a large, tightly knit joint family rooted in traditional values and orthodoxy. For his grandmother, Vibhuti or holy ash was the medicine. His grandfather visited the hospital only twice in his entire life. The elders of his family aged so gracefully and were respected and were consulted by the rest of the family for guidance till their death. His grandfather never gave rules, he only explained things in detail with Hindu Puranic stories that penetrated the very being. His grandmother taught him to feed others before eating. Chosen by Paramashiva as the most devout family, for giving birth and protecting his incarnation. This family played its role to perfection and remains in the cherished memories of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the most non interfering, loving ecosystem of his golden childhood.
புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்துவிடும் நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான
The fourth layer
துக்கமும் இல்லை
of this five-layer ecosystem, described by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, constitutes his extended relatives, connected through the community network, and peers and associates of his elders, and his own intimate friends from school and the streets of Tiruvannamalai, who were part of his divine leelas during his golden childhood. And the fifth layer, described by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the entire townspeople of Tiruvannamalai. Every being in this five-layer ecosystem has amazing memoirs to share on the childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as they are all the direct first-hand eyewitnesses of the happenings in the divine life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here in Tiruvannamalai during the first 17 years of his life. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing the narrations of the townspeople on his own life, he says, Tiruvannamalai has become a town only now. In those days, when I was born and brought up, it was not a town. It was a little bigger village, that's all. The innocent, straightforward, heart-to-heart narrations from these villagers is the authenticity of the stories. Nothing can corrupt these villagers. They always say, we brought him up. Every villager in Tiruvannamalai, whether he is a small fruit shop vendor or camphor seller, everyone will have some story about my life. All of them have brought me up. All of them are directly involved in bringing me up. It is the extreme love, care, and the spiritual ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing this loving ecosystem, spiritual and loving and caring ecosystem, which functions as one large single joint family. It is the temple-centric lifestyle of Tiruvannamalai, of this spiritual ecosystem established by Paramashiva himself, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving as Kailasa through establishing the Kailasa nation, the only Hindu nation in the world today. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Adi Shaivism is not a religion. Even before the word religion was coined, it existed as a spiritual lifestyle. It is the timeless culture given to us by Devi, even before time started ticking. And Shaivism knows the technique to make all beings, not just human beings, manifest enlightenment. All the animals, bhutas, pretas worship Paramashiva and attain Kailasa. It is Devi, Paramashiva Shakti, who established Adi Shaivism in the ancient Hindu kingdoms of Kanchipuram, Tiruvannamalai, and Madurai in South India when she came down from Kailasa. This is what flourished as the enlightened civilization world over. And all branches of Shaivism are from Adi Shaivism. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, wearing of the jatas, the matted locks, and wearing of the rudraksha, the energy beads, what he says in Tamil as kondai katti, kottai katti, is not a rule, it is a huge scientific boon. How much heavy the jatas are, you are able to bear on your head, that much your consciousness will remain seated on the top of your head, and your Kundalini Shakti will raise continuously and keep you established in the space of Kailasa. Applying Bhasma, holy ash on the forehead, is a boon. It will activate all the energies in your body. There are hundreds of reasons for each Charyapada action, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Charyapada means the lifestyle. And further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals, if I spread only yoga, or Jnanapada, spiritual powers, or Kriyapada, rituals, and if I leave the lifestyle out, I would have earned trillions. These are all like the fruits, but Charyapada, the lifestyle given by Paramashiva, is the real boon to us, the root of the tree. And making people understand this is my first responsibility. And that is also why there are so many attacks and hatred on me. It is not just because there was no Diksha, initiation from incarnations, that the huge gap has happened. It is also because the lifestyle that you think is just ordinary disappeared. If it was just ordinary, will they keep the very title of communities as Kondai Katti Mudaliyar and Kottai Katti Mudaliyar, meaning the Mudalyars who wore the jatas on their heads and the Mudalyars who wore the Rudraksha beads? They inserted the lifestyle habits themselves into the very titles of their communities as the identity of the communities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains through these words the significance of the Adi Shaivism lifestyle established originally by Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself, which is the Kailasa lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today through the nation of Kailasa. Tondai Nadu is the place known for producing enlightened beings in the ancient times. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Tondai Nadu is the place where I was born and brought up, the areas of Kanchipuram, Tiruvannamalai, Chennai, all those areas. Tondai Nadu is described as full of enlightened beings, Sandror. As per the history, all kings and queens, including Devi Meenakshi's father, used to come to Tondai Nadu, take people from here and settle them in their zones. So much of attention was given for knowledge and enlightenment here, not for luxuries or conquering. Tondai Nadu was a human nursery, full of Patashalas, Vedic chanting schools, and Gurukuls, Vedic schools, where people were made to happen. The being has to happen. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing the Tondai Nadu region of Kanchipuram, Tiruvannamalai, Chennai, and so on, which was known to produce enlightened beings. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further reveals Parashakti from Kailasa brings the superconsciousness to planet Earth as her own Atmalinga, and she keeps it in what is today known as Kanchipuram of the Tondai Mandala region and builds the Ekambaranathar Shivalinga. Ekambaranatha is the superconscious nuclear power tower for superconsciousness to breed and spread. From Kanchipuram, she starts the superconsciousness manifestation process. There is a proverb that says in Tamil that in the Chola kingdom you get a lot of food, rice grows there. In the Pandya kingdom you get pearls because there is the ocean there. In the Chera kingdom you get the best trained elephants because elephant taming is a lifestyle in Kerala. In the Tondai Nadu kingdom the best superconscious beings are built. The Tondai kingdom covers the belt of places such as the Kanchipuram, Tiruvannamalai, Tanjavur, Velur, Chennai, Karuvur, and so on, where Paramashiva Shakti herself manifested the superconsciousness. Tondai Mandalam was the land of sannyasis, grooming and exporting them world over. Bodhidharma was groomed there and sent to China to teach the principles of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Both the words Bodhi and Dharma are strong Shaivite Hindu words. He lived and left as a pure Tondai Mandalam Kanchi Shaivite person. These are the revelations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Adi Shaivism and the Tondai Nadu region, known for producing superconscious beings.
ಸುಂದರ ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣ ಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಜಗದೋಧಾರಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ಪರಮದಯಾಗನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಸತ್ಯ ಸನಾತನ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿರಂಜನ ಭಕ್ತ ಪರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ಗೌರಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಪರಮ ಕೃಪಾಕರ
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls 1,000 years of history related to Tondai Mandala Adinam, one of the oldest apex bodies of Hinduism in South India, in the Tondai region. In his words, the Tondai Mandala Adinam consists of around 140 mutts in 140 different Shaivite villages. In those days, the state and the temple was one and the same. Through the temple, the entire village used to be administered. All the taxes will be collected and kept only in the temple. The head of the temple will be head of the state. The religious and political head will be the same. That used to be the structure. In Tiruvannamalai, the mutts meant for the Adishaiva Velalas are the Appar Swami Madam and the Sevvai Madam that are next to each other on Sannidhi Street. Panduranganar, who's the Adishaivism guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, measured and showed me that the length and breadth of those two mutts are the same as that of the thousand pillared mandapam inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. He said, "It is here where the thousand pillared mandapam is today that our Adishaiva mutt was originally located. The Adishaiva Velalar community. They belong to the temple communities that established and administered the temple. And the Patala Lingam, which is in the thousand pillared mandapam even today, is the Jiva Samadhi, the final resting place of the body of our Adina Guru Mudalvar, the first known spiritual head of the Arunachala Sarvagnya Peetham. And the Vijayanagar king built our mutt outside the temple in the same dimensions and built the thousand pillared mandapam here in its place. That is why both have the same dimensions. These are the revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as told to him by his Acharya Vidwan Panduranganar, explaining to him that the Adishaiva Vedalar community, from which his biological family hailed, who were the main temple communities that administered the temple, had their mutts originally located inside the Arunachaleshwara temple itself, where the current thousand pillared hall is located. And it was the Vijayanagar Empire time where the Vijayanagar Empire's king built their mutt outside the temple in its same dimensions and in its place built the thousand pillared mandapam as we see it today, which is why both these structures have the same dimensions. And Vidwan Panduranganar explained this and clearly, physically measured and showed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that the two structures have the same dimensions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism remarks, much before British entered India, the thousand pillared hall was built just to store grain. I am from the temple based family. The Kovils are in the Perunkudigal, the temple based communities. They were just decimated by the invaders. And even after all of that, there are some things which they could not destroy, and they became too tired to destroy. That itself is so grand. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals how the Adi Shaiva Shivacharyas and the Adi Shaiva Velalars, the community, which is the biological family community of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how these two communities upheld the temple responsibilities and the responsibilities of the ecosystem at large. In his words, the Adishaiva Shivacharyas took up the special responsibility of spreading the Charyapada and the Kriyapada, which is the lifestyle and the rituals of Adishaivism. And the Adishaiva Velalars took up the special responsibility of spreading the Yogapada, which is the spiritual powers, and the Jnanapada, the Yogapada, which is the science of yoga, and the Jnanapada, the science of manifesting spiritual powers. Like how the four Vedas were tied into the Gotras of the Brahmins and it was spread, Adi Shaiva Shivacharyas and Adi Shaiva Velalars, who were actually both from the same community but two different subsects, took up these specific responsibilities. And once upon a time, they even had marital ties between these two communities. Sundaramurti Nayanar is a Tondai Mandala Adi Shaiva Shivacharya by birth, born into a family with the title Mudalyar, and he married Sangili Nachiyar, who is an Adi Shaiva Velalar from Tiruvathiyur. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further reveals they took up as their lifestyle the spreading of the Agamas. Even 100 years ago, Adi Shaivism was flourishing, but they were attacked strategically. Small differences were created amongst them, ultimately making them forget their original objectives. They lived where in a period where sustaining the Guru Mahasannidhanams, the pontiffs, and the Rudrakanyas, the temple dancers who also administered the temple. Sustaining these two classes of people was the responsibility of the Adishaiva Velalar community families, and at least one male body in each Adishaiva Velalar family should be sent for sannyas, training, so he becomes the pontiff and runs the adinams, the spiritual mutts, the monasteries. And at least one female body should be sent as Rudrakanya, as the temple dancer to administer the temple. We have individual family responsibilities and we have societal responsibilities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further reveals Shivacharyas performed the temple duties and sent their children for the proper initiations from the senior Guru Shivacharyas who carry the Ilavarasu Pattam, the title, in Tiruvannamalai. The whole village would be moving towards enlightenment. At least 1,000 people will carry the leadership quality and live it intensely to take it forward. And at least 50 people will be there as the ripened fruits in Paramashiva Jnana, the enlightenment science. Each of these people's sacrifice is such they will not even step out of the boundary of Tiruvannamalai for their livelihood because they have the temple responsibilities. Even if they are in poverty, they continue to stay within the boundaries of Tiruvannamalai, serving Annamalayar. Annamalayar is their life's responsibility.
வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் அருள்மழை பொழியும்
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes how the Britishers disintegrated these communities. The British rulers disintegrated us, reduced the Adishaiva Shivacharyas to slaves who merely worked in the sanctum, reduced the Adishaiva Velalars to a single salaried servant with the title Maniyakkar. They destroyed the Rudrakanya tradition. They eliminated the Pandararhal who tied the flower garlands for the temple, the Desigars who rendered the Tirumurai verses and worshipped Annamalayar, the musicians' families who played the Nadaswaram and danced for Annamalayar. They grabbed our lands. They tried to convert us to other religions. They created artificial famines. They brainwashed us that they were superior and good people who gave us arms for our survival. Our ancestors, even after losing their lands, their life, their wealth, their livelihood, withstood all the trauma and lived with the same undaunted devotion to the Lord, never forsaking their beloved religion, and brought up the next generation as Shaivites. By the power of devotion that Paramashiva sowed in our hearts, he made us endure all this and live as good Hindus.
உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் குருநாதனின் உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட நித்யானந்த புரியை கண்டிட நித்யானந்தன் ரூபமும் கொண்டிங்கு கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தன்னிலே கண்குளிர காட்சியும் தந்திட கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய்
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to reveal on the glory of this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, the temple centric lifestyle of the spiritual ecosystem, in his words. Born in the Adishaiva Velalar community, waking up to the early morning temple bell, going to sleep after putting Annamalayar to rest in his resting chamber, and drinking the temple night rituals milk, prasada, living for him, the Lord, as his people, always remembering him, receiving his grace. What a life! Even now, just remembering that ecosystem created by Paramashiva himself makes the nectar flow in my heart. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes thus the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai.
காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும் எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும் நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும் ஆனந்த
the large joint family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his biological family, produced some of the great leaders and proponents of Adi Shaivism who kept the ecosystem alive through their extreme activism. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, my pre-monastic family members have given their very lives to Shaivism. I am their inheritor in the Guru lineage as well as genealogically. Four great pontiffs of the Tondai Adinam, the Guru Mahasannidhanams, are from the large family tree of the biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The 229th, the 230th, the 231st, and the 232nd pontiffs of the Tondai Adinam of Kanchipuram. They themselves internalized the great truths. They lived the Shaivite lifestyle. They initiated their people into it through the Samaya Diksha and the Vishesha Diksha initiations, and actively traveled and reached out to people where they were. They all carried the same title. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the underlying truth of this that he heard from his Guru Isakki Swamigal, who was himself an Adishaiva Velalar of the Agamudayar subsect, as to why all the Guru Mahasannidhanams, all the pontiffs of the Tondai Mandala region carried the same title of Jnana Prakasha Desika Paramacharya Swamigal. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he describes the words of his Guru Isakki Swamigal. I asked my Guru Isakki Swami, why does everyone use the same title, Jnana Prakasha Desika Paramacharya Swamigal? He revealed the secret science to me. He said, just a few beings who reach the Sayujya Mukti, oneness with Paramashiva, again and again assume the body and maintain the Guru Parampara. That is why all of them are given the same title, Jnana Prakasha Desika Paramacharya Swamigal. Our ancestors know the science of reincarnation, bringing those great, highly evolved beings to planet Earth, making them embody and manifest the conscious possibilities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the sequence of events that led to him ascending the seat of Tondai Mandalam as the 233rd Pontiff, the Guru Mahasannidhanam. He describes, at the age of 11, I received the Samaya Diksha and the other ritualistic initiations such as the Acharya Abhishekam and the Nirvana Diksha from the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tondai Mandala Adinam. He started teaching me how big our Adinam was, how the properties were stolen by the atheist terrorists and anti-Hindus, and how we had been attacked and destroyed. He was very sincere about me becoming his successor. He used to tell me, I am waiting for you to become 18. He was waiting for me to become 18 major so he can hand over the responsibility and rest in Jiva Samadhi and go back to Kailasa. He was a great yogi and he was a master of these yogic sciences. He was training me to be the 231st Sannidhanam, the next Sannidhanam pontiff to him. When I was ordained as Tondai Mandala Sannidhanam by the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam, he gave me a powerful truth. He said, if you start repeating lower identity words or ideas about you to you, after some time you will get confused and start believing the lower identity truths. That is the worst punishment you are doing to yourself. Unfortunately, before I grew up, he left the body, and Bala Sannyas, or child monk, and becoming Sannidhanam or pontiff before the age of 18 is illegal in India now after the British period. So someone else sat as the 231st Sannidhanam from my extended family tree. And when he passed on, I was still not ready for public life. So from my own family, the 232nd Guru Mahasannidhanam sat on the seat. And he has constantly been supporting me and wanted me to become the next Sannidhanam as early as possible. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, recalls that when he was taken to the spectacular Tanjavur Brihadishwarar temple by his grandfather Sri Raja Mudaliyar when he was around 14 years of age, he mentioned to him that with the blessings of the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tondai Mandalam, he was going to build a temple like that. And his grandfather jocularly mentioned this to the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam, who replied, with bliss tears in his eyes, "He will build, but we should be there to see the temple." Meaning, will he live long enough to see the temple that would be built by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? These rituals, the coronation rituals, performed by the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam of